I'm the highest civilization in the universe. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 Something else. In the attic of the ancient source district, 5 people were talking in the hall. Imogen and Hesha were sitting at the table in the hall. Albert and Edmund were standing on both sides, and Eugenia was standing in the middle of the hall and narrating. He used the ancient source order you gave him to enter the storage room of the space-time tribe early this morning and carefully checked every item inside. I have been here for so many years, and I have never seen such a conscientious person, Eugenia said slowly, with a smile on her face. Imogen and Hesha were also very satisfied. The two great magicians really didn't make a mistake. Not only can they make pills, but their work attitude is positive and serious. They are really rare talents. Although they are foreigners, as long as they are loyal to us in Kenaya, they are actually. Before Eugenia finished speaking, a figure hurriedly walked into the room, and the sudden appearance of this person also interrupted Eugenia's words. When Hesha saw the newcomer, she glanced at him with disdain and said, "Marquis, why are you so flustered?" It was Marquis who suddenly entered the room. Hearing Hesha's reprimand, he bowed his head and saluted, then said, "Two great magicians, the space station just monitored and found that a large fleet is heading towards our Kenaya star." Large fleet. Hesha's expression suddenly became a little serious, and her eyes were fixed on Marquis. Marquis bowed his head and continued, "The headquarters base is also carefully monitoring, but the information is interfered with, and we can't get in touch for the time being, but we have basically confirmed the identity of the other party. These fleets are from the She Star and the Lagrazan Star." Marquis continued. Huh. Hesha showed a puzzled look, turned his eyes, and looked at Imogen beside him. Imogen also looked puzzled, his eyes flickered, and he was thinking. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Go ahead, continue to monitor secretly, and try to get in touch with them as much as possible. If there is any new progress, report it immediately." "Yes," Marquis responded, bowed and left the room. Hesha continued to look at Imogen and said, "They joined forces to come to our Kenaya star. They are not trying to take advantage of the situation, right?" "Take advantage of the situation?" Imogen's brows were full of solemnity. Hesha nodded slightly and continued, "The trajectory of the alien planet can be monitored by these two galaxies. They come to us at this time. Isn't it, while we are fully dealing with the aliens?" Before Hesha finished speaking, Imogen waved his hand gently, shook his head slightly, and said, "It's unlikely. The trajectory of the alien planet is unpredictable. It is not certain whether it has really entered the magic source system. Besides, the aliens are still some distance away from here. If they really want to take advantage of the fire, they won't do it now." Imogen's words made some sense. Hesha nodded repeatedly, "But if it was not a bad thing, then what was the purpose of these people coming here?" Hesha couldn't figure it out with a doubtful look. Imogen's expression seemed much calmer, and he said, "Once the headquarters base has contacted them, everything will be clear. I don't think there is any need to worry too much about this matter." Hesha smiled faintly, as if she really didn't care. At noon, Li Ming returned to the front yard from the backyard gate with a star bag. He looked at the 3-story building with his eyes, and walked in quickly. In the hall, Imogen and Hesha seemed to be getting impatient, but when they saw Li Ming coming back, they smiled lightly, and showed their joy. Li Ming walked into the hall, bowed to the two great magicians, then raised the star bag and presented it, saying, "This is the elixir that has just been refined. Please have a look, great magician." Imogen was calm, looked at Hesha, and smiled slightly. "Great magician Hesha, please taste it." Hesha was not polite. She raised her hand lightly, and the star bag flew from Li Ming's hand to her palm. As soon as she sensed it, Hesha frowned, looked at the star bag in her hand, and then looked at Li Ming. After hesitating for a while, she moved her palm to the table beside her, and a white light flashed, and 7 beads appeared flat on the table. There were 7 nebula pills. The fresh fragrance spread out, and everyone could clearly sense it, and they all looked over. This. Eugenia's old voice was the first to speak. Her wrinkled face seemed to have frozen, and her excited and trembling mouth was about to say something, but she immediately closed her mouth when she saw the two ninth level beings. Imogene's eyes were shining, and his face was full of satisfaction. He couldn't help but reach out and take one of the pills in his hand, and he made a tsk sound. This nebula pill is actually better than the one on Philostar. Hesha also took one in her hand. Her charming eyes flashed with surprise, and the smile on her mouth was even more obvious. Li Ming raised his head slightly, saw the expressions of the two people, and said, "The materials here are all top-grade materials, and the quality of the alchemy equipment is excellent, so the pills refined are also very different. But it's great." Imogen couldn't help but praise, and looked at Hesha beside him, and after a chuckle, he whispered, "Grand Mage Hesha, our alchemist is extraordinary." Hesha nodded with satisfaction, very satisfied, but after looking at the remaining 5 nebula pills on the table, she seemed to suddenly remember something, and after hesitating for a while, her eyes returned to Li Ming. "Li Ming, this pill is of top quality, there is absolutely no problem, but you brought 7 pills. How many materials did you use?" Hesha asked softly with a wavering look, although the tone was light, but the question was very sharp. Hearing this question, Imogen also cast a concerned look at Li Ming. Li Ming replied without hesitation, "I use the materials of 10 pills." "Oh. Ha ha ha." Imogen laughed out loud, and was extremely satisfied with Li Ming's answer. Hesha also nodded gently and said, "You are indeed a master of alchemy. I can't believe that you are so young, but you have such ability. This does not exist in the nearby galaxies. The alchemy master I met last time only had a 30% success rate to refine pills to such a level." Li Ming bowed his head and smiled without saying a word. Seeing Hesha's satisfied look, Imogen also turned his gaze to Hesha. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Since the ability to refine pills has been confirmed, then, can we talk about that thing?" Hesha nodded gently and looked at Li Ming solemnly. Li Ming was confused when he heard this. That thing? What thing? Good thing? Or bad thing? Li Ming couldn't help but become cautious. Hesha then stood up, glanced at everyone, and said, "Except Li Ming, all of you should leave first." With this order, except for the 2 ninth level civilizations and Li Ming, the other 3 people in the room retreated one after another. Seeing the other 3 people completely leave, Hesha smiled and looked at Li Ming. "Li Ming, your alchemy skills are impeccable, absolutely master level, and both I and Grand Mage Imogen have seen this, but there is another thing right now, and only you can handle it." While Hesha was talking, she kept turning a nebula pill in her hand, but her eyes kept looking at Li Ming from time to time. Li Ming frowned slightly, with a puzzled look on his face, but he didn't say a word, waiting for Hesha to continue. Hesha came to Li Ming's side and continued, "The importance of elixirs is self-evident, but for higher-level civilizations, alchemy alone is not enough. Synthesis masters are also extremely important. In our Incanaya, there is indeed a synthesis master, but this person has been imprisoned here for hundreds of years, and has refused to obey us, so I want you to persuade him." As soon as Hesha said this, Li Ming looked up in confusion, his eyes full of confusion, and after a wry smile, he said, "Grand Mage, I'm afraid." Without waiting for Li Ming to say anything, Hesha raised her hand to stop her, nodded, and replied, "Don't worry, I ask you to persuade him for a reason. When this person was brought to our Incanaya, it was said in advance that, as long as a master alchemist who matches his ability can be found, he will agree to surrender and work for our Incanaya. If not, I would never have rashly asked you to persuade him." "Oh." Li Ming looked as if he had suddenly realized something, and then he understood Hesha's intention. Hesha stretched out her arm and handed over the nebula pill in her hand and continued to say, "Take this pill and give it to him so that it will be more convincing." Li Ming looked at the nebula pill in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and took it in his hand, thinking quickly in his mind. "Okay, follow me." Hesha turned and walked towards the portal in the house. In front of the portal, Hesha raised her hand and swiped a certain character in the portal, but the technique was complicated, and the light was flashing, obviously using energy and consciousness. After a flash of light, Hesha retracted her palm, looked back at Li Ming, and went directly into the portal and disappeared. Li Ming did not dare to hesitate, and took a step forward, and entered the portal. The portal at the end of the black path in the backyard of the 3-story attic suddenly flashed, and Hesha and Li Ming walked out of it. Li Ming was shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. He thought to himself, isn't this the backyard of the attic? Thinking of this, Li Ming turned around and looked at the portal behind him. At the same time, he looked at the bottom of his feet and whispered in his heart again, it's this portal? In the middle of the backyard of the attic, there was a black path, and at the end of the path was a portal. This portal was close to the wall of the yard. Li Ming was very curious, but he didn't expect that this door was connected to the portal in the house. Hesha turned around and returned to the portal again without saying a word. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and started to draw on the portal again. After a few seconds, Hesha glanced at Li Ming and whispered, entering from this door is where Barnes is imprisoned. Since this man doesn't see us, the Inkinaya people, I won't go in. This Barnes is in the passage on the right side of the cave. He has been imprisoned there for quite some time. If you can persuade him to help us with the synthesis, then your contribution will be great. Barnes. Li Ming silently recited the name in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged. When mentioning Barnes, Hesha sighed slightly and said, this kind of synthesis master is like you, a rare talent. I have great expectations for you. The disciple will obey the order of the Grand Master, and will persuade this man to surrender with kind words. Yes. Hesha nodded with satisfaction, and said no more. Li Ming turned his eyes, and looked at the portal. After hesitating for a while, he stepped into it. Chapter 177 Barnes is past. A strange light flashed, and Li Ming walked out of a portal. At this time, Li Ming was already in a dark cave. Looking around, there were cave walls all around, and the dark and smooth rocks were emitting a faint light, which was very strange. The cave was empty and hundreds of meters long and wide. It didn't look like a place where people lived. Li Ming took 2 steps slowly, and then saw clearly that there were 2 passages under the cave wall in the distance. One on the left, and one on the right. The entrance of the left passage flashed a faint blue light, which was a kind of barrier. The one on the right was normal, and led directly to the depths. Li Ming took a simple look and went straight to the passage on the right. The entrance of the 2-meter long and wide passage had smooth walls inside, as if it was cut out by some equipment. The faint light flickered on the walls like a mirror. After walking a few hundred meters, a wide space appeared in front of him, but in front of this space was a red light curtain barrier. The barrier blocked not only the things inside, but also the things that could not be seen clearly, but also could not enter. Li Ming squinted his eyes and looked at the barrier carefully. The entire barrier was like a wall that divided the space into 2. The situation inside could not be seen, nor could any movement be heard. After hesitating for a while, Li Ming said, I'm Li Ming. I'm entrusted by the great Mage Inkinaya to present the nebula pill. After he finished speaking, there was no movement inside. Li Ming's eyes turned and looked at the barrier again. The ability of the wisdom eye had been activated. The device and function of the entire barrier had been scanned by Li Ming's wisdom eye. This barrier can block the field of vision and the entry and exit of objects, but it has no soundproofing effect. At the same time, the activation device of the barrier is set outside, and Li Ming can easily open and close it. However, such a device is mostly set up to prevent the other party from leaving this area. Li Ming naturally cannot easily close it, but since it is not soundproof, why doesn't the other party reply to Li Ming? After some thought, Li Ming couldn't help but touch his chin and said to himself, could it be that Barnes is not here, but in another passage? But there is a barrier at the entrance of the other passage. This is unreasonable. Before coming in, Hesha made it clear that it was the right passage, but she didn't explain the barrier. He said to himself, and his eyes couldn't help but look at the barrier in front of him again. After hesitating for a while, Li Ming said again, Barnes, I'm the alchemist you are looking for. The Grand Mage said that you have been looking for an alchemist. Now I'm here. Why are you avoiding me? Li Ming amplified his voice, and the whole space was echoing. It was impossible for the other party not to hear this voice. After a while, there was still no movement inside, as if there was no one inside. Li Ming couldn't help but frown. Before coming in, Hesha said that Barnes had never seen Inkinaya people, but Li Ming was not Inkinaya. Besides, there was no need to meet with this barrier, so he wouldn't not respond. Puzzled, Li Ming sighed slightly and turned around, ready to leave. Just after taking 2 steps, Li Ming's figure suddenly paused, and his head turned back to continue looking at the barrier. A bold idea emerged in his mind. Li Ming used his wisdom to directly lock onto the device that activated the barrier. He stepped forward and stared at a round metal box on the wall of the cave. He raised his right hand and grabbed it directly. The green light flashed, and the energy directly wrapped the device. After a few seconds, the metal box suddenly flashed, as if a lamp lit up, and then suddenly went out. With this flash, the red light curtain barrier also disappeared without a trace. Without the barrier, the situation inside can be seen clearly. The inside of the barrier is like a private space, with tables and cabinets, but there is no trace of aliens. Li Ming carefully looked at it and whispered, "Barnes." He walked over step by step. As soon as he entered this area, a pile of black bones appeared in front of a meteorite table. Li Ming glanced at it and immediately confirmed that the black bones were the skeletons of aliens. Although aliens are very different from humans in size, Li Ming's growing cognition has already made him familiar with the characteristics of aliens' physiques. Looking at the pile of bones, Li Ming showed a confused look and couldn't help whispering, "Could it be Barnes has already died?" Li Ming muttered to himself. This guess was almost right. After all, this place was a forbidden area and ordinary people could not enter or leave. Moreover, Barnes was imprisoned here, so the bones were most likely Barnes's. Looking at the black bones on the ground, a small black ball came into Li Ming's sight. This is. Out of curiosity, Li Ming waved his hand and grabbed the black ball from the skeleton. The ball was pitch black, the size of a thumb, and oval in shape. It was very similar to those scattered bones. However, under the induction of consciousness, this object could actually release slight energy, which was not possessed by those skeletons. Holding this strange thing in his hand, his consciousness had already entered it. After a moment, Li Ming's consciousness was withdrawn from it, and his eyes showed a complicated expression. He couldn't help but look at the pile of bones. "So that's it," Li Ming said softly. His mind was already recalling the contents of the stone. This stone is a record stone, which stores a memory of Barnes. When Li Ming's consciousness sensed it, it was as if he had entered the other party's memory. A biological civilization in a strange galaxy was invaded by aliens. More than a dozen meteorite spacecrafts passed through the transmission system and directly approached the planet on which the civilization depended for survival. It was not plundering, but it was better than plundering. A large number of Inkinaya troops began to destroy and search everywhere. All useful resources and materials were looted, and any aliens who resisted would be killed directly. Plunder was not the purpose of the Inkinaya people. They came here only to find a master of alchemy or synthesis, and Barnes was the master of synthesis of this race. Capturing Barnes was the main purpose of the Inkinaya people's trip, but at the same time as Barnes was captured, the race also suffered a devastating blow, slaughter, plunder, and watching the demise of his own race. Barnes was helpless. Barnes, who was taken to Inkinaya, was also forced to synthesize advanced materials for Inkinaya, but it was obvious that Barnes would rather die than obey, so he was kept here. Barnes was unwilling to live like this, so he asked the Inkinaya people for a master of alchemy. Barnes was a gifted master, and alchemy could give Barnes hope of revenge. After all, Barnes was also a biological civilization. Although he failed to become an alchemy master, he still knew a lot of information about alchemy. The materials of the elixir are not fixed. You can add materials, or reduce medicines, based on the experience of the alchemist. As long as you do something with the elixir, you can achieve the goal of revenge on the Inkinaya people. It's a pity that, before waiting for an alchemist like Li Ming, Barnes died in this closed cave. It's really pitiful. Li Ming looked at the record stone in his hand and sighed. The destruction of civilization is a common thing in the vast universe. However, after really understanding the tragic fate of a civilization in detail, Li Ming couldn't help but feel a little sad. This is really a pity. Li Ming couldn't help but shake his head slightly and couldn't help but think deeply. If the earth was invaded by Kenai and perished, would Li Ming be the same as Barnes? With such a flash of thought, Li Ming couldn't help but shake his head slightly, and his eyes quickly began to check other items. All the facilities here were checked by Li Ming. There were no star names, and no other valuable items. After a sigh, Li Ming could only leave helplessly. After taking a few steps, Li Ming suddenly stopped, turned his head slightly, and looked at the barrier device on the cave wall. At the same time, a new idea suddenly emerged. With his eyes turning, Li Ming's face became a little gloomy. After looking back at Barnes's skeleton, his eyes suddenly widened, and he quickly walked to the cave wall, stretched out his right hand, and reactivated the barrier. The metal box flashed red, and the red barrier reappeared, blocking the view like a wall. After doing this, Li Ming smiled strangely and turned away. While walking out along the passage, Li Ming was still thinking about something in his brain. It was definitely impossible to work for the Enkin people. Li Ming spent the whole morning refining 10 nebula pills and 10 beast soul pills. Li Ming naturally did not mention the beast soul pills. Li Ming only gave 7 nebula pills to Hesha, and he had quietly accepted 3 of them, including the one that Hesha gave him before entering here. Li Ming got 4 pills. These pills are extremely precious. After all, only a master of alchemy like Li Ming can make them. It is necessary to store some pills for himself, but Li Ming also needs to find opportunities to get rid of Kenai's control as much as possible. Li Ming has done enough of working for others on Earth. Now that he is on the alien planet, he naturally cannot repeat the same mistakes. Thinking about this in his mind, the figure has walked out of the passage and came to the empty cave. Not far ahead is the portal, which is where Li Ming came in, but Li Ming suddenly stopped after taking a few steps towards the portal, and his eyes couldn't help but look at another passage. There is an obvious light curtain barrier at the entrance of this passage, which is different from the passage where Barnes is. Looking at this barrier, and then looking at the portal in front of him, Li Ming actually hesitated. Chapter 178 Star Beast Walker. As long as he walked into the portal, Li Ming would be completely out of here. Whether he could come in again in the future was another matter. The barrier entrance made Li Ming feel itchy, and he looked eager to know what was going on inside. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, Li Ming turned around and headed straight for the entrance. Since he was here, he had to satisfy his curiosity. When he arrived in front of the barrier, Li Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and his wisdom ability was activated. Under these eyes, any barrier activation device had nowhere to hide. His eyes swept back and forth, and a rock on the cave wall caught Li Ming's attention. According to the perception of the wisdom consciousness, the activation device was inside this rock. Compared with the barrier device on Barnes' side, this one was more hidden. Li Ming stepped forward quickly, raised his right hand, and placed it directly on the rock. At the same time, his entire right hand flashed with green light, and a green shadow had emerged, as if his right hand was wearing a green glove. Under the control of consciousness, a green light circulated, enveloping the entire rock. After a few seconds, the barrier at the entrance of the passage was directly closed. After confirming that the device disappeared, Li Ming smiled slightly, looked back at the portal, and then walked quickly into the passage. Going deeper and deeper along the passage, only the sound of Li Ming's footsteps could be heard in the dim light. After hundreds of meters, there was still no end in sight, as if this passage was bottomless. The deeper he went, the more careful Li Ming became, releasing all his consciousness energy, and alerting himself to the situation in the depths. After hundreds of meters, a spacious space of nearly 100 square meters appeared in front of him. Li Ming's eyes swept around. The whole space was empty, with nothing, only a cage in the middle. The cage was made of black metal bars, 2 meters high and 4 or 5 meters wide. In the empty cave, this bamboo cage was particularly conspicuous. Li Ming's eyes quickly focused on this cage. After confirming that there was nothing unusual around, Li Ming slowly walked over. After approaching the cage, the situation inside could be seen clearly. There was actually a small animal in the cage, but the appearance of the small animal made Li Ming frown, and his face changed slightly. It looked like a cat, 1 foot long, and extremely black, like a piece of coal. Most importantly, this thing, like more, had no hair on its body, and it looked like a shaved bald cat. In addition, there were many spots on the body of this bald cat, which were all rotten, and there were scars of varying degrees on both of its hind legs. On the surface, it seemed to be seriously injured, but Li Ming could still clearly sense the energy in the other party's body and the various life characteristics in the body. Li Ming leaned down and prepared to take a closer look, but as soon as he squatted down, the bald cat's eyes, which had been closed tightly, suddenly opened weakly and looked at Li Ming quietly, motionless, and it was unknown whether it was due to weakness or physical pain. Li Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the cat carefully. His mind was focused and his eyes were dazed. Suddenly, a piece of information flashed through his mind. The information of a certain beast in the Beast family illustration book had emerged. Star Stealer. No, this beast is grey and has hair. Li Ming immediately denied the information that appeared in his mind, but the information detected by his eyes did match the information about the Star Stealer in the Beast family illustration book. Li Ming shook his head slightly in confusion. My name is Walker, who are you? A piece of information suddenly entered Li Ming's mind, which made Li Ming's expression change immediately. The beast did not open its mouth. The information just now was the communication between the other party and Li Ming directly through consciousness. Could it be a star beast? Like more? Li Ming was secretly surprised, but he did not show too much excitement and responded to the other party with consciousness. My name is Li Ming, from a distant solar system. Li Ming responded easily, and after receiving Li Ming's conscious response, the bald cat named Walker suddenly shook his body, and his expression was actually a little excited. That look, as if no one had spoken to it for a long time. Li Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and secretly used his wisdom ability. After a sense, Li Ming's eyebrows tightened a little. His wisdom ability could not sense the other party's thoughts. Did the Inkinai people ask you to come? Why did those idiots ask you to come? Walker looked at Li Ming with a lifeless look and continued. Li Ming did not respond to the other party immediately, but looked at Walker with contempt, and couldn't help thinking in his heart, it's really harder than Moore's mouth. He is so injured, and still so arrogant. After a slight sigh, Li Ming seemed to think of something. He stretched out his right hand, and a white light flashed in his palm. A brown bead appeared. It was the beast soul pill that Li Ming had refined earlier. He looked at the pill in his hand, and then at Walker. With a swing of his right hand, he threw the pill directly into the cage. After doing all this, Li Ming stood up and said, I made this beast soul pill myself. It will be of great benefit to your body. You are so injured. Taking it can relieve the pain and restore your body. Li Ming said calmly, but Walker glanced at the pill with disdain, and had no intention of taking it. Li Ming didn't care either. He turned around and prepared to leave, but before leaving, he didn't forget to respond, I came here and have nothing to do with the Enkin people. As he said this, Li Ming had already walked out of the passage. After walking out of the passage, Li Ming restarted the barrier device, looked at the portal with his eyes, and then looked at the barrier that had just been activated. Suddenly, something came to his mind. This Walker is most likely a star beast. It is not so easy to connect with its bloodline contract. Although the beast soul pill has added its own consciousness, it is not one or two pills that can be effective. If the news of Barnes' death is told to Hesher, it will be almost impossible for me to enter here in the future. Li Ming thought quickly in his mind. Star beasts are the rarest among the beasts. They are hard to come by. It is rare for me to meet one again. I can't let it go. Although more is useless, this Walker may be of great use. If I want to feed more beast soul pills, I must go in and out of this place frequently. I must not tell Hesher that Barnes is dead. Thinking in my mind, Li Ming's eyes began to move quickly. After a moment, the corners of his mouth suddenly smiled. He had thought of something. His eyes turned, and he looked at the portal again, and walked over quickly. In the backyard of the 3-story attic in the ancient source district, the portal at the end of the black path flashed, and Li Ming walked out of it. As soon as she saw Li Ming, Hesher, who was waiting, immediately went up to him and asked solemnly, how is it? Li Ming bowed his head first, then nodded and said, Barnes has agreed to help synthesize the items needed for advancement, but, when Hesher heard that Barnes agreed, she immediately showed joy, but after hearing the word, but at the end, her face became solemn again. But what? Hesher asked in a low voice. Li Ming did not answer directly, but hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing this, Hesher blinked her eyes a few times, chuckled twice, and said, "You can just say what you want to say. Does he have any unreasonable demands?" Li Ming hurriedly shook his head and looked helpless. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Although Barnes agreed to synthesize the materials, he wants to trade with his disciples." "Trade with you?" "Yes." Li Ming looked serious and worried. After a long sigh, he said, "It's like this. Barnes wants his disciples to teach him how to refine pills. Similarly, he will also teach his disciples how to synthesize. During this period, he will consider helping the great magician synthesize some items." Hesher's face turned ugly after hearing this. She was thinking about something in her charming eyes, as if this matter also made her very embarrassed. Chapter 179 Combined Fleet. In the lobby on the first floor of the attic in the ancient source area, Li Ming and Hesher had already returned. Hesher sat at the table and whispered to Imogen. The two of them were sometimes frowning and sometimes smiling. The two of them were talking in a very low voice, so ordinary people naturally could not detect it, but Li Ming heard it clearly, and the content of these conversations was exactly what Li Ming wanted to see. Although Barnes was dead, in order to be able to enter the cave freely, Li Ming had to pretend that he was still alive. Barnes had resisted for many years, and it was impossible for him to compromise and submit, just because a master of alchemy like Li Ming appeared. Therefore, Li Ming had to describe the situation more harshly. On the surface, it was nothing more than Li Ming and Barnes teaching each other to make alchemy and synthesis, but from the perspective of galactic civilization, the cost of training two masters at the same time was very huge, and the consumption of materials in the learning process was also very huge. This kind of loss was not something that ordinary forces could bear. Hesher and Imogen had to think carefully and discuss. Of course, the emergence of this problem could completely conceal the fact that Barnes was dead. It also gave Li Ming the greatest possibility of entering the cave at any time. This was Li Ming's plan, but the final result was still unknown. After discussing for a long time, Hesher and Imogen seemed to have reached an agreement, and they both nodded. With the result of the negotiation, Hesher slowly stood up and said, "Li Ming, it is not a bad thing for you and Barnes to learn from each other. Although it will consume a lot of materials and resources, it is rare for us in Inkinaya to have two masters like you. This is what other galaxies are eager to have, so you can reply to Barnes that we in Inkinaya agree to his request." Li Ming was surprised when he heard this. Although he couldn't believe that the two would really agree, he still smiled slightly and replied, "Then the disciple will reply to Barnes tomorrow." Hesher nodded slightly and said solemnly, "Although we agreed to his request, we can't let him do everything. In addition to learning from each other every day, you must refine some superior elixirs and synthesize some items needed for advancement." Li Ming bowed his head and replied firmly, "Disciple understands." "Yeah." Hesher nodded with satisfaction, and at the same time, after looking at Imogen, he said, "Imogen, it's getting late. Let's not keep disturbing Li Ming, and it's time to go back." Imogen took a long breath, stood up from his seat, took 2 steps, and said, "Okay, it's time to go back." With that, the two walked out of the house and headed for the gate of the ancient source district. Li Ming did not hesitate to follow the two out of the attic. After walking out of the spacious courtyard, Li Ming sent the 2 great magicians out of the gate until he saw the 2 great magicians really far away. Then he turned around and walked back. Looking up at the sky, the strong light of the magic source was still shining on the earth, and there was also a moon in the opposite direction. Inkinaya had 2 satellites, and the moon could be seen day and night, just like the earth had 2 moons. It was still early, and Li Ming stopped at the door of a room after just a few steps, and Eugenia was not far away from Li Ming. Li Ming turned around and glanced at Eugenia, smiled slightly, and said, "Old mage, just now, the great magician Hesher gave me a nebula pill before leaving. I think this pill is more suitable for you." As he spoke, Li Ming took out a nebula pill. When Eugenia saw the pill, her old eyes widened a little, and she raised her hand to take the pill, but she put it down again. "This nebula pill is indeed a good thing, but it was given to you by Grand Mage Hesher after all. How can I accept it?" Eugenia said hurriedly, not daring to easily accept such a valuable thing. Although she was an 8th level civilization, the owner of the ancient source area was still Li Ming after all. Although she said so, her eyes never left the pill in Li Ming's hand. Hehe. How could Li Ming not see the other party's thoughts? After laughing twice, he said, "Old mage, you are too polite. With your qualifications, you should accept this bill. How dare I, a foreign disciple who has just arrived, take advantage of this? Old mage, just accept it." As he said so, Li Ming passed a few more pills in front of Eugenia, as if he was determined to give them to her. Eugenia laughed excitedly several times, and after hesitating for a while, she said, well, I can't refuse your kindness. I will accept it." Eugenia raised her hand with a smile on her face, and took the nebula pill in her hand. Seeing the other party accept the pill, Li Ming also showed a satisfied smile and said, "Today, the alchemy tasks assigned by the two great magicians have been completed. Now that I'm free, I want to continue to check these storage rooms. Your legs and feet are inconvenient. Why don't you go back and rest first? I will take a look alone." Eugenia held the nebula pill in one hand, and her old eyes never left the pill. After hearing Li Ming's words, she nodded repeatedly and said, "You don't have to be too dedicated. You have to make pills and check these rooms every day. Don't overwork your mind." Li Ming smiled lightly and replied, "This disciple knows it." "Yeah." Eugenia nodded slightly, sighed and said, "Okay, take a look at it yourself. I'm old too, so I won't accompany you." As she spoke, Eugenia slowly walked away. Seeing Eugenia walking through the high wall door, Li Ming's eyes turned and looked at the storage room on the left. The two big words, "magic," had already entered the corner of his eyes. He raised his right hand. The ancient origin order was already in his hand. He came to the door of the storage room and patted it. The door opened with a flash of light. Li Ming smiled and walked in quickly. Li Ming was checking every storage room at ease, while some low-level soldiers were operating in front of a huge screen in the high-rise buildings far away in the ancient origin district. Marquis stood in front of the operating table and watched the changes in the light screen with a complicated expression and a look of uneasiness. At this moment, the light of the teleportation portal in the distance flashed, and 4 figures came out one after another. They were Imogen and others. Marquis turned around and looked at the door. After noticing someone coming in, he bowed deeply and said in panic, "Grand Mage, you are finally back." Hesha was calm, glanced at the panicked Marquis, and said, What happened?" With that, Hesha walked quickly to the operating table, and Imogen beside him stared at the screen in the distance. "We have just contacted the joint fleet of the Shixing and Lagrazan people. They said they need to talk to the two great mages alone, and the information connection room is ready," Marquis said without raising his head. Upon hearing this, Imogen immediately turned his eyes to Hesha, and Hesha also looked at Imogen at the same time, but neither of them said a word. After exchanging glances, they stood up and walked towards another portal in the room. After passing through the portal, the two came to a relatively closed room. The room was not big, only a few dozen square meters. There were tables and chairs in the middle of the room, and on the wall facing the tables and chairs was a huge screen. After the two sat down on the table and chairs, Hesha raised her hand and drew a character on the table, and then the screen on the far wall suddenly flashed, and 2 pictures appeared. On the left was the Lagrazan commander Seema. On the right was the Shixing commander Odom. Hesha glanced at them seductively and said, "You two led warships to our planet in Kanaya without even saying hello. Are you trying to start an interstellar war?" "Interstellar war? Ha ha ha." Seema suddenly laughed a few times and said, "Grand Mage Hesha, does that mean you don't welcome us?" Seema still looked calm as he said this. After a long sigh, he said, "Of course there won't be an interstellar war, but I heard that an alien planet may invading Kanaya, so I came here with Commander Odom to helping Kanaya overcome the difficulties." Hesha snorted softly when she heard this, narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked disdainful, not believing what the other party said at all. Imogen naturally saw it as well. After looking at the screen, he said, "Don't waste time talking nonsense. Just say what you want to say." Upon hearing this, Seema laughed twice again and said, "Well, that's refreshing, but let Commander Odom tell you our purpose." Odom looked calm and said directly, I got the news that Nkinaya recently got a master alchemist, so we came here and want your master alchemist to help us refine some pills. Of course, we have prepared the materials. Upon hearing this, Imogene's expression suddenly became solemn. The muscles on his face moved slightly, and his eyes showed a sharp look. Chapter 180, Time, Space and Summoning. Odom didn't care about Imogene's expression. He snorted and said, I just came from Fuller Star. It's no secret that you have an alchemy master. Besides, we just asked him to help refine some pills. We have no other intentions. To be honest, no one can tell which star system the alien wandering planet will enter this time. You all know how important the reserve of pills is. The distance between our star systems is not far. Are we really going to make it so that an interstellar war breaks out? Odom's voice became more severe. Imogen couldn't help but get angry. He suddenly stood up from the table and stared at the two people on the screen with a pair of angry eyes. But when he was about to say something, Hesha beside him suddenly laughed twice. So you want to borrow our master to help you refine pills? This is not enough to rise to the level of an interstellar war. Hesha's words puzzled Imogen, who was about to get angry, and his eyes looked directly at Hesha. After Hesha winked at Imogen, she continued, it's okay to make pills, but I have to explain some things in advance. Our alchemist can only make a limited number of pills per day. In addition to the materials and alchemy equipment you bring, you have to pay extra fees. When Imogen heard about the payment, his expression immediately eased a lot. When he looked at the two people on the screen, he immediately showed displeasure. Fee. No problem, no problem. As long as you agree to make pills, the fee is negotiable. Our fleet is very close to your Nkinaya, so let's talk about it in detail after we arrive in Nkinaya. Odom said coldly, and as soon as he finished speaking, he disconnected the video communication. Seema on the side said no more, and snorted and closed the communication. The screen went dark immediately, and everything was interrupted. At this time, Hesha turned her eyes to Imogen and said, hurry up and contact Nugent to see how he is doing, and when he can return. Imogen looked thoughtful and nodded gently. At this moment, the magic source gradually fell, the sky had dimmed, and the night was about to fall. The Nkinaya star was particularly beautiful in the evening. The horizon where the magic source fell was the shadow of the mountain, as if the dazzling star was swallowed by the mountain. In the courtyard of the ancient source area, the door of the storage room of the time and space tribe slowly opened, and Li Ming walked out of it. After closing the door, he walked quickly to the third floor attic. Li Ming, who entered the attic, did not stop at all. He went directly from the portal to the third floor. He turned around and raised his hand to add an alarm device to the portal, and then returned to the inner room. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Li Ming's eyes slowly closed. The intelligent civilization is indeed one of the strongest civilizations. The abilities of each tribe are really incredible. As he muttered to himself, Li Ming's mind began to recall what he had just recorded. In the afternoon, Li Ming carefully checked all 6 storage rooms. Some of the star records were directly recorded in his mind. At night, when no one was around, Li Ming naturally had to recall the abilities. The first thing that came to his mind was the Spacetime tribe. There was only one star record in the storage room of this tribe, which also recorded the powerful abilities of the Spacetime tribe. The production of portals is the basic ability of the Spacetime tribe, and it is also a low-level ability. Other tribes can basically learn it, as long as they are intelligent civilizations. However, this portal also has many doors, and is complex and changeable. The portals that Li Ming had collected on Mars were entry-level portals. Li Ming quickly mastered this ability after watching the star records, and above this are advanced portals and long-distance portals. There are many kinds of advanced portals, including the automatic teleportation that Li Ming encountered in the ruins of Io, which is like a trap and extremely powerful. It also includes the portal in the Fixie secret realm of Fuller Star, which requires high-intensity identification to teleport. The production of these portals is not difficult for Li Ming, as long as there are materials. The main ability of the long-distance portal is ultra-long-distance transmission, which consumes huge energy, and the production materials are complex and difficult. However, these are for ordinary intelligent civilizations. Li Ming, who has the 6 domain star card, can naturally handle it easily. The main reason is that the materials are not easy to obtain. Li Ming can become a master of alchemy and synthesis, relying on the enhanced ability of the 6 domain star card, so his learning and cultivation ability is incomparable to ordinary people. The more difficult abilities of the space-time tribe also require Li Ming to spend some time to study. The abilities of the space-time tribe are varied. Because Li Ming only found 1 star card in the storage room, there are only 2 high-level abilities mentioned in it. One is teleportation, and the other is space-time castle. Teleportation is to activate energy, to move the body over a long distance in an instant. The distance and position of the movement are determined by the practitioner's proficiency and the amount of energy. At the same time, this ability will bring a huge burden to the body, and it is difficult to complete continuous multiple uses. The time and space castle is even more complicated. This ability is to use materials to build a private space, and this space exists in the form of multiple world barriers and can be retracted and released at will. However, the materials of this time and space castle are scarce and the production is complicated, which is beyond Li Ming's ability. After reading the content of the star book roughly, Li Ming sighed slightly. Teleportation requires Li Ming to practice carefully. Even if it takes time, this ability is still very important. Li Ming tries his best to find materials to make long-distance portals and high-level portals. As for the time and space castle, it can only be put aside for the time being. After thinking about the time and space tribe, the next one is the summoning tribe. There are many star books in the storage room of this tribe. There are more than a dozen pieces from low to high levels. Li Ming also took a long time to record them all. Now after recalling the content bit by bit, Li Ming couldn't help but smile strangely. Summoning is divided into many levels. The higher the level, the more difficult it is. However, no matter what level of summoning, 2 basic abilities are required. One is the Beastman illustrations, and the other is mental power. This is a basic ability that a summoning master must have. The illustrations are of course not to be mentioned. The Beastman star book that Li Ming obtained in the ruins of Io is the Beastman illustrations left by the ancient geocentric civilization. Mental power is also one of the civilization abilities that Li Ming possesses. Of course, Li Ming also has a powerful wisdom eye. These 2 basic abilities have virtually given Li Ming the foundation of a powerful summoning master. Although there is a foundation, it is not so easy to become a qualified summoner. After all, summoning is an ability that transcends time, space, and space. It is complex and difficult. Among them, 3 ways of summoning are mentioned. The first is psychic summoning. Using the illustrations that have been mastered, determine the target of the summoning, and then communicate with it through mental power. After obtaining the consent of the summoned object, the 2 cooperate to complete the summoning across time and space. The second is sacrifice summoning. When the summoner does not have mental power and cannot communicate with the summoned object, he can obtain the other party's permission and complete the summoning by offering sacrifices. After reading these 2 summoning methods, Li Ming shook his head directly because both methods have huge disadvantages. The first method requires strong energy as a drive, and the energy consumption is beyond Li Ming's ability to bear. The second method of sacrifice is also a headache for Li Ming, and it is relatively troublesome and impractical. The third summoning method soon entered Li Ming's field of vision. The third method requires mental power with communication ability, and then collects dark matter to open the other world channel with the anti-gravity of dark energy. This method is the simplest, most direct and most practical summoning method, but it is also the most complicated. First of all, you must prepare enough dark matter and synthesize the wormhole array, and the wormhole array is a channel connecting the summoned world and the summoner world. After mastering this channel, use consciousness to pass through the channel to enter the other world. The other world is the same as the parallel world in the multiple world. The difference is that the other world is an independent world, similar to the spiritual world. Use mental power to find creatures that can be summoned in this world and achieve the purpose of summoning at any time. Seeing this, Li Ming showed a complicated expression and thought to himself, this third method obviously has the lowest cost and risk, but it requires a synthetic wormhole array. Chapter 181 Magic Potion Ingredients. It is not possible to become a wormhole summoner in a short time. Li Ming can only wait until the time is right to find materials in this area. For now, he can only put it aside. After reading the abilities of the summoning tribe, the only ability left is the ability of the magic tribe. Although Li Ming carefully checked all 6 storage rooms, there were no star books in the storage rooms of the elemental tribe and the witchcraft tribe. Li Ming also thought about the reason carefully. Now the only 2 tribes left of the Inquisition people are the element and witchcraft. The star books of various levels must have been taken away for their disciples to practice, so Li Ming got nothing. The next is the star book of the mystery tribe. Although the content inside was recorded, Li Ming could not grasp the content at his current level, so he could only put it aside temporarily. The only thing he could continue to read now was the star book of the magic tribe. Magic is the tribe that attracts Li Ming the most. The magic ability of this tribe is mixed with many alien technologies, and the various abilities make people yearn for it. Magical ability belongs to the tribe of reconnaissance ability. The main attack power comes from electromagnetic waves condensed by energy. There are 2 ways of attack. The simplest one is to directly convert energy into electromagnetic waves and shoot the enemy. The power depends entirely on how much energy is used. Another way is slightly more complicated, which is energy transformation. The energy is transformed into a certain animal or bird, and then converted into electromagnetic waves, to explode after approaching the target, causing damage to the target. Seeing these 2 ways of attack, Li Ming suddenly remembered something, and said to himself, this ability is very similar to Ishmael's attack. When he was on the 2nd floor of the Io ruins, Ishmael first attacked Li Ming with electromagnetic waves, and later used the energy transformed eagle to attack. Now think about it, it is similar to these 2 magical attack abilities. After all, Ishmael is a Moses, and Moses is also an intelligent civilization, so there is nothing strange about it. Compared with a single attack ability, the most powerful ability of the magic tribe is manufacturing, using special materials to synthesize invisible substances, so that this substance has the ability to assist in stealth, which can be used on warships, spacecraft, armored clothing, so as to sneak in, escape, sneak attack, etc. However, the materials for making invisible substances are relatively scarce, and the process is complicated and difficult. In addition to invisible materials, the magic tribe also has many manufacturing experiments, such as water bags that can hold the vast ocean, and wind vents that can control the weather. These strange methods make Li Ming amazed. I have heard that high-level alien civilizations can control the weather before, but I didn't expect it to be true. In addition, another ability of the magic tribe is camouflage, changing their appearance so that they can easily blend into other civilizations. This camouflage is also a product of alien technology, also known as magic potion. From a human perspective, no ability can be explained, but from a high-level civilization, these abilities can be understood. After reading the abilities of various tribes in his mind, Li Ming already had his own plans in his mind. If he can learn, he will practice slowly, and if he can't learn, he will talk about it later. Unknowingly, a whole night has passed, the magic source rises again, and a warm light covers the earth again, and Enka and I are ushered in the most ordinary day. Li Ming came to the portal on the 1st floor, stretched out his hand and casually swiped a character on it, then walked in directly. With a flash of light, Li Ming's figure had appeared in the backyard of the attic. Taking out the ancient source order, Li Ming took the lead in entering the warehouse of alchemy materials. Now Li Ming can freely use the materials in front of him to refine any elixir he wants, and he does not have to hand it over to the Grand Mage. With Barnes as an excuse to learn from each other, most of the refined elixirs will go into Li Ming's pocket. Hesher and Imogen also know very well that learning alchemy and learning synthesis are very material consuming. However, with Li Ming's alchemy method, the success rate is naturally 100%. Li Ming was immersed in the alchemy warehouse for the whole morning. It was not until noon that Li Ming walked out of the alchemy warehouse with satisfaction, but his figure did not stop at all, and walked directly into the synthetic material warehouse opposite. As the door of the warehouse opened, many materials appeared in front of him at once, including Zingi, Zingayu, Zingayan, and other rare materials. More importantly, there were also many materials from the space-time tribe. Most of the materials of the space-time tribe were used to make portals. Li Ming selected some important materials and put them into the star capsule. Although Li Ming already had portals on his body, they were all low level. The purpose of collecting these materials was to improve his own portals. When selecting materials, a rather strange cabinet appeared in front of Li Ming. This cabinet was 2 meters high, 4 meters wide, and had 4 layers. The purple appearance quickly attracted Li Ming's attention. With a slight turn of his eyes and a wave of his arm, all the doors of the cabinet opened, and some bottles and jars appeared in front of Li Ming. These things were transparent, but the material was not glass, but some other materials. The transparent container was more than 1 foot high, and it contained some strange liquids. Some of these liquids were white, and some were green. They were distributed in different containers. Li Ming walked over slowly, and looked at them curiously. Li Ming had never seen liquid materials before. With a wave of his right hand, one of the jars of white liquid floated into Li Ming's hand. With a gentle touch of his left hand, he opened the lid of the jar. Suddenly, a stench like that of a rotting corpse floated out. Li Ming quickly closed the lid and frowned. He raised his hand and was about to put the object back, but as soon as he raised his hand, Li Ming suddenly remembered something. He retracted his arm and took the jar in front of his eyes again, opened the lid again, and heard the stench again. This is the material for the disguise potion? As he muttered to himself, Li Ming's eyes kept looking at the jar in his hand, and his eyeballs moved slightly, and he looked at a bottle on the cabinet. The 1-foot-high bottle was full of red liquid. After Li Ming put the jar in his hand back into the cabinet, he took out a bottle and took off the lid directly with his left hand. This time, Li Ming was mentally prepared, but after smelling the smell, his expression tightened. He shrank back and quickly sealed the lid again. I didn't expect there are so many materials from the magic tribe. Well, I'll take them first. Whispering, Li Ming raised his hand and the star capsule appeared in his hand. A blue light curtain scattered from the star capsule and instantly covered the entire cabinet. When the blue light faded, all the bottles and jars had been put into the star capsule by Li Ming. Li Ming looked around and continued to look at other materials in the warehouse, mainly to see if there were any that he could use. The items in this warehouse were quite complete. In addition to the synthetic materials of Zingayao, there were also many star altars, and there were many things beyond Li Ming's cognition. After all, an existence like Inkinaya with an ancient tribal civilization must have too many things that Li Ming didn't know. After selecting the materials, Li Ming left directly. After walking out of the warehouse, Li Ming walked along the black path to the portal at the end. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and swiped it. After a few seconds, the portal flashed with light and Li Ming walked directly in. When Li Ming's figure appeared again, he was already in a cave. Chapter 182, Still Reluctant. The cave was where Barnes was imprisoned, but Barnes had become a pile of bones. Li Ming could only use his name to synthesize some materials himself. Li Ming himself was a master of synthesis, which was unknown to Hesher and Imogene. Of course, Li Ming would not easily tell anyone this secret. In high-level civilizations, there were basically no masters who had two abilities at the same time. They either specialized in alchemy or synthesis. Li Ming was an outlier and was extremely rare. At the same time, the strength of the foreign civilization was not enough to cultivate such a master. With the materials selected from the warehouse, Li Ming came to the location of Barnes' skeleton along the right passage and started his own synthesis. For an afternoon, Li Ming did not leave the cave for a single step. He devoted all his mind to synthesis. This afternoon, Li Ming also gained a lot. 10 stars, several advanced portals, and camouflage potions were also configured. Although the camouflage potion was configured, it was still a semi-finished product and could not be used directly. The reason was related to the use of the potion. Combine the sample of the item you want to disguise with a drop of potion, then take it, and the effect will appear. Li Ming doesn't need this potion at the moment, so he carefully put it away after preparing it. He already has the star glory, and there is no shortage of star altars in the warehouse. There is no need to worry about the power of the nebula. There is no doubt that Li Ming now has the ability to advance to the 8th level civilization, but the time is not right. If he advances rashly, he will inevitably attract the attention of the Grand Mage, and it is not certain what will happen at that time. After thinking again and again, Li Ming can only put away the synthesized items first, and then make plans. Although he synthesized 10-star glory, Li Ming can't take all of them for himself, and he still has to contribute some to the Grand Mage. Although he was very dissatisfied, he had no choice. After all, when you are under someone else's roof, you can't help but bow your head. With all the synthesized items, Li Ming walked out of the passage. Just as he was about to leave, Li Ming stopped again and glanced at the passage on the left again. That was where Walker was imprisoned. This bold cat was also a star beast after all, but a day had passed, and he didn't know if the other party had eaten the beast soul pill he left behind. With this curiosity, Li Ming opened the barrier of the left passage and walked into the passage again. At the end of the passage, the cage in the spacious space was particularly conspicuous. Li Ming did not approach, but just looked at it from a distance. His sharp eyes soon saw the beast soul pill he had put in earlier. This guy didn't eat it? Is he really waiting to die? Li Ming showed a surprised look. For Walker, this pill is extremely important. It can not only heal the pain on his body, but also has great benefits for the body. The other party is obviously very weak, but he is not moved by it. Doesn't the other party recognize this pill? Impossible. With the cognition of the star beast, there is no reason not to recognize it. So, this guy's really waiting to die. Li Ming said to himself in his heart, but he couldn't figure out the reason. This star beast is really a strange species. After looking at it a few more times, Li Ming turned around and left without staying any longer. It was already night when he left the cave. Li Ming returned to the 3rd floor of the attic through the portal. Li Ming didn't need to rest during the long night, so he had to use the abundant energy in his body. Li Ming needed to spend some time to practice the teleportation ability of the space-time tribe. In addition, Li Ming also needed to practice many abilities of the magic tribe. He made full use of the time at night. One night passed in a blink of an eye. When the sun rose, Li Ming took the materials to make pills and synthesize them again. At night, he returned to the attic to practice star registration. However, Li Ming would go to see Walker every time before leaving the cave. However, the situation was still the same. Walker did not take Li Ming's beast soul pill. Over and over again, Li Ming's life was like this for 7 days in a blink of an eye. The things in the warehouse were getting less and less, and Li Ming had more and more pills and advanced items. Walker was still the same, but a little weaker. After these 7 days, Li Ming's star level abilities have been improved. Everything is in order. That night, Li Ming sat quietly in the small room on the 3rd floor of the attic, thinking about the problem of Walker. Now Li Ming has the ability to synthesize elixirs and has made some achievements in star level cultivation. The only thing to be solved is Walker. After all, Li Ming does not want to give up this star beast easily. Thinking in his mind, Li Ming suddenly flicked his sleeves. A white light flashed, and more rolled out. Li Ming looked at Mo strangely and said coldly, "Mo, I haven't seen you in these days. What are you busy with in this beast cloud habitat?" Mo seemed not to hear it, and scratched the ground with a pair of chicken claws. "Are you avoiding me intentionally?" Li Ming's voice changed, and he said with a bit of severity. Mo's figure suddenly paused, as if his heart was touched. After a few chuckles, he stammered, "No, right, anyway, you don't need me now, so I won't bother you. Isn't that good?" Li Ming chuckled twice, and a white light flashed in the palm of his right hand, and a beast soul pill appeared in his hand. "Since you have performed so well, I will reward you with a beast soul pill," Li Ming said with a smile. But when Ma heard about the beast soul pill, his eyes suddenly widened a little, and his stiff head slowly turned to Li Ming. "That's unnecessary. You and I have already connected the blood contract, and I will take this pill." "No, I mean." Ma frowned at the end of his words, obviously not liking this beast soul pill. Li Ming naturally saw the other party's intention, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, "It seems that you are very concerned about the consciousness in the beast soul pill. Since you and I have connected the blood contract, why are you afraid of this pill?" Li Ming was a little unhappy. Mo hesitated for a moment before saying, the consciousness in this pill has absolute control. I'd better not eat it. Li Ming couldn't help but chuckle again. He had figured out the reason. After thinking about it, he said, Mo, this pill will help you advance and grow. It just increases the closeness between you and me. Don't you really want to be with me? Mo fell into silence. After a moment, he said, you are a low-level civilization. Maybe one day your nebula will be shattered. I'd better make some plans for my future. As soon as these words came out, Li Ming's face instantly darkened. He looked at Mo fiercely and said, since you said so, I'll say it out loud. As long as I'm alive, I won't treat you unfairly, nor will I force you to restrain me. Since you and I connected the blood contract, have I ever made things difficult for you? Although I'm at a lower level now, I will definitely enter a higher level civilization one day. Aren't you just a low level star beast now? Isn't it good for us to grow together? Li Ming said kindly, but Mer still seemed unwilling. This made Li Ming a little dissatisfied. He originally thought that Mer would treat him sincerely, but he didn't expect that he was still so reluctant. Well, since you don't want to follow me, I won't make it difficult for you. As long as you help me do one thing, I will consider letting you go. Li Ming said so, after thinking for a while. Really? Mer suddenly showed a look of joy, staring at Li Ming with his eyes. Li Ming nodded slightly. Okay, tell me, what can I do for you? Mer looked at Li Ming with excitement and wanted to know what Li Ming wanted him to do. Li Ming was not in a hurry. He clenched and opened his palm. The previous beast soul pill disappeared, replaced by a star bag. There are some beast soul pills in here. You don't have to eat them, but you have to let Walker eat them all. If Walker doesn't eat them, you have to eat them yourself. In short, you two must finish taking these pills. As he spoke, Li Ming raised his hand and threw the pills to Mo. Mo raised his wings and took the star bag. He was shocked when he felt it. There were 19 pills in the star bag. This is too much. Mo looked worried and looked at Li Ming again. Li Ming closed his eyes, looked calm, and said, you can do it yourself. I have already explained the matter. Mo turned his eyes to look at the star bag on his wings, with a hesitant expression on his face. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Chicken Flying and Cat Jumping. Okay, I'll go. Mo gritted his teeth and said in a serious manner, thinking in his heart, for freedom, I have to give it a try. After saying that, Mo turned and walked out of the house. Seeing Mo leaving, Li Ming opened his tightly closed eyes a little, glanced at the direction where Mo left, and then closed them again. At this moment, in the space outside Inkinaya, more than a dozen spaceships were quietly parked in place. These spaceships were warships from Shixing and Lagrazan. After communicating with Inkinaya, they were approved to enter the planet. The appearance of the two giant spaceships suddenly flashed, as if a layer of bright film passed through the surface of the spaceship, and then a space wave flashed across the surface of the spaceship. With a muffled sound of bang, the two spaceships disappeared at the same time, and the next moment, two empty spaces on Inkinaya suddenly flashed with light and arcs, and the two spaceships that disappeared in space had appeared here. Several beams of dazzling lights on the ground focused on the two spaceships, and a group of aliens were already waiting quietly in the distance below the spaceships, led by Imogen and Hesha. Two blue beams shot down from the spaceships, with two people in each beam, namely Odom, the commander of the Shixing battleship, and Lieutenant Colonel Sage, as well as Seema, the commander of the Lagrazan Star, and General Lexami. As soon as the four people landed, Imogen and Hesha went to meet them. Imogen, you, the great magician, have gained a lot from the trip to the Io ruins. Seema said as soon as they met. Gain? Commander Seema is joking. We are just like you all. We have gained nothing. So how can we talk about a lot of gains? Imogen replied coldly. Seema glanced at the other party lightly, not caring, but not wanting to argue, and said, okay, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it. We came here just for the elixir this time. Let's talk about it. Hesha's eyes turned, as if she remembered something. After looking at Marquis beside her, she smiled lightly and said, "Please come in. This is not a place to talk." Hesha pointed to a building not far away. Seema and Odom walked over quickly without being polite. After a while, the group came to a closed room through the portal. Except for the 4 9th level civilizations, the rest of the people stayed outside. On a meteorite table, the 4 sat opposite each other. I won't repeat the purpose of this visit. As long as we can refine the best elixir, we are willing to pay some price. Odom looked at Imogen and Hesha in front of him and said lightly. Hesha nodded slightly and said with a smile, "In that case, I will tell you what I have to say. We are all 9th level civilizations, and we are only a little short of 1st level civilization, so you should know what we need most." Seema's face changed slightly, but before he could say anything, Odom suddenly sat up straight and said, "You mean, power of flowing clouds, and, glorious moon?" Hesha waved her hand and said, "Commander Odom, you are too polite. These 2 items are not something we can easily touch. Although they are necessary for us to advance to 1st level civilization, I will not make such an unreasonable request. Not to mention those of us sitting here, even the entire outer system may not have such things. What we want is just the materials for alchemy and synthesis." Hesha said slowly. Odom looked puzzled when he heard this, and his eyes turned to look at Seema beside him. Seema also looked puzzled and looked back at Odom. Hesha saw what the two were thinking and continued. "In short, in addition to the materials you need to make the pills, you will also have to pay for the extra materials as fees." With that, Seema and Odom understood. Seema frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Odom's eyebrows twitched and he asked, "Hesha, I understand what you said, but we still need to calculate the details in detail, such as the quality of your master's pills, the success rate, etc., and then calculate the fees that should be paid." Hesha smiled slightly, as if she knew that the other party would mention this. She raised her palm slightly, and a pill appeared in her hand. "This nebula pill was recently made by our master alchemist. You can take a look at the quality first." As she spoke, Hesha had already placed the pill on the table. Seema and Odom were deeply attracted by it after just a cursory glance. Their surprised expressions kept changing, their mouths slightly opened, their tongues clenched, and they were even a little bit unbelievable. Hesha saw all these expressions, and then said, "This quality of pill has a 50% success rate. There will be no such top-level alchemy master in the entire nearby galaxy." 50%? Seema suddenly shouted, but after noticing his own gaffe, he immediately closed his mouth. Odom nodded with satisfaction. His eyes returned to Hesha, and said, "If that's the case, then paying extra materials as fees is naturally acceptable." Hesha smiled with satisfaction, and looked at Imogen. Imogen naturally showed a happy smile. After all, everything was going according to the previous budget. The main purpose of charging materials as fees is to allow Li Ming and Barnes to learn from each other. After all, this method of cultivating masters consumes materials extremely. Next, the 4 people began to discuss the issue of fees, and bargaining was naturally inevitable. While the discussion was going on here, Li Ming still closed his eyes in the 3-story room in the attic, filtering some of the contents of the Magic Star book in his mind. Teleportation Li Ming has mastered, but he needs to practice more in the future to increase his strength. The electromagnetic waves of the magic tribe are still a little unfamiliar to Li Ming, so he will naturally practice well in his spare time. While Li Ming was practicing like this, deep in the cave in the backyard of the attic, Moore stood in front of a cage, staring at Walker in the cage in a daze. "This kind of elixir can help you restore your body and make you stronger, just like me now, look." While speaking, Moore swung his chicken wings a few times, showing his muscles, and at the same time, his claws walked back and forth on the ground vigorously. "See, my strong body is formed by taking this elixir every day. I used to be weaker than you. Since taking this elixir, I can not only fly higher, but also run faster." While speaking, Moore sometimes flapped his wings and flew up, and sometimes ran quickly in the empty cave. "How is it? You've seen it all. As long as you take it continuously, I guarantee that you will definitely be the same as me." After saying so much, "Have a try." Moore blinked his eyes and said with a smile, while a chicken wing had already handed out a pill. Walker lay quietly on the ground, motionless. His lifeless eyes glanced at Moore, and then closed again. Moore couldn't help but frown, a little worried, and his eyes rolled around, and couldn't help but ponder. Brother, you and I are the same species, at least be accommodating. Why do you have to make trouble for your own life? Are you worried about the side effects of this pill? Or are you worried about the taste? As long as you ask, we can improve it. Moore continued to talk while holding the pill, but Walker still closed his eyes and looked unmoved. Hiss. Is this guy so stubborn? Moore said to himself, frowning and supporting his chin with a chicken wing. A few seconds later, Moore came to the cage, looked at the gap between the cages, and squeezed in directly. After entering the cage, Moore patted Walker's body with his wings and said, Brother, I have introduced so much just now. Now I will teach you how to take this kind of elixir. Just watch. Moore was already imitating with the elixir, and his mouth was not idle. First, take out the elixir, then tilt your head back, and open your mouth. At this time, pay attention, this is the key. Take the elixir above your mouth. Moore gestured and explained, and Walker glanced at him with disdain, and swept his tail lightly, slapping Moore's body. After doing this action, as long as your hand loosens, Moore felt something hit his back, and his body shook, and the chicken wing holding the elixir loosened, and the elixir went directly into the open mouth. Because it was a tilted head action, the elixir fell directly into the throat. With a gurgle, the pill went down Moore's throat, and directly into his stomach. With such a swallowing method, there was no chance to spit it out. I just ate that pill. Moore suddenly opened his eyes and mouth wide, and kept making cough 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 sounds, but it was of no use at all. It was impossible to spit it out. After a crazy cough, sometimes he would put the chicken wing deep into his mouth, stand upside down, and roll on the ground. After a long time of tossing and turning, Moore realized that he had really swallowed the pill. Walker glanced at Moore with contempt, ignoring him at all. At this time, Moore's eyes had stopped on Walker. His eyes were furious, and his trembling mouth opened slightly, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and a few words popped out from his teeth. Die. Bald. Cat. As soon as the voice fell, a chicken wing quickly stretched out and opened Walker's mouth, and at the same time, another chicken wing directly took a pill and threw it in fiercely. This was done in one go, at a very fast speed, and it went straight into Walker's throat like a slam dunk, without giving him a chance to react. After doing this, Moore lifted Walker's head with his wings, and pressed it against his mouth, shaking it wildly. While doing this so wildly, Moore gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely, swallow it. Swallow it. Swallow it for me. After a gurgle sound, Walker felt something go down his throat, and into his stomach, before he could react. After realizing that Walker had swallowed the pill, Moore let go with satisfaction, threw Walker's head back to the ground, and smiled triumphantly. However, Walker, who had already reacted, suddenly became abnormal. He slowly stood up from the ground, and looked at Moore with eyes that seemed to be emitting sparks, while his trembling lips continued to reveal his white and sharp teeth. Chapter 184, Advancement Request. Ouch. An angry growl was heard. Moore seemed to sense something was wrong, and turned around to escape from the cage, but it was too late. Walker grabbed Moore with a strong pounce. Suddenly, there were endless clucking and wow sounds, and the cat and the chicken started to fight madly. In a blink of an eye, the whole cage was covered with smoke and dust. The figures of the two guys could not be seen at all. Only intermittent calls and the sound of body collision and friction could be heard. The silent night passed in a blink of an eye. Li Ming slowly opened his eyes in the room. The sun shone in from the window. It was already early morning. Just when he was about to do something, Li Ming suddenly paused. He had noticed something. He walked out of the room quickly and pointed at the portal. A green light shot out from his fingertips. After the green light hit the portal, a strong light flashed, and the alarm device was lifted. Then a figure walked out. When Li Ming saw this person, he hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. The person who came was Imogene. As soon as he saw Li Ming, Imogene chuckled and slowly sat down at the table in the room. How have you and Barnes learned from each other these days? Imogene asked as soon as he sat down. Li Ming nodded slightly and replied, a lot of materials have been consumed, but this synthesis still hasn't made much progress. I can only blame my disciple for being stupid. Imogene waved his hand and replied, it's not your fault. Things like alchemy and synthesis are inherently very difficult. It's impossible to become a master overnight, but as long as there is progress, it's always good. I came here today mainly for 2 reasons. First, the materials for your mutual learning have been found. After all, those in the warehouse are far from enough. Second, you need to hurry up and refine some pills, because these materials need to be exchanged for pills. Imogene said lightly. Li Ming didn't understand, and after hesitating for a while, he said, the pills are being refined every day. I wonder how much the Grand Mage needs. We don't have much material left in our warehouse. Imogene nodded slowly and said, I know that. I will give you the materials for refining the pills separately. You don't have to worry about that. The quantity is also very large. I'm afraid you will have to work hard these days. Li Ming smiled lightly, his eyes turned slightly, and said, it is naturally the disciple's duty to serve the Grand Mage, but if the quantity is very large. Imogene seemed to see that Li Ming was in trouble and said with a smile, what's the matter? Are there any difficulties? If so, just say it. As long as it is beneficial to refining the pill, I will try my best to satisfy you. Li Ming was still hesitant after hearing this, as if he didn't know how to start the conversation about something. Imogene couldn't tell what Li Ming was thinking, but he also noticed that Li Ming seemed to be in some difficulty, so he said again, is there anything you can't tell me? Li Ming smiled bitterly, and then reluctantly said, then I will dare to say it. It's okay to speak frankly. It's like this, alchemy consumes a lot of energy of the alchemist. The energy of my 7th level civilization is limited. If the amount is too large, it may not be able to meet the needs of the great magician. Li Ming hesitated and said cautiously. Imogene paused and his face changed slightly. He didn't say anything immediately, but fell into deep thought. Thinking about something in his mind, his eyes kept looking at Li Ming, and he was already hesitant. Seeing this, Li Ming looked trembling, but seeing that the other party was not angry, but hesitated, it was obvious that Li Ming's proposal had some hope. He slowly raised his right hand, and 2 star bags were already in his hand. He bent over and handed the star bags to Imogene, saying, these are the elixirs and synthesized starlights that I have refined these days. Although Barnes and I are still learning from each other, we still refined some under his guidance. Oh. Imogene quickly took the 2 star bags. After sensing the contents, Imogene's expression changed immediately, and his eyes widened a little. These are all refined by you these days. The contents of the star bag seemed to make Imogene very satisfied, and he said in surprise. Li Ming nodded quickly and replied, because we have reached an agreement to learn from each other. Although I often fail when I learn, Barnes will succeed when he demonstrates himself. So I will keep these things and give them to you. Good, very good, ha. That, by the way, I have noted the problem of insufficient energy you mentioned just now. I will go back and discuss it with Grand Mage Hesher in a short time. I will come to inform you in person when I have the result. While speaking, Imogene stood up, looked at the star bag in his hand excitedly, and left quickly. Li Ming still bowed to see him off, but did not enter the portal with him. Seeing the other party disappear behind the portal, Li Ming felt a little uneasy. If Imogene agrees to Li Ming's advancement, then everyone will be happy, but if he disagrees, then Li Ming may not have the opportunity to advance again in the future. If Imogene does not agree to my advancement to the 8th level civilization, then I must find a way to leave Inkinaya. Whispering in his heart, Li Ming pondered secretly. At this moment, in the cage deep in the cave, Moore leaned against the iron cage, his body covered with bite marks, his wings spread out weakly on both sides, and his eyes looked angrily at Walker not far away. Walker's face was full of scratches from Moore's chicken claws, and he stared at Moore fiercely. Burp. Moore burped and looked at the chicken wing on the right. There was a pill on the tip of the wing. Walker licked his mouth, and there was also a pill on the back of one of his cat's paws. The damn bald cat is really tough, Moore whispered to himself, and after looking at the pill on the tip of his wing, his eyes immediately turned fierce, and he said viciously, this last pill. I have to make you eat it. As he said this, Moore jumped up and stood up, his eyes blazing with fire, as if he was going to continue fighting. But Walker looked at him with contempt, and with a slap in his palm, the pill on the back of his hand bounced directly, and then his palm turned over and caught the pill with his palm. Without letting Moore get close, Walker opened his mouth and threw the pill in his palm into his mouth and swallowed it. This action made Moore's eyes widen, and he smiled with satisfaction. If I had known this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Walker blinked his eyes, glanced at Moore with disdain, and replied, "We each ate half of the pill you brought. One more or one less is not much. What are you proud of?" After saying this, Moore was stunned for a moment, as if he suddenly thought of something. His face turned pale in an instant, his expression was frozen, and his mouth was slightly open and unable to close. "Yes, I was going to let it eat it, and then part ways with Li Ming, but I actually ate it." Moore regretted it with a depressed look. Walker, on the other hand, let it go. He looked at Moore with disdain and said, "No matter whose consciousness is in the pill, we can't escape now. This pill has indeed restored my body a lot, and it has already shown a growth reaction. The most important thing is, energy is constantly gathering in the body. If you continue to take it, you can advance. Why don't you give me the pill in your hand?" Walker said lightly. His previous stubbornness was gone, and there seemed to be more desire for the pill in his eyes. Moore's eyes could not help but look at the only pill left in his hand. He quickly opened his mouth and swallowed it, as if he was afraid that Walker would snatch it away. Humph. Looking at Moore's actions, Walker snorted coldly, still lying quietly on the ground, his eyes slightly closed. Chapter 185. Agree to advance. At noon, Imogen walked into the gate of the ancient source area again. At this time, Eugenia was talking to Li Ming in front of the elements storage room. "What are you talking about?" Imogen said quietly. Li Ming and Eugenia quickly turned around and saluted to Imogen. Without waiting for Li Ming to speak, Eugenia spoke first. "We are discussing the issue of items borrowed out of the storage room." When Eugenia said this, she giggled several times and continued, "I just saw the collection and borrowing catalog of each storage room, so I wanted to confirm the return time of each item." "Oh." Imogen smiled with satisfaction and said, "It is indeed time to do so, otherwise some star books and weapons will easily be lost." However, old wizard Eugenia has been in charge of the ancient source area for many years and is experienced. These matters should be handled by the old wizard. As for Li Ming, he should focus more on the elixir. Li Ming hurriedly saluted again and replied, "Disciple understands. Well, let the old wizard do the work in hand first. You follow me. I have something important to give you." As Imogen said, his figure had already walked towards the attic. Li Ming did not dare to hesitate. He briefly explained to Eugenia and quickly followed. Entering the attic hall, Imogen's face suddenly became solemn. He sat down at the table and stared at Li Ming with his eyes, as if he was going to blame Li Ming. Li Ming vaguely detected the change in the other party's face and immediately looked cautious and did not dare to say more. Imogen sighed and said, "Li Ming, I have discussed your advancement to the 8th level civilization with the great magician Hesher. Considering the needs of alchemy, we all agree that you can enter the 8th level civilization, but..." Li Ming was delighted at first, but when he heard the word "but," his smile immediately disappeared, and he still showed some nervousness. "It's like this. According to the monitoring of our Inkina headquarters, the alien planet will pass by the edge of the magic source system, and will not enter the magic source system, so it will not pose a threat to us." Imogen continued. Li Ming's expression changed when he heard this. Although he didn't say anything, this was good news. After thinking for a while, Imogen hesitated for a few seconds and then said, "But we have also detected that there are a lot of synthetic materials on this planet. According to the test, there is a high probability that there are a lot of star flames on this planet. So, even if this planet does not enter the magic source system, we have to consider landing on this planet to collect some materials. If you advance to the 8th level civilization now, you may have to go with us. If you don't advance, you don't have to go this trip, but when we come back, we will still help you advance, so, you have to consider it." Imogen said lightly. His eyes kept looking at Li Ming. Li Ming frowned after listening, and looked at Imogen in confusion. His confused eyes did not understand the meaning of this for a while. Imogen seemed to see Li Ming's doubts. He smiled and said, "Li Ming, this is mainly for your safety. if we really go to the alien planet, we, the great magicians, are not an insignificant. If people from other galaxies have any bad intentions to capture you, then we will suffer a huge loss. After all, it is very rare to find a master of alchemy like you. Li Ming immediately understood the other party's intention. After bowing slightly, he said, "Disciple, understand." While answering, Li Ming still understood the other party's intention. To put it bluntly, he was worried about Li Ming. After all, once Li Ming entered the 8th level civilization, the only one who could suppress Li Ming in Inkinaya was the Great Magician. If the Great Magician went to the alien planet, Li Ming, who was in the 8th level civilization, would have no constraints. What might happen? Thinking of this, Li Ming bowed respectfully and said, "Disciple is willing to follow the Great Magician to the alien planet." "Oh, that means you are going to enter the 8th level civilization?" Imogen said with some surprise. Li Ming nodded gently and said nothing more. Imogen nodded gently and slowly stood up. After walking back and forth in front of Li Ming for 2 steps, he slowly raised his right hand. A white light flashed in his palm and 3 star bags appeared in his hand. "Since you have made up your mind, I will give you the materials for the 8th level civilization. After completing the advancement, hurry up and refine all the materials in it into pills, and then send them to the headquarters base, because we will leave for the alien planet soon." Imogen said as he handed the 3 star bags to Li Ming. Li Ming was ecstatic in his heart, but his expression was calm. After a respectful salute, he took the 3 star bags with both hands. "Grand Mage, please rest assured that my disciple will hurry up to refine pills after the advancement." Li Ming replied respectfully. "Yes." Imogen nodded with satisfaction and turned away. Watching Imogen's figure gradually disappear, Li Ming showed a smile. Once he entered the 8th level civilization, he would be one step closer to getting rid of the Inkinaya people. He raised his right hand gently and looked at the 3 star bags in his palm. The items inside had been clearly sensed by his consciousness. 1 star bag contained the nebula power, star glory and star altar used by Li Ming for advancement. The other 2 star bags were materials for alchemy. After confirming the items, Li Ming turned and walked towards the portal. With a flash of light, Li Ming's figure came to the backyard of the attic and entered the cave through the portal in the backyard again. Now Li Ming was about to start his own advancement. To be on the safe side, Li Ming deliberately went deep into the right passage and then entered the red barrier and then took out the star glory and star altar. It takes 8 nebula powers to advance from the 7th level to the 8th level civilization, which is also included in the star bag given to Li Ming by Imogen. After putting the star altar away, Li Ming sat on it, and the star glory in his hand was floating above his head. With his eyes slightly closed, he felt the power of the star altar and star glory. After confirming that the abilities of these 2 items were normal, Li Ming waved his right hand and took out the 8 nebula powers from the star bag. Although he had advanced many times, Li Ming was still a little nervous and worried. Each advancement brought huge risks. More importantly, the 7th level civilization to the 9th level civilization was a completely different range, and Li Ming was still full of unknowns. After taking a deep breath, Li Ming opened his mouth and the 8 nebula powers entered his mouth. He felt a warm current flowing down his throat, as if he had swallowed 8 fireballs. After the 8 nebula powers took effect in his abdomen, Li Ming only felt a muffled bang in his head, and he entered the dark illusion. It was not surprising to enter the illusion. This situation had happened in Li Ming's previous advancements, but the scene in the illusion had changed dramatically. 3 spheres of different colors suddenly appeared around Li Ming's body. These 3 spheres were translucent, as if formed by energy gathering, and they were cyan, green, and blue respectively. In Li Ming's previous advancement, there had never been 3 spheres like this. This sudden appearance surprised Li Ming a little. He did not understand the intention and reason for a while. This sudden abnormality also attracted Li Ming's attention. Before he fully understood the reason, Li Ming could only slow down the advancement to avoid any accidents. Under the effect of the star altar and starshine, the 8 nebula powers in the body were relatively stable, and the energy began to be absorbed little by little. The normal advancement sequence became abnormal at this time. Li Ming in the illusion opened his eyes slightly and suddenly found something wrong. A white line suddenly appeared on his chest. After the white line came out of Li Ming's body, it entered the blue sphere. The blue sphere was like a ball of thread, constantly winding the white line that came out of Li Ming's body into it, making the blue sphere brighter and brighter. Although he couldn't quite see it, Li Ming could sense it clearly. The white line was the power of the 8 nebulae that he had just swallowed. It was now slowly merging into the blue sphere, and the blue sphere seemed to be a part of Li Ming's body, constantly absorbing that power. What's going on? Li Ming frowned, his eyes full of confusion. Chapter 186 Dilemma. Li Ming thought about it carefully, but he couldn't figure out the intention. However, the power of the 8 nebulae was rapidly decreasing in his body, and it was absorbed by the blue sphere. He sensed the decreasing energy in his body, but he couldn't sense any signs of upgrading his level. According to Li Ming's experience, when the level is upgraded, the cognition and consciousness in the brain will increase rapidly, followed by the surge and the sense of strength of the whole body. However, this time, there were no signs and there was no feeling of advancement. Such a strange phenomenon made Li Ming a little puzzled, but at this time, the breath of wisdom civilization in his mind became clearer and clearer, and the cognition of wisdom civilization and the use of energy were also slowly increasing. However, there was no movement in the biological civilization and spiritual civilization in the body. The rapid growth of the cognition of wisdom civilization gave Li Ming a new understanding of the star class he had cultivated before, which naturally included the electromagnetic waves and illusion of the magic tribe, and the teleportation ability of the space-time tribe. But there was no such growth in biological civilization and spiritual civilization. Since it is an advancement, shouldn't the cognition of all abilities increase? Li Ming couldn't help but think again, and his eyes inadvertently looked at the blue sphere in front of him. As he stared at it, the 8 nebula powers in his body were actually condensing into the blue sphere. This blue sphere, could it be the foundation of intelligent civilization? This sudden thought made Li Ming startled. It was not surprising that Li Ming thought so, because as the nebula power condensed into the blue sphere, the cognition of intelligent civilization in his mind also increased. Thinking so, Li Ming's eyes turned and looked at the cyan sphere and the green sphere. If this is true, only the cognition of intelligent civilization increases. The 8 nebula powers must be completely absorbed by the foundation of intelligent civilization in the body. In this way, the biological civilization and spiritual civilization are equivalent to no advancement. Li Ming seemed to suddenly realize that he had 3 civilizations, and he needed 3 times the energy of ordinary people to advance. But why didn't he advance before? But after the 7th level, it was there? Exclamation mark. Li Ming re-examined his body, and after a careful sense, Li Ming realized that the biological civilization and spiritual civilization he had devoured before had the foundation of the 7th order civilization. Therefore, Li Ming's previous advancement was enough to meet the needs of the wisdom civilization. Now that the biological civilization and spiritual civilization have reached the upper limit of the previous devouring, 3 times the energy is needed to maintain the strength of the 3 civilizations. In other words, Li Ming needs 3 times the energy and physique of ordinary people. Realizing this, Li Ming's face looked a little ugly. His body had to bear such a huge amount of energy, and the burden was imaginable. The arrow was on the string, and had to be shot. The advancement had begun, and Li Ming had to continue. The huge risks were also revealed bit by bit. If he continued to advance, he would need to replace the star altar and star glory, and replenish the power of the nebula. Even if the advancement was successful, Li Ming's body could not bear the burden brought by this energy. But if he gave up the advancement, the civilization power in his body would be unbalanced, and the use of energy would undergo a qualitative change, and it was very likely that the nebula would be broken. Continuing or giving up would be extremely disadvantageous to Li Ming, which made Li Ming narrow his eyes and frown. For a while, he was at a loss. Seeing that the energy that had just swallowed 8 nebula powers was decreasing little by little, Li Ming knew that he had to make a decision as soon as possible. With a wave of his hand, the star capsule appeared again, blue light flashed, and a new star altar and starshine appeared again. These star altars and starshines were disposable items. When absorbing 8 nebula powers just now, 1 nebula power had been consumed, so they needed to be replaced immediately. While replacing the star altar and nebula power, 8 nebula powers also floated out of Li Ming's star capsule. Li Ming continued to open his mouth and swallowed these nebula powers into his stomach. Along with these operations, the blue sphere in the illusion suddenly shone brightly, like a light bulb connected to a power source, dazzling and bright. White lines were still extending from Li Ming's body, but at this moment, the direction of the white lines changed, and they no longer entered the blue sphere, but entered the cyan sphere instead. Li Ming was very clear at this time that the blue sphere representing the foundation of wisdom and civilization was close to energy saturation, so new energy needed to be transferred to the cyan sphere representing spiritual civilization. This operation was relatively smooth. As for what would happen next, Li Ming could not predict it, but for now he could only grope his way forward. Just as Li Ming was concentrating on his advancement, a major event was happening at the headquarters base of Inkinaya. The 4 9th level civilizations sat at the table and looked at each other with solemn expressions. They looked at the operating table in front of them with strange eyes, and an alien image had appeared in the middle of the operating table. This alien had a T-shaped head, with only the upper body exposed. It appeared in the light of the operating table in the form of a phantom, with disdain and indifference in its eyes. I'm Tam, the commander of the Tabitha Star. The resources on the alien planet are already ours. I advise you not to interfere. The T-shaped head alien who claimed to be Tam said viciously. Imogen looked indifferent, and after looking at Seema and Odom on the side, he said nothing. Just as Hesha was about to say something, Seema suddenly snorted and said, "The Tabitha people are a civilization in the Perseus arm. Alien planets have entered our Orion arm. Are you provoking us?" Tam's shadow turned his eyes and looked at Seema, saying, "The Orion arm is just an unformed small spiral arm in the Milky Way. Are you going to go against our Perseus arm? But from your tone, I do have some interest in you. Then I will go to your Inkanaya planet to meet the civilization of your Orion arm. I want to see what means those who are so arrogant have." Seema stood up angrily and said through gritted teeth, "That's great." Tam looked at Seema with a weird look, then smiled lightly and interrupted the communication. Seeing the lights on the console restored to normal, Hesha turned her eyes to Seema and said, "Seema, did you ask for our consent before you accepted the challenge so rashly? Although there are a lot of resources on the alien planet, there are also a large number of magical beasts. It's a good thing that it didn't enter the magic source system. Otherwise, let alone searching for resources, we have to find ways to deal with the alien invasion. Besides, our Orion arm is indeed a loose small civilization group in the Milky Way. I'm afraid we don't need to compete with the Tabitha people on this point," Hesha said lightly. Seema seemed to disagree. He snorted and said, "Searching for resources on alien planets is indeed extremely dangerous. But then again, even if we don't go to alien planets, we can't let Tabitha succeed. If they retreat cowardly because of 1 or 2 harsh words from the other party, won't our Orion arm be at the mercy of others in the future? Besides, the Perseus arm has been fighting with the Sagittarius arm for many years. Will they offend us more?" Hesha was furious when she heard this. When she was about to refute, Imogen suddenly waved his hand and said, "Forget it, forget it. What's the point of saying this now? Since Tabitha is coming, let's show him some power. It's also for the future public resources of our Orion arm. With a few of us here, are we still afraid of them?" Odom, who hadn't spoken for a long time, nodded slightly and said, "I think so too. Showing too much weakness will make the other party think we are easy to bully. In the future, the other party may be more unscrupulous. It's better to give them a taste of pain first." Hesha sighed deeply and said nothing. "Okay, then let's prepare ourselves. The Tabitha people have always been arrogant. This time they come with bad intentions. There might be an interstellar war, so everyone should be fully prepared. By the way, you can also try our latest refined elixir." Imogen said with satisfaction on his face, as if he had an inexplicable sense of accomplishment when he mentioned the elixir. At this moment, Li Ming closed his eyes in the cave, and his whole mind was in the illusion. After 3-star altars and 3-star shines, Li Ming also took 24 nebula powers. The 3 spheres around the body are all emitting dazzling light at this time. The most critical step of advancement has arrived. As long as the 3 spheres are taken into the body, Li Ming will directly advance, but there are 24 absorbed nebula powers in these 3 spheres. Li Ming is still full of worries. With his own physique, he may not be able to bear it. Although he was full of worry, he had to proceed at this time. Li Ming's eyebrows tightened, and he closed his eyes. The three spheres began to slowly gather in the middle, approaching Li Ming's head little by little. After a few seconds, the three spheres disappeared in Li Ming's brain like stone slowly seeping into the water. In an instant, countless pieces of information bloomed in his brain like fireworks. Li Ming's cognition quickly soared, but the thing Li Ming was worried about still happened. The pain in his body gradually intensified, making Li Ming's expression unusually ugly. The pain became stronger and stronger. Li Ming's forehead began to drop drops of sweat. The whole cave began to tremble slightly, as if there was an earthquake. Along with the pain was an unprecedented power. It only took 8 nebula powers to advance from the 7th level to the 8th level, and it was only 9 nebula powers to advance from the 8th level to the 9th level. The two added up to only 17 nebula powers, but Li Ming absorbed a full 24 nebula powers. If this goes on, Li Ming gritted his teeth. The pain was approaching the limit of his body. At the same time, the energy in his body was overflowing. If it was not suppressed, it would certainly create a celestial phenomenon that Li Ming could not control. Li Ming did not want to attract the attention of those 9th order masters. In a hurry, Li Ming turned his right hand and a star appeared in his palm. Although the energy had been absorbed, it would take time for the body to fully accept it. If the process was not careful, the nebula would be broken. The expanding power seemed to tear the body apart. It was naturally impossible to accept this power in a short period of time, and it was not possible to attract the attention of outsiders. Li Ming thought quickly in his mind. The palm turned over, and a star appeared in his hand. The star flashed. Under Li Ming's urging, the strange power in the star quickly flowed through the body. The star had the effect of diluting energy. As the power in the star entered the body, the pain and swelling were immediately suppressed. Li Ming was also trying, but he did not expect it to work. As the power of the starshine circulated in his body, Li Ming's pain was immediately relieved. The energy in his body was suppressed, and the energy that was originally overflowing also stopped. The trembling cave also stopped and returned to calm. Seeing this scene, Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't help frowning when he saw the starshine in his hand. Although it was suppressed, he was afraid that he could not do without the assistance of the starshine in his hand for a while. After a while, Li Ming slowly stood up and looked at the starshine in his hand. Li Ming put it in his pocket. At this time, the starshine was already a good medicine for Li Ming's life extension. He couldn't do without it at all. Fortunately, Li Ming had accumulated a lot of starshine before, so he could still maintain it for some time. However, this is not a long-term solution. If the scarce disposable items such as starshine are used up, and the body cannot accept such a powerful force, it will be dangerous. I can't always rely on starshine, but the current body. While talking to himself, Li Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind and thought of something. By the way, this guy more can help to suppress energy. Maybe it will be useful. Having said that, Li Ming did not hesitate and walked quickly to the outside of the passage. After walking out of the passage and coming to the cave outside, Li Ming's eyes quickly turned to the entrance of the passage on the left, quickened his pace, and walked directly in. After reaching the end of the passage on the left, Li Ming suddenly stopped. In the empty cave, the cage was broken, and outside the cage lay a strange bird and a grey cat. The strange bird had pink feathers, which were shining and beautiful, and also exuded the breath of energy, like a fairy bird, while the strange cat not far away had grey hair all over its body, but these hairs were grey, like a phantom illusion. Such a gorgeous and moving appearance surprised Li Ming, and he even couldn't believe it, but after his consciousness sensed it, his eyes showed surprise. This beautiful bird is more. Li Ming couldn't believe it, and his eyes turned to look at the strange cat again. Walker? These two guys, did they both eat the beast soul pill? Li Ming whispered with an excited look on his face. Chapter 187, Tabitha. Walker and Moore's consciousness were under Li Ming's control. Moore had a bloodline contract before, so it was normal for him to have some connection with Li Ming's consciousness, but now his connection with Li Ming became closer. But the bald cat Walker also had a close connection with Li Ming at this moment. Obviously, these two guys had taken Li Ming's beast soul pill. This unexpected harvest naturally made Li Ming overjoyed. After a chuckle, he said, "You too, should we leave here?" Li Ming's words seemed to be talking to himself. The two star beasts actually looked as if they didn't hear it. Walker even half squinted his eyes and looked at Moore, saying, "Was there an earthquake just now?" "It seems so," Moore said casually, and at the same time excitedly looked at the feathers growing on his body and said, "Baldy, look at my feathers. Are they combed like this? Or are they more beautiful when tied together?" Walker looked at Moore with interest and said, "Your feathers should." Walker's words were not finished yet, and suddenly his body was stunned. His mind seemed to be controlled by some consciousness. Moore's face was stiff and frowned. Li Ming tried to use the power of consciousness binding and said unhappily, "You two don't take me seriously." As soon as the voice fell, Walker slowly opened his lifeless eyes, glanced at Li Ming, sighed for a long time, but still reluctantly stood up, and walked towards Li Ming. Moore's body was stiff, and he slowly combed his feathers. After looking at Li Ming, he walked over slowly with some frustration. Li Ming snorted coldly and shook his sleeves. White light flashed, and the two guys were all collected in his cloak. The two star beasts could have such changes, which was naturally the result of taking the beast soul pill, but when they saw Li Ming, the two star beasts didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Li Ming knew the arrogance of the star beasts, but what the two star beasts thought was completely under Li Ming's control. After taking the beast soul pill with Li Ming's consciousness, they were destined to be unable to escape Li Ming's control. After accepting the star beast, Li Ming turned around and walked away quickly. Walking out of the cave and leaving the attic, Li Ming stood in the courtyard of the ancient source area. Eugenia, who was not far away, smiled slightly when she saw Li Ming. Just when she was about to say something, she suddenly paused. The breath of Li Ming's 8th level civilization had been sensed by her. Eugenia looked at Li Ming and had to swallow back what she wanted to say. In the past, even if Li Ming had the ancient source order, he was only a 7th level civilization and had to be in awe of Eugenia. But now that Li Ming has also become an 8th level civilization, it is naturally different. Li Ming looked at Eugenia with contempt and said, "Old mage, I have some refined pills that need to be handed over to the Grand Mage, so I have to leave for a while. This ancient source district will be handed over to you temporarily." "Yes." Eugenia hurriedly replied respectfully. Li Ming nodded with satisfaction and left quickly. Looking at Li Ming's figure leaving, Eugenia's expression became extremely strange, and she felt even more uncomfortable. You know, Eugenia has been in the ancient source district for so many years, but she is only an 8th level civilization. Li Ming has only been here for a few days, and has reached her own level. Although her eyes were full of envy and jealousy, her face could only reveal a helpless look. After leaving the ancient source area, Li Ming went straight to the tall building in the distance. The materials that Imogen gave Li Ming had not been refined into pills, but Li Ming had accumulated a lot of pills before, which were enough to meet Imogen's requirements. Now Li Ming urgently needed to synthesize the materials of Star Glory in order to prolong his life. Imogen had previously explained that after Li Ming advanced to the 8th level, he would let Li Ming deliver the pills to the headquarters base, and then take Li Ming to sneak into the alien planet to search for synthetic materials. Therefore, Li Ming must seize this opportunity. It is hard to say whether Moore can help Li Ming suppress the energy of his body. This arrogant guy is not easy to be persuaded. While he still has a few star glory on him, Li Ming must seize this opportunity at this time. In case there are really a lot of star flame and other materials on it, it will be extremely important for Li Ming. Thinking so in his mind, his feet are still walking quickly. At this moment, a giant spaceship appeared in the airspace near the high-rise base of Inkinia. The spaceship was round, with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. It was so huge that it almost blocked half of the sky. Just below the spaceship, there stood more than a dozen aliens. All of these aliens had T-shaped heads. They were the Tabitha people. Opposite the Tabitha people, there were also a large number of aliens, led by Imogen and Seema. There was a wide open space in the middle of the two sides, each keeping a certain distance, but the momentum of both sides was tense, as if they were ready to go to war at any time. You have traveled thousands of light years to come here, not just for this alien planet, Imogen said coldly with a solemn expression. Tam, the leader of the opposite party, snorted disdainfully and said, "We are just passing by here, but as long as there are useful resources, we must accept them all. I have warned you long ago not to interfere in the affairs of alien planets, but you refuse to listen, so we can only fight with weapons." Imogen remained calm and unconcerned. After looking at the several 9th level civilizations beside him, he smiled slightly and said, "Letting you enter Keenar is completely our way of hospitality, but if you want to start an interstellar war, we are naturally not afraid, but with such a big tone of your battleship, you are underestimating us too much," Imogen said, and Seema and Odom beside him laughed faintly. It was not surprising that several people behaved like this, because according to their own perception, there was only one 9th level civilization, Tam, on the opposite side, and the rest were all 8th level civilizations, so they didn't take it to heart. Tam looked at the disdainful smiles of several 9th order civilizations in the distance, with a bit of anger in his sharp eyes. After looking at an 8th order civilization next to him, he said 2 words, "Tammy." The alien named Tammy glanced at the alien opposite with a cold face, and then jumped up. After a muffled bang, Tammy's body fell heavily on the open space in the middle. Tam looked at the people opposite and said, "It is easy to destroy a civilization, but it is more meaningful to conquer a civilization. Whoever among your 8th order civilization can defeat him, we, the Tabitha people, will immediately give up the alien planet." Seeing this, Imogen frowned and looked at Hesha beside him. Hesha also looked at a loss, her eyes turned, looking at the spaceship in the sky, whispering, "Although there is only one 9th level civilization in front of us, there may be another 9th level civilization in that spaceship, otherwise this guy would not be so arrogant. I think it is best not to act rashly. Since the other party has issued a challenge, we will send an 8th level civilization to teach him a lesson." Hearing this, Imogen nodded with satisfaction, but his eyes looked at Seema and Odom. "What do you two think about it?" Imogen asked softly. Odom said nothing, and did not make any move. Seema snorted coldly, and looked at the warrior Leximi who had been following him. Before Seema could speak, there was a sudden surge in the alien group in the distance behind him, and an alien from the 5th level civilization, squeezed forward from the inside, walked quickly to the side of Imogen and whispered something. Imogen's face changed slightly when he heard this. He turned around and looked back. He saw Li Ming standing not far away. However, Imogen did not do much. After giving a few instructions to the 5th level disciple, he looked at the Tabitha people in the distance again. The 5th level disciple hurried back to Li Ming's side and repeated what Imogen had told him. Li Ming frowned and looked at the Tabitha people in the distance, but did not do much. He just stood there motionless. Seema did not know what happened. He continued to look at Leximi beside him and said, "Leximi, go up and meet him." "Yes." The warrior Leximi replied stiffly, with sharp eyes and a proud face. After taking 2 steps forward, he stood up and jumped onto the open space in the middle. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Leximi waved his arms and revealed a strange axe. The surface of the strange axe was flashing, and it was a 5th level stardust weapon. At the same time, Leximi's body began to emit powerful energy, and his momentum was like a rainbow, covering the whole field. But Tammy on the opposite side was still unarmed. Under his calm expression, he had no intention of using any weapons. He crossed his arms and looked indifferent, as if he did not take Leximi seriously. Tammy's arrogant attitude invisibly angered Leximi. In front of Commander Seema, he was looked down upon by the other party. Naturally, he felt bad. He shouted angrily and flashed forward with the strange axe. The fast body was like an arrow from a bow, approaching Tammy in a flash. Although it seemed that Leximi had already approached Tammy, her shadow remained in the same place. Li Ming, who was far away, narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. He had already recognized this move. When he was in the ruins of Io, Li Ming had taken this move when he fought against Claire, an 8th level civilization. It seemed to be a single attack, but it was indeed double the power. At that time, Li Ming was only 7th level, so he felt powerful. Now that he is already 8th level, Li Ming thinks that the power seems a bit too childish. Looking at Leximi coming towards him, Tammy did not move. With a calm expression, he just gently raised his right hand. With a muffled sound of bang, Tammy took the blow with one hand. The powerful energy shook the ground, and the dust scattered, as if a hurricane suddenly hit him, but Tammy looked as steady as a mountain. Leximi was slightly surprised. It was amazing that the opponent could take his powerful blow with one hand. However, a faint smile appeared on Leximi's lips. A shadow flashed in the distance and entered Leximi's body with Leximi's original movement. As the shadow entered the body, the force on Leximi's axe suddenly increased, as if Leximi had chopped it with another axe. Tammy's expression moved slightly, and the arm that blocked the strange axe could not help but shrink back. The slightly bent arm was really under a stronger force, and his expression became a little solemn. Seeing this scene, the smile on Leximi's face gradually faded. After all, he was also a civilization of strength. He doubled his attack, but the opponent was not hurt at all, and he blocked it with one arm. His face instantly became solemn, and his eyes showed disbelief. Tammy snorted coldly, showing a look of disdain. She suddenly pushed with her right arm, and Leximi flew out directly, as if she was hit by a fast car. With a whoosh, Leximi retreated more than 10 meters away. Seema in the distance looked solemn, and looked at Tammy in the distance, a little surprised. "Is that all you can do?" Tammy said coldly, looking at Leximi with contempt. Imogen also saw it clearly, and his eyes turned, looking at Seema on the side, whispering, "Seema, we are both 8th level civilizations. Is there such a big gap?" Seema also couldn't see the reason clearly, and after looking at Leximi fiercely, he said, "Leximi, use that trick." Leximi didn't move, but just glanced behind him, nodded slightly, and held the strange axe tightly with both hands. Suddenly, energy gathered, and the strange axe shone brightly. As the energy continued to flow into the strange axe, Tammy on the opposite side smiled slightly and whispered, "Come on, show me your strongest move." Leximi's angry eyes were full of murderous intent, and the energy in her body quickly gathered and entered the strange axe in her hand. Li Ming, who was far away, saw all this, and the clues had already appeared in his mind. The two were both power civilizations, and they were both 8th level civilizations. They were equally powerful, but the biggest difference was that Tammy's star class was more advanced, far more comparable to Leximi. "Ah!" A loud shout was heard, and the strange axe in Leximi's hand suddenly transformed into a huge phantom, as if the entire axe had instantly increased by more than 10 times. The huge phantom flickered slightly, and high-intensity energy was released from it. Looking at the giant axe in his hand, Leximi sneered, and with a push of his feet, his figure rose from the ground, and the giant axe slashed down from the sky. With such momentum, Tammy's expression tightened, and his hands hit each other like two hammers, and then clenched into fists. The energy in his body had already gathered on his hands, and suddenly a semicircular light curtain formed above his head. The light curtain wrapped Tammy in it like a big bowl, but the shape of this light curtain was similar to the shape of his fists. The phantom giant axe fell from the sky, and a loud boom sounded, and the earth shook slightly, as if a huge meteorite hit the ground, and everyone's eyes were focused on the two. A wave of space fluctuation spread out from between the giant axe and the light curtain. From a distance, it looked as if the axe had hit a fist. A crisp sound of bang was heard. Before everyone had time to sense the huge energy between the two, the phantom giant axe and the light curtain shattered like glass in an instant, turning into pieces of phantom fragments. The fragments disappeared in the air in the form of light spots after they flew a short distance. Although the phantom axe and the light curtain disappeared, the axe in Leximi's hand still chopped down, with no loss of momentum. At this tense moment, everyone watched intently. After a clang sound, the strange axe hit Tammy's head firmly. Seema's mouth raised a smile. This strange axe was a 5th level stardust weapon, and it hit the target's vital point. The aliens were not made of steel. How could they survive if they hit the target like this? Leximi's originally fierce face was full of smiles, but before the smile was fully developed, it suddenly froze. Tammy's calm expression actually revealed a strange smile, and he didn't look injured at all. With a crisp sound of pop, the 5th level stardust weapon actually shattered directly, turning into pieces of meteorites scattered all over the ground. "What?" Seema blurted out 2 words in disbelief, and his body couldn't help but move slightly. The other Li Ming 9th level civilizations also moved slightly, squinting their eyes, and their eyes were full of disbelief. The next moment, Tammy's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sharp tooth, and his ferocious face was full of murderous intent. Leximi immediately realized the danger, but just when she was about to run away, Tammy suddenly punched out, and a white light flashed, as if a laser hit Leximi's body, but looking closely, the light was Tammy's fist. The arm pierced through Leximi's body, blood continued to flow down. Tammy glanced at Leximi's desperate expression, retracted his arm, and pulled it out of his body. After shaking his head slightly, he said, "It's too weak." Leximi's body fell to the ground with a thump, and had become a corpse. The faces of the 9th level civilizations led by Imogene all turned ugly at this time, and they looked at each other without saying a word. Tam, who was far away on the opposite side, chuckled twice and said, "It seems that you are not suitable to go to the alien planet. Ha 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 ha." Seema took a step forward angrily, as if he was going to do it himself, but Imogene suddenly raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Seema, they only sent an 8th level civilization. It's not appropriate for you to go up and do it at this time." Hearing this, Seema paused and took back the steps he had taken. Imogen looked behind him and said, "To deal with the civilization of power, we still need the civilization of wisdom. Edmund, you go ahead." Edmund, who was standing behind Hesher, paused after hearing this. He looked at Tammy in the distance, then looked at Hesher in front of him, but did not move immediately. Hesher rolled her eyes, glanced at Edmund behind her, and whispered, "Go ahead. As long as you don't get close to him, he is definitely not your opponent." "Yes." After getting Hesher's consent, Edmund stepped out and came to the open area in front. Chapter 188 Interstellar War. Edmund snorted coldly, raised his right hand, and a white crystal appeared in his hand. This crystal was crystal clear and cold, like an ice cube. Tammy glanced at him with contempt, and a strange smile came out of her mouth. Her sharp teeth were revealed again. Her sinister expression made people shudder. Obviously, Tammy didn't take Edmund seriously at all. She moved and rushed forward. Seeing Tammy's attack, Edmund became a little nervous. After all, Tammy's strength was obvious to all. Edmund didn't dare to hesitate. He raised his right hand and the crystal flew out directly. As soon as the crystal was out of his hand, it shone brightly and turned into a 3-meter crystal giant, blocking Edmund. It's transformed from a 6th level stardust weapon. "Can you still break through?" Edmund narrowed his eyes and said to himself. Tammy smiled slightly, without stopping, and swung his fist and smashed it directly. Bang! With a muffled sound, the crystal giant shattered directly, as if a piece of glass had been broken. For those who saw this scene, their nerves were broken. After all, this was a 6th level stardust weapon. Tammy's figure stopped in place, looking at the broken pieces on the ground, and shaking her head in contempt. Edmund's body immediately froze in place, his face pale, his mouth slightly open. He couldn't believe what he saw, and he was horrified in his heart. The 6th level stardust weapon actually. Tammy clapped her hands and glanced at Edmund. "You retreat. I'm not interested in weaklings." Edmund turned his head slightly and looked at Hesher and Imogene not far behind him. But both of them sighed slightly and said nothing. But at this moment, Tammy suddenly moved, like a white light shooting out. Before Edmund could react, Tammy's fist had already pierced through his body. This move was extremely fast. Edmund only had a moment to turn his head. "The weak, in fact, have no need to survive." Tammy's cold voice reached Edmund's ears, but this was the last sentence he heard. As soon as his arm was retracted, Edmund's body fell directly, and there was no movement anymore. Seeing this, Imogene clenched his fists, but when he saw Tam in the distance, he immediately suppressed his emotions, took a long breath, and turned his eyes to Hesher. Under Hesher's seemingly calm expression, it was unknown what she was thinking. "See, as I said, it's very easy to destroy a civilization. This is the difference in strength," Tam said arrogantly, but at this moment, Imogene and others had no way to refute. Li Ming in the distance looked at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help thinking in his mind. Although there is no difference in energy between civilizations of the same level, the results of cultivation with different civilizations are completely different. As a power civilization, Tammy is several times stronger than Leximi. After all, they have different home planets and different civilizations. Tammy's strong body cannot be hurt by even the 5th level stardust weapon, which is really amazing. Now the 6th level Stardust weapon is also easily shattered, and its upper limit is incredible. Seeing the opponent's strong physique, Li Ming couldn't help but be fascinated, and thought to himself, if I can have this physique, then I won't have to worry about advancing in the future. Li Ming was thinking, and suddenly there was a burst of ha 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 laughter in the distance. Tam looked at Imogen and others coldly, and continued, now that things have come to this, I won't make it difficult for you, but this alien planet will belong to us. Imogen didn't care about the alien planet, but he was bullied by the other party at his doorstep, and he felt really uncomfortable. After all, Inkina was the strongest existence in the nearby galaxy, so how could he swallow this breath so easily now? In anger, the palm of Imogen's right hand suddenly flashed with light, and a ball of blue ice flame had formed. He glared at Tammy not far away, and suddenly waved his right hand, and the ice flame flew out. The ice flame was extremely fast, and it came in front of Tammy in just a flash. When Tammy noticed the existence of the ice flame, it was too late to dodge. With a muffled sound of bang, the ice flame expanded rapidly as soon as it touched Tammy, as if a ball of fire was fueled, and suddenly expanded several times. When the blue flame subsided, Tammy had turned into a blue ice sculpture. Seeing this, Tam's face suddenly changed, and he shouted violently. A red light flashed in his right hand, and a 3-foot-long knife appeared in his hand. He aimed at Imogen, and swung it directly. With such a slash in the air, a red light wave shot out. Facing this powerful energy wave of unknown origin, even Imogen and others dodged and dared not take it head on. However, the low-level civilizations behind him were not so lucky. The powerful light wave was unstoppable, and any objects it touched were chopped into pieces. Those 5th level and 6th level civilizations were like pieces of paper, and were instantly torn apart by the light wave. Li Ming's position was in the crowd behind Imogen. This sudden light wave made it impossible for Li Ming to dodge. Both the speed and the range were beyond Li Ming's cognition. Unable to dodge, Li Ming raised his hand directly, and a green light shadow flashed out. Before the light wave approached, the green light shadow's phantom hand grabbed the red blade light wave in its hand. At this time, the light wave was like a crescent moon in the hands of an illusion. The red light was dazzling, but it could not pose any threat to Li Ming. Then, the green shadow raised his hand, and threw it back with force. The light wave was thrown back intact. The energy formed by the light wave, once it hits an object, will either be cut off, or cause the light wave to explode, causing huge range damage. However, this method of being held and thrown back by the shadow is rarely seen even in the 9th level civilization. Facing the light wave that was suddenly thrown back, Tam's face changed. He hurriedly slashed again, and another red light wave flew out from the blade. The two light waves collided with each other, and a boom sounded, forming a red sphere in the air, like the sun just rising in the morning. The huge energy caused the air to crackle, as if the space was shattered. The sound was like countless lightning flashing together, making people uneasy. After a few seconds, the red light faded and everything returned to normal, but everyone turned their eyes to Li Ming. Tam in the distance couldn't help but frown and stare at Li Ming with an expression of disbelief. After all, Tam is a 9th order civilization, and the red blade is an 8th order Stardust weapon. The power of this slash is so great that even civilizations of the same order dare not easily take it head on. Moreover, this energy wave will explode upon contact, causing huge damage in a wide range. However, it was caught by an 8th order civilization and reflected back. This is almost unimaginable. Tam snorted coldly, raised the red blade in his hand high, opened his mouth, and shouted loudly, "Kill it, destroy this civilization." At the same time, Imogen waved his arm and shouted, "Start the attack, destroy the invaders." As soon as the two men finished speaking, the giant spaceship of the Tabitha people in the sky trembled slightly first, and then beams of lasers shot out from it, shooting at the ground frantically, as if they had already prepared for the attack. The reaction was so fast that it was astonishing. However, Inkina was not unprepared, and many weapons on the ground fought back. Looking from a distance, the spaceships on the ground and in the air each fired beams to attack each other. However, the surface of the giant spaceship seemed to have some kind of high-intensity energy shield. The laser of the light energy weapon turned into a wave of vacuum waves on its surface before it even touched the spaceship, as if a stone was thrown into the water. However, there was no such defensive energy shield on the ground of Inkinaya. The rumbling sound continued, and sand and dust flew everywhere. Seeing this, Li Ming dared not stay there for a moment, and ran away quickly. Tam's eyes were fixed on Li Ming. This 8th level civilization, that could withstand his slash, had deeply attracted him. Seeing the direction in which Li Ming was running, Tam rushed directly over. Not only Tam, but Imogene also noticed the direction in which Li Ming was going. After looking at Hesha beside him, he said, "You organize a counterattack, and I will go find Li Ming." As soon as the voice fell, he also went straight in that direction. Li Ming didn't know at this time that there were 2 9th level bosses following behind him, running quickly along a road, and their target was a small meteorite spaceship. This chaos at this time was undoubtedly the best time to leave, but before he ran far, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky in front of Li Ming. "Li Ming, where are you going?" Imogene's cold voice came. Li Ming looked up and was about to say something when 2 people flew in from the sky behind him. One was Tam, and the other was also a Tabitha from the 9th level civilization. No one noticed this just now, or maybe they were people who just came down from a high altitude spaceship. In any case, 2 9th level civilizations are not easy to deal with. At this time, Imogene was no longer paying attention to Li Ming, and looked at the 2 9th level Tabitha people cautiously. "Tiger, this 9th level one is yours, and I will do the 8th level one myself." As he said this, he looked at the people beside him. The guy named Tiger glanced at Li Ming, then returned his gaze to Imogene, chuckled, and said, "Okay, leave this person to me." Hearing this answer, Tam looked at Li Ming fiercely, and rushed down directly. Li Ming didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and flew away, but he was still a beat slower than Tam. As soon as he moved, Tam fell from the sky, and the red blade went straight to Li Ming's head. Li Ming raised his right hand, and a ball of electromagnetic waves had formed in his hand. At the same time, he swung the electromagnetic wave, and rushed straight to Tam. Facing Li Ming's counterattack, Tam didn't care at all, and didn't even have the intention to dodge, and continued to swing the knife. A muffled sound of bang was heard, and the electromagnetic wave collided with Tam's red blade, but the next moment, the electromagnetic wave suddenly burst open, forming a light ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and the surface of the light ball was full of jumping arcs. Tam was also swallowed up by it. Seeing this, Tig in the sky couldn't help but look here again. When the light ball turned into starlight and dispersed, Tam stayed in the air in a dark outfit. The fierce momentum just now actually subsided a lot, and the look he looked at Li Ming became a little cautious. This seemingly small electromagnetic wave contained such a huge amount of energy. I had thought that an 8th level civilization would not have a very powerful attack, but I did not expect that the attack power was so strong. Although it did not cause much damage to the body, Tam also paid a little price for his underestimation of the enemy and arrogance. Imogene naturally noticed this, and his expression did not change much, but he was secretly surprised in his heart, and said to himself, "The electromagnetic wave of the magic tribe is just this power." Chapter 189. Do you know how much pain I'm in? Re-examining Li Ming, Tam clenched the red blade in his hand, his eyes completely focused on Li Ming. The 8th level civilization in front of him was obviously extraordinary, with strange means, and unknown civilization power. It was a rare alien. I never thought that there would be such a powerful 8th level existence outside our Tabitha star. As he spoke, Tam's body surface began to glow with a red halo, which was the embodiment of powerful energy. Li Ming looked cautious. Li Ming knew about the physical strength of the Tabitha star people. The 8th level civilization could withstand the frontal attack of the 5th level Stardust weapon, and could also easily smash the 6th level Stardust weapon. This 9th level civilization must be even more extraordinary. It is almost impossible to defeat the opponent. The most important thing now is to get rid of the opponent as much as possible. Thinking of this, Li Ming's right palm was continuing to condense energy. In the previous attack, Li Ming did not use all his strength. Naturally, he had to condense more energy now. But as the energy continued to condense, Li Ming's body suddenly felt strange. His whole body trembled slightly, and his eyes suddenly became confused. There was a sudden sharp pain in his limbs and head. Li Ming, who sensed something unusual, immediately stopped the energy condensation in his hand, and at the same time, he quickly reached into his pocket with his left hand and grasped a round object. Excessive use of energy has caused the body's energy to be unstable, and Zingayo can't even suppress it. Thinking so in his heart, Li Ming took his left hand out of his pocket and continued to hold Zingayo a little tighter. At the same time, the power of Zingayo began to quickly enter the body to stabilize the energy in the body. But at this moment, Tam in the air seemed to have discovered something wrong with Li Ming. He snorted lightly, swung the red blade and leaned down. Li Ming was shocked. In a hurry, he didn't dare to think too much. He quickly waved his right hand, and a green sphere flew out, and at the same time, his body hurriedly retreated. Tam saw that something was flying again, and this time he didn't dare to take it hard. He dodged the green sphere with a flash. The electromagnetic wave just now seemed ordinary, but he didn't expect it to contain huge energy. Naturally, he couldn't underestimate Li Ming's attack at the moment. After a bang, the green sphere exploded directly, and green smoke spread out. More than a dozen vines swam out, but they were avoided by Tam. Tam looked at the vine and felt that he was played by the other party this time, but his expression was still calm. He snorted with disdain. It's just a trick. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran towards Li Ming again. Li Ming frowned and showed panic. There were still green seeds, but Tam would never be fooled again. In a hurry, Li Ming condensed electromagnetic waves in the palm of his right hand again. The electromagnetic wave condensed in an instant, but Tam was so fast that it was close to his body in the blink of an eye. The electromagnetic wave had no time to be thrown out. Li Ming's heart was determined, his eyes were fierce, and he directly detonated it in his palm. Suddenly, white light was strong, and arcs jumped everywhere. Li Ming and Tam were all wrapped in it. Seeing that it was the powerful electromagnetic wave again, Tam hurriedly slowed down and wanted to leave, but it was too late. The powerful electromagnetic wave not only attacked Tam, but also corroded Li Ming's body. This suicidal attack could be said to hurt the enemy, but also hurt himself. However, it was the detonation of the electromagnetic wave that prevented Tam's knife from completely slashing down, which could be regarded as a disguised way of resisting Tam's knife. After the arc, Li Ming was covered with wounds and sat on the ground with difficulty, his body full of pain. Li Ming's body was naturally not as good as Tam's. Tam didn't seem to be hurt too much by the sudden detonation just now, but Li Ming himself was seriously injured. MD, I'm afraid the nebula will really be broken this time. Li Ming whispered angrily, but he suddenly noticed something strange while speaking, as if the pain in his body was very strong, even beyond the pain caused by the electromagnetic wave. Why is this little injury so painful? Li Ming hurriedly checked his body, and with a slight glance, he saw his empty left hand, and the starlight that suppressed the energy was gone. No wonder it hurts so much. It's my body. The whisper suddenly stopped, and Li Ming clenched his teeth. He knew very well that the star must have fallen off his left hand when the electromagnetic wave was detonated just now. It was too late to look for it. Li Ming did not dare to stop at all and prepared to take out another one from the star capsule, but just as Li Ming was about to reach out to take it, a figure was already standing in front of Li Ming. Tam was less than 2 meters away from Li Ming, with a long red blade pointing at Li Ming's chest and a sinister smile on his mouth. Now I see what tricks you can play. Tam said coldly and laughed strangely. Li Ming felt a chill in his heart and was terrified. The fear of impending death quickly filled his body, but this fear did not last long. An abnormal pain reoccupied his entire brain. Compared with death, this pain seemed to be more unbearable. Facing the red blade close to his chest, Li Ming's face was hideous, his teeth were bared, and his body occasionally twitched, as if he was poisoned. Tam's originally smug face suddenly paused. Seeing Li Ming winking and dancing on the ground, he could not help but get angry and gnashed his teeth and said, "You are a dying man and you are pretending to be a god in front of me." Li Ming's constantly changing expression seemed to be twitching, and Tam became even more angry. He snorted coldly and stretched his right hand forward, ready to pierce Li Ming's body with the red blade, but the red blade stopped suddenly after it was extended a few inches. A strong energy aura emanated from Li Ming's body. This energy is. Tam's hand could not move forward a little bit, as if something was stuck in his arm, and the appropriate energy from Li Ming quickly wrapped him up, making his body become slightly stiff. Li Ming lay motionless on the ground like a corpse. It seemed that no expression or movement could explain the unbearable pain in his body. He just opened and closed his mouth, breathing heavily. The surface of his body flashed with light. 3 light bands revolved around Li Ming. At the same time, the ground around him began to tremble. The gravel and dust seemed to have suddenly escaped the gravity of the planet and slowly floated up. Li Ming's body also floated 2 or 3 meters high. The Li Ming in front of him was completely different from the Li Ming just now. 3 light bands of green, blue, and blue were constantly rotating around Li Ming. The cloak on his body seemed to be fluttering, as if blown by the wind. All the hair stood up one by one, and existed in 3 colors. The figure stood quietly in the air, as if a god had descended to earth. A transparent energy ball centered on Li Ming had formed. This energy ball continued to expand. Although it was transparent, all civilizations could clearly see its existence. In any area covered by the energy ball, all objects floated directly in the air, completely free from the constraints of the planet's gravity. What's going on? Tam frowned and shouted in surprise, after sensing such a powerful energy. Teague, who was high in the sky, seemed to have noticed this as well. His eyes turned, and were filled with astonishment. Feeling this extremely powerful energy, Tam's expression was solemn, his brows slightly locked, and his eyes were full of ferocity. How could an 8th level civilization possess such a powerful energy? What kind of civilization's power is this? Tam looked up at Li Ming with an expression of disbelief, while tightening his grip on the red blade. Li Ming's eyes slightly opened, and his eyeballs turned to look at Tam below, and he noticed the other party's posture of holding the red blade tightly. Li Ming stuck his head out, like a duck sticking out its head to drink water, stretched his neck, and stared at Tam, as if he was looking at something interesting, and occasionally looked at Tam's palm that was tightly holding the weapon. Li Ming had a calm expression, opened his mouth, tilted his head, and said word by word, "Fuck you." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ming's right hand suddenly stretched forward, and grabbed the air. Tam's whole body suddenly tightened, and the air around him seemed to be compressed suddenly, squeezing the body tightly in the middle. A vacuum hand tightly grasped Tam. This vacuum hand was visible to the eyes, as if it was formed by transparent water, but in essence it was indeed the power of space. The vacuum hand holding Tam slowly raised up, and brought Tam in front of Li Ming, but Li Ming had a complicated expression, sometimes squinting and sometimes wanting to cry but without tears, but more of it was a fierce look. He opened his mouth again and said fiercely, "Do you know how much pain my body is in? But compared to death, I would rather endure this pain." Tam gritted his teeth, and didn't understand what Li Ming was saying at all. His eyes were full of anger, and the muscles of his body were tense, as if he was struggling hard. He still said fiercely, "Don't think you can defeat me like this?" The expression on Li Ming's face disappeared instantly when he heard this, and he shouted with a trembling mouth, "You don't even know my pain?" After the shouting, Li Ming's arm slammed the ground, and at the same time, the vacuum hand holding Tam slapped the ground directly. Boom. A violent muffled sound was heard, the ground shook slightly, rocks and dust flew everywhere, and the entire area was instantly engulfed in smoke and dust. The energy generated by the vacuum hand hitting the ground turned into a hurricane and spread out, and the surrounding objects were directly blown away by this force. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Explosive Energy, Extended Chapter. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Tam's petite figure lay in the deep pit in pain, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His body twitched slowly, and his head was slightly raised, still looking at Li Ming angrily. This guy's energy is even greater than that of the 9th level civilization. Tam whispered so, and slowly climbed up from the ground, but before he finished speaking, he felt his body suddenly tightened, and a huge force pressed down from above, as if a mountain fell on his head. Ah! Tam shouted angrily, but his body obviously couldn't bear such gravity. One of his legs bent at the knee and knelt on the ground with a snap. The knee touched the rock on the ground, causing several cracks in the rock on the ground. His teeth, accompanied by blood, clenched tightly together, making a creaking sound. Thick tendons appeared on his forehead and neck, as if they were about to explode. Tam's head slowly raised up like a deer, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. Li Ming in the air was also tense all over. He looked coldly at Tam, who was kneeling on one knee in front of him, and pressed down hard with his right hand. Li Ming's palm pressed down hard in the void, and right above Tam was a big hand formed by a vacuum. The spatial force was like a mountain, pressing Tam so hard that he couldn't move. The 8th level civilization and the 9th level civilization are in the same range, and the use of energy is exactly the same, but the volume is different. The 9th level civilization has the energy of 9 nebula forces, while the 8th level has only 8. In addition, the factors that determine the battle are the civilization's heritage and star level ability. The previous battle between Tammy and Leximi was a vivid example. Both were 8th level and power civilizations, but because of the difference in heritage and star level, the difference in combat power between the two was immediately reflected. Li Ming has 24 nebula forces, far exceeding the 9 nebula forces of the 9th level. Although there is a huge gap in energy, Li Ming cannot fully use the energy of all 24 nebula forces, otherwise his body would have been devoured by this energy and the nebula would have been shattered. Even if he can't use his full strength, it is more than enough to deal with the 9th level civilization. Furthermore, the 9th order's cognition is higher than the 8th order, and the strength of the star cultivation is not comparable to the 8th order. The progress of the 9th order in cultivating the star is not something that the 8th order can achieve. A muffled sound of bang was heard again, and Tam's knees were all on the ground. His hands were also supporting the ground, and his head, which was originally raised, was lowered again. The whole look was like a devout believer praying, with his limbs supporting the ground, and his head not raised. But in his lowered face, Tam's anger had reached the extreme. At this time, Tig, who was far away, also noticed the scene here. While dealing with Imogene, he did not forget to look over here a few more times, but the scene in front of him made Tig's face change immediately. This 8th order civilization, what's going on? Tig whispered in shock. Tam's face was completely gloomy, and the shame and face seemed to be completely crushed by an 8th order at this moment. We can only let them come. An 8th level alien race actually forced our Tabitha planet to this point. These words were broken out from the gap between his teeth. At the same time, the red light on his body became brighter. Tam raised his head again, gnashing his teeth, and was filled with anger. As the red light on his body intensified, Tam exerted force again, and his body returned to the state of squatting on one knee. Li Ming was also shocked. The overall ability of this 9th level civilization was indeed extraordinary. However, Li Ming also increased the pressure of his right hand again, as if he was determined to press the other party into a meat pie. As Li Ming suddenly increased his strength, the ground under Tam made a muffled bang sound, and gravel flew. The rocks on the ground collapsed directly, and turned into a pit. At the same time, the armor on Tam's body also made a slight squeaking sound, and several cracks appeared. Tam still clenched his teeth, and at the same time, he turned his right hand, and a strange black device appeared in his hand. This object was not big, the size of the palm. Tam looked at the object, hesitated for a moment, and then suddenly squeezed it hard, and 4 beams of light shot out from it. The beams flew away, and disappeared in an instant like a flying vehicle. After doing this, Tam turned his sharp eyes to Li Ming again. Li Ming looked at it curiously, but he didn't know what the other party had just done. But Li Ming didn't care about it at the moment. His powerful body made Li Ming's mood become more irritable. That feeling just wanted to vent quickly, no matter who the opponent was, as long as he could release the power in his body. The pain generated by the energy stimulated Li Ming's nerves, and his heart was full of irritability. If it weren't for the powerful stability of spiritual civilization, Li Ming might even become a wild beast. Just as Li Ming was about to do something, a huge phantom suddenly flew towards Li Ming. This phantom looked like a human fist. The hull was purple, and it contained powerful energy. Sensing the power of this phantom, Li Ming did not dare to neglect it at all. He loosened his right hand, and released the suppression on Tam. At the same time, the big hand of the void quickly swung towards the purple fist phantom. The violent sound of bang shook the earth. Li Ming's big hand formed by the vacuum grasped the purple phantom fist. When the two came into contact, the powerful energy fluctuation spread out, causing the air around to tremble slightly. Li Ming clenched his teeth slightly in his mouth. Under his irritable mood, he hated this sneak attack to the extreme, and then clenched his palm hard. Boom, a loud sound. The vacuum palm suddenly clenched and crushed the purple phantom fist, but at the same time, Li Ming's vacuum palm also shattered. Li Ming's eyes suddenly turned slightly to the corner of his eyes and looked somewhere. There were already 4 more figures in the energy field around Li Ming's body. Together with Tam below, there were 5 people in total. All of them were 9th level civilizations. After noticing the arrival of the others, Tam smiled again and said coldly, "The 5 strongest fighters on Tabitha. Teague, Tandy, Talia, Tate, and me, Tam. Boy, you are dead this time." As he spoke, Tam's body surface flashed red again, and the glimmer of energy continued to emerge. Li Ming's face did not show any fear, but his expression was a little nervous. He couldn't help but whisper, "Pain should indeed be shared. But, you can't understand my pain." A roar resounded through the sky, so that anyone around could hear it clearly. The sound mixed with energy rushed straight into the brain, buzzing, but only listening to the last sentence, it seemed as if Li Ming had a deep hatred with this Tabitha star. The sound faded away, and Li Ming's mind gradually stabilized. He looked down at Tam under him, and his palms suddenly clenched again. The sound of boom was deafening, and the ground under Tam's feet trembled slightly. 5 stone pillars suddenly rose from the ground, as if the 5 fingers of Li Ming's palm surrounded Tam in them. Then a huge hand of rock piles suddenly formed under Tam's feet, as if it was going to squeeze Tam into a meat pie. Tam noticed something was wrong, and with a strong kick of his feet, his body rose from the ground. Snap, the huge stone hand clenched into a fist, but Tam inside had already flown into the air and escaped in advance. In the air, the clenched red blade in his hand aimed at Li Ming and hit him. The red light flashed, and a red energy wave broke through the air. The powerful energy caused a slight fluctuation in the surrounding space. Looking from a distance, there was a flash of red light, and the crescent-shaped light blade had already approached Li Ming. But before it hit Li Ming, a green shadow hand had already stretched out from in front of Li Ming and grabbed the red blade in his hand. The method was exactly the same as before in the crowd. "You really have no memory." Li Ming looked at Tam fiercely, showing disdain. However, this time Li Ming did not throw the red blade energy wave back directly. He saw the blue light shadow hand suddenly shine brightly, and the red energy wave was gradually wrapped by white arcs, and the energy in it was even strengthened a little bit. Li Ming's eyes suddenly tilted to the right, and Tandy in the distance had entered his sight. The purple shadow fist just flew from this direction. The alien was obviously the guy who attacked Li Ming just now. He looked at the other party fiercely, and then the blue light hand aimed at that direction and waved hard. The red energy wave with white arcs flew out quickly, flying towards Tandy. Cyan is the power of spiritual civilization. With Li Ming's advancement, this power can easily control the attack of pure energy, and then turn it into his own attack weapon through spiritual power, and it can also be strengthened. Tam's red light blade was controlled by Li Ming's spiritual power at this time. Whoosh, the energy wave flashed and came. Just as the ear heard the sound of it vibrating in the air, its figure was already approaching, and its speed was even faster when Tam released it. Tandy frowned and slapped his 2 big hands together, interlocking his 8 fingers to form a fist. Then a purple light curtain appeared in front of his body. The appearance of the purple light curtain was exactly the same as the appearance of his 2 fists. Boom, a deafening sound rang in the sky, and the dazzling light made it impossible to look directly at it. The violent energy fluctuation seemed to tear the sky apart. The red light wave with white arcs had already hit the light curtain. The two met, as if 2 giant fists collided with each other, and there was a stalemate for a while. Tandy clenched his teeth, his facial features gathered, as if he had used up all the energy in his body. Despite this, Tandy still looked very tired and seemed to be unable to hold on. Seeing this, the other people in the distance were stunned. The energy attack of the 9th Order civilization was instantly controlled and turned into their own attack. Even the 9th Order spiritual civilization elders could not do this. Li Ming, a mere 8th order civilization, did it easily and skillfully. Under such circumstances, these 9th orders who were recruited here did not sit idly by. They moved and rushed towards Li Ming, as if they wanted to join forces. However, as these people moved, two figures flew over from a distance. They were Seema and Imogene. Teague was originally fighting with Imogene, but after only a few rounds of fighting, he received Tam's call for help, but he did not dare to step forward and take action easily. Talia in the distance clenched her right fist. White light lingered, and the surface of the fist flashed. A 1 meter long and wide rock shadow had emerged. Seeing Li Ming's position, the shadow rock fist smashed directly over. The powerful shadow covered Talia's body, and the fist was like a rock falling from a high altitude, with an extremely fast speed. Before the fist arrived, the strong fist whined, and energy had already rushed forward. Li Ming no longer paid attention to Tandy in the distance. He narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Talia. From the visual observation, Talia's body could no longer be seen clearly. It was as if a rock was flying towards Li Ming. Although the speed was not as fast as Tam's red blade wave, the powerful force was already shocking. Li Ming did not retreat at all. He raised his right hand again quickly. The electromagnetic light in his palm flashed, and then a beam of blue light shot out directly from his palm, like a strong flashlight that was suddenly turned on. The blue light column was all formed by the convergence of energy, and the surface was also mixed with white arcs, which looked extraordinary. Bang, with a muffled sound, the blue light column hit Talia's rock fist like a water column sprayed from a high pressure water gun. The rock phantom fist trembled, as if it had been hit by something, and could not move forward. The blue light column continued to hit the rock phantom, just like washing a stone with water. Talia could not get closer to Li Ming, and at the same time, she was struggling to resist Li Ming's counterattack. With frowned brows and clenched teeth, his eyes were full of disbelief. Teague and Tate in the distance slowly approached, but the two did not take action immediately, because not far from them, the figures of Imogene and Seema also appeared. After all, the current battle has risen to an interstellar war between civilizations. Either destroy the invaders, or be destroyed by the invaders. If it weren't for Li Ming, the alien, who pinned down those 9th level beings, Enkinya would probably be destroyed. Therefore, it is particularly important to help Li Ming share the burden at this time. And the spacecraft located in various parts of Enkinya are rushing here to deal with the powerful invaders. In terms of the overall strength of the Shan Kang civilization, the Tabitha people are indeed strong. The combat power of the 9th level civilization can almost fight 1 against 2. It is not empty talk to say that they want to destroy Enkinya, but Li Ming's unexpected appearance makes the battle situation unpredictable. Imogene and Seema were shocked when they saw Li Ming fighting 3 people on 1, but they didn't dare to step forward easily. After all, there were still 2 Tabitha people who hadn't taken action yet. They could only watch the battle from a distance for the time being. Hersha, who was farther away, was still organizing a counterattack, and Autumn was also dealing with a large number of 8th level civilizations. The situation was not clear for the time being. Tate and Teague kept an eye on the movements of Imogene and Seema. At this time, it seemed more meaningful for these two to prevent 2 9th level civilizations from joining the battle. After all, Li Ming was only an 8th level civilization. Seema glanced at Li Ming in the distance. His eyes widened a little. His face was full of disbelief. His eyes turned slightly, and he looked at Imogene again, whispering, "Who is this person? He is only an 8th level civilization, but he is so brave." Imogene was also extremely surprised. How could Li Ming, who had always been servile in front of him, have such a powerful strength after advancing to the 8th level? Imogene just watched from a distance and did not answer Seema, but said, "It doesn't matter who it is. Helping him is helping ourselves. If it wasn't him, we wouldn't be standing here talking like this." Seema glanced at Imogene and did not continue to ask. His eyes continued to look at Li Ming. Judging from his appearance alone, Li Ming was definitely not an Enkinya, or even a civilization in the nearby galaxy. After all, Seema had entered the 9th level for many years, and had seen many high-level civilizations nearby, but had never seen someone with the appearance of Li Ming. As for Li Ming's identity, it was naturally not important at the moment. Being able to resist a strong enemy was the most important thing. Seema and Imogene's full attention was on Li Ming, and they also looked closely at Tate and Teague not far away. At this moment, the sky in the distance squeaked, and a purple fist shadow had cracked. Tandy suddenly shouted, and it seemed that he had no extra energy to use after shouting hoarsely. With a muffled sound of bang, the red energy wave and the purple fist shattered into dots of energy starlight and disappeared in the air. Ha. 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 Tandy breathed heavily, his lifeless eyes still full of anger. When he looked at Li Ming, he no longer had the attitude of looking at an 8th level civilization at the beginning. Li Ming, this alien, was definitely beyond abnormal. The beam of light in Li Ming's right hand continued to deal with Talia's rock fist. The two confronted each other and were evenly matched. But at this moment, Li Ming's body was also changing. The skin of his arms and limbs began to crack, just like the dry ground slowly cracked, and bright red blood oozed out little by little. The pain intensified again. Li Ming clenched his teeth. His eyes had already seen the blood stains on the back of his hand. This was the result of excessive use of energy. His body had already endured an overload of energy. In addition to his own use, this unbearable energy quickly circulated in his body, causing greater damage to his body. Damn it. It hurts more and more. If this continues, I may really be shattered to pieces and the nebula will be broken. Li Ming gritted his teeth and whispered to himself. Li Ming has the power of 24 nebulae in his body, which is far beyond the limit of 9th order civilization and his own physical body. Even at this point, Li Ming is still suppressing and releasing it at the same time. If he releases it completely, the consequences will be disastrous. Even if he can kill the 9th order civilization in front of him, he will also be shattered and die. Thinking of this, Li Ming has already made some plans in his mind. It is naturally impossible for him to overload his body and fight 3 extremely powerful Tabitha people alone. Moreover, the opponent is a stable 9th order civilization. If he fights one person, Li Ming can make a quick decision, but there are 3 9th order beings at the moment, and 2 are eyeing him covetously. Imogen and Seema, who are farther away, dare not come forward to help easily. It is obviously not worth it for him to fight so hard. Even if the Inkinaya civilization is destroyed, it has nothing to do with him. He must find a way to leave the battlefield. Li Ming thought so, but the Tabitha people who were Li Ming's opponents were even more worried. Tandy in the distance had already consumed a lot of energy to deal with the red energy wave, and he was already unable to continue fighting. And Talia, who was dealing with Li Ming, also gritted her teeth. Her soul rock fist was actually blocked by the electromagnetic wave, and she fell into an awkward situation. If she stopped, her body would be broken by the electromagnetic wave. Continuing to attack could only maintain a stalemate and could not move forward. The energy of an 8th level civilization was so powerful that it was unimaginable for all the 9th level civilizations present. Li Ming's thoughts kept flashing through his mind, and an ability had emerged. Li Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and endured the pain in his body and began to secretly circulate energy. Just as Li Ming was hesitating and thinking, Tam, who was not far away, suddenly had his eyes wide open, raised his red blade, and rushed towards Li Ming again. How could Li Ming not notice it? He glanced at it slightly, and before Tam got close, a green shadow hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Tam in his palm. The green light was Li Ming's spiritual civilization ability. With a big hand grabbing, Tam's originally full energy instantly became chaotic, and his body's offensive posture suddenly stopped. The whole person was like a stone, stiff in place, unable to move. Tam frowned and gritted his teeth, and looked at Li Ming. What's going on? The energy can't be used, and the body doesn't obey. Tam muttered to himself. Under his frowning brows, his eyes were staring at Li Ming. He stared at Li Ming like this, but he also looked around distractedly. Finally, his eyes stopped and looked at Teague and Teet, who had not taken action, as if conveying some information. Tam's expression was full of unwillingness. Although he was controlled by Li Ming for several rounds, he felt the breath of the opponent's 8th level civilization, and the anger arose, as if an adult was slapped by a child, but he could do nothing to the other party. Teague in the distance turned his eyes, and noticed Tam's eyes. He immediately understood the other party's intention. After looking at Tate beside him, he whispered, "You block those 2 9th level guys. This 8th level guy should have reached his limit. Help me buy time for a strike." Tate glanced at Seema and Imogene in the distance and did not reply, but nodded slightly. After confirming the look, Teague suddenly flashed and went straight to Li Ming. Huh. Seeing Teague move, Imogene snorted in surprise. The blue light flashed in his hand, and the blue crystal block appeared in his hand. At the same time, he moved and prepared to move forward, but before he flew far, Tate suddenly moved in front of Imogene. "You two are against me, and there is nothing for you over there," Tate said coldly, his eyes looking directly at Imogene and Seema. But at this moment, something strange happened to Li Ming. Li Ming suddenly closed his hands, muttered something, and his whole body glowed. The dazzling light released from his body was like a dazzling lamp. A second later, the light faded, and Li Ming's figure disappeared directly on the spot. Teague, who was ready to attack, was startled and stopped in place, looking around with his eyes wandering, not knowing why. With Li Ming's sudden disappearance, Tam was no longer bound by the green light and completely relaxed, but looking at the place where Li Ming just disappeared, he was also startled, not knowing why. Talia, who was not far away, was no longer blocked by the blue energy light column, and also waved her rock fist, but Li Ming was no longer there, which made him confused. Although these people didn't know what was going on, Imogene in the distance saw something. After taking a deep breath, he couldn't help but whispered, "Teleportation of the space-time tribe." Just as Imogene guessed, Li Ming used the teleportation ability to leave this place. With Li Ming's current energy usage, the distance of this teleportation is an ultra-long distance movement. If calculated by the signs on the earth, Li Ming is equivalent to moving directly from one country to another. This distance is thousands of kilometers, but it is still on Inkinaya. The ability to move such a long distance is mainly due to the energy that is constantly surging in Li Ming's body at this moment. If an ordinary 8th level civilization uses this ability, it will naturally not be able to reach this distance. Although Li Ming disappeared, the war is still going on. Meteorite spaceships in other areas of Inkinaya began to gather here, just like the human beings all over the world on Earth fighting against aliens. But the Earth civilization has not yet reached the global unified deployment capabilities of Inkinaya. As more and more spaceships joined the battlefield, the giant spaceship of the Tabitha Star began to vibrate slightly. Chapter 191 Teleportation. Every time the spacecraft's energy shield is attacked, it will consume the spacecraft's own energy. If it is attacked by a large number of people at the same time, the consumption of the energy shield is also very huge. If the battle cannot be ended in a short time, there is no need to continue to consume it. Especially for long-distance battles like the Tabitha people, without energy supply, it is even more dangerous. Moreover, there are only 2 of the 5 9th level civilizations who can fight at full strength, and the other 3 have suffered certain consumption in the battle with Li Ming. The appearance of Li Ming seriously disrupted their plan for a quick victory. At this time, more meteorite spacecraft have joined the battlefield, and one of the Tabitha spacecraft can no longer support it. "Where is that kid?" Tam asked viciously, but the people around him were all at a loss, and there was no trace of Li Ming. "No. This kid must be killed today." Tam had an unwilling expression on his face, and his fierce eyes were full of murderous intent. It seemed that, if he didn't kill Li Ming, it would be difficult to relieve the hatred in his heart. "Tam, you'd better calmly look at the situation around you. We didn't come here across tens of thousands of light years, just to destroy the little Inkinaya people. Have you forgotten what Lady Yvonne told you?" Tig, who was not far away, said with some displeasure, while looking closely at Tam. After a slight sigh, he said, "The energy shield of our spaceship has been consumed a lot. Continuing to fight will be very disadvantageous to us. As for that kid, look for an opportunity later. Now is not the time." Tam seemed to come back to his senses after Tig said this. He could only suppress his anger towards Li Ming in his heart. He looked around and saw that hundreds of meteorite spaceships had joined the siege of his spaceship. At the same time, he turned his eyes and saw Imogene and Seema in the distance. In such a situation, Tam could only snort helplessly. After all, Li Ming would not be found for a while, and it was meaningless to continue to consume. "Let's go. Retreat," Tam shouted at the distance, and then flew directly to his spaceship. Seeing the other side really retreat, Imogene secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, if they really continued to fight, it would be hard to say who would win. As the battle here began to end, Li Ming's figure flashed and appeared on a rock. He just activated the teleportation ability urgently, but did not look at the direction and coordinates. He simply looked around. There were only high mountains and steep hills, and he didn't know where he was. The surroundings were barren. Although it was still in Kenai Star, the geographical environment here was very different from that over there. The rocks on the mountain were all light yellow, which was not the same level as the previous gray. After all, the gray rocks still contained energy. Li Ming sat cross-legged on the ground urgently. A star appeared in his left hand. At the same time, his right hand flipped, and several pills appeared in his palm. Fortunately, I brought some pills from the Light Medicine clan when I left for a star. Otherwise the injuries on my body would be a problem. Whispering like this, Li Ming raised his right hand, put the 3 pills into his mouth, and then began to close his eyes and rest. Now the energy in Li Ming's body urgently needs to be stabilized, so as to reduce the damage to the body. Zingao slowly suppressed the turbulent energy in his body, and the pills he took also helped the external injuries. With the rapid intervention of these 2 items, the pain in his body immediately returned to the level that Li Ming could tolerate. As the pain eased, the inner irritability was quickly suppressed. When the emotions returned to calm, the body seemed to have returned to normal. Li Ming took a deep breath, and the twitching expression on his face returned to calm. The body had just been relieved, and Li Ming's mind immediately thought of his previous experience. At the same time, he also deeply realized the advantages brought by powerful energy. Low-level fighting against high-level without losing the wind. Not a very important problem was also placed in front of Li Ming, and it was also the most headache for Li Ming. That is, how to get rid of the current situation. How to use the powerful energy in the body without hurting the body and enduring the terrible pain. Thinking of this problem, Li Ming thought of the Tabitha star, whose strong physique was really enviable. If I can have the physique of the Tabitha people, then I won't have to worry about the physical problem when I advance in the future. But I don't have the foundation of the power civilization. Even if I have the foundation of the power civilization, wouldn't it be more difficult to advance in the future? 3 civilizations means 3 times, and 4 civilizations means 4 times. I'm afraid that the power civilization will not be able to withstand this kind of power by then, so I have to find a way to solve this problem. Whispering in his heart, Li Ming was eager to know the method or ability to strengthen his body. Otherwise the next time he advances, the nebula will definitely be shattered, and even now he still has to rely on the starlight to suppress it. It is impossible that this ability does not exist in the vast universe. The problem is how Li Ming can get it, even if it is news about it. Thinking in his mind, he sighed slightly. After a slight pain came, Li Ming stopped thinking about it and began to recover his body with all his heart. Time flies, and the sky is sometimes dark and sometimes bright. There is a breeze and sometimes birds and animals are walking. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Li Ming's eyes opened slightly. His body has fully recovered, but he still needs star glory to maintain his body. However, as long as he does not use a lot of energy, a star glory can last for a long time. Standing up and looking around, Li Ming randomly found a direction and walked quickly. To leaving Kenai Star, Li Ming needs a spaceship with teleportation capabilities. Although there is a Nebula 6th lifeboat in Li Ming's star capsule, it is used for emergency rescue after all, and it is not convenient to use it at this time. On the vast Kenai continent, there must be spaceships. Li Ming only needs to find a place where Kenai people exist. Walking on foot, the speed is not slow. In a moment, he has crossed the mountain area. A wide road appeared in front of Li Ming. The road is pitch black and paved with some kind of meteorite. Although it is not smooth and flat, it does not affect the travel of various tools. Li Ming only took a quick glance and could tell that these meteorites used to pave the road all contained low energy, and the vehicles on them were all suspended and flying at low altitude, more than 1 meter above the ground. The aircraft could travel quickly with the energy from the road surface without consuming other energy, and there was no additional pollution, which was really advanced. Li Ming continued to move forward and came to the side of the road. At this time, a low-altitude aircraft was coming quickly. Li Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and his mental ability was activated. The aircraft was originally going to pass by Li Ming, but it suddenly lost control and stopped beside Li Ming after an emergency brake. A door opened at the entrance of the aircraft. A 4th level alien inside looked around and wondered what had happened. He glanced and saw Li Ming. To this alien, Li Ming was a real alien. Get lost. Li Ming glanced at the other party with disdain and said coldly. The alien showed a look of horror at just a glance. After hearing what Li Ming said, he dared not hesitate at all and hurriedly walked down from the door and retreated to a distance. Li Ming didn't even look at the other person and entered the aircraft from the entrance. Swoosh, the aircraft quickly left this place and headed far away. Li Ming sat quietly inside, his eyes closed, operating the aircraft with his consciousness while searching for various information. If he continued forward, he would reach a city. According to the records of the aircraft, Li Ming easily found a military facility in the city. This military facility was located in the center of the city, in charge of the operation of the entire city, and a 7th level civilization was stationed here. After obtaining this information, Li Ming went straight to the target. After a while, a city with tall buildings appeared in front of Li Ming. The city buildings here were different from what Li Ming had seen before. Although they were also built with meteorites, they were not the kind of buildings hidden in the rocks, but stood directly on the ground. The aircraft quickly drove into it and stopped in front of a large 2-story building. Although this 2-story building was not as big as those tall buildings, it occupied a huge area and was very spacious. As soon as the aircraft stopped, Li Ming got off the aircraft and headed straight for the door on the 1st floor. On both sides of the door were 2 soldiers of the 4th order civilization, wearing armor and holding weapons. When they saw Li Ming's unfamiliar appearance, they immediately prepared to stop him, but when they sensed Li Ming's powerful 8th order aura, they could only look at him in horror. The hands holding the weapons trembled slightly, and no one dared to step forward easily. Li Ming ignored these soldiers at all. His powerful consciousness instantly got the information he wanted. He walked in quickly and headed straight for the 2nd floor. His steps were fast and steady, and he looked like he was familiar with the place. At this time, the busy aliens in the building cast surprised eyes at Li Ming. Some opened their mouths and were about to say something, but they closed them immediately. In front of Li Ming's powerful 8th order civilization, these 5th and 6th order beings could only look at him from afar. Li Ming even disdained to look at these people. After arriving at the 2nd floor, Li Ming did not stop and quickly entered a room. At this time, many people in the room were discussing something around a table. The leader was the 7th level civilization that Li Ming was looking for. Li Ming looked directly at the 7th level existence and said, "Everyone else, get out." As soon as the voice fell, those low-level civilizations looked at Li Ming in horror and slowly stood up, sometimes looking at the 7th level existence and sometimes looking at Li Ming, but their bodies had already slowly walked out of the door. After a few seconds, there were only 2 people left in the room. Li Ming continued to stare at the other party and said, "Eden, I need a spaceship with teleportation capabilities." The 7th level civilization named Eden looked at Li Ming in horror, hesitated for a moment, and said, I need to contact the headquarters base. You, wait for me here." Li Ming sat down casually on a table and winked at the other party. After getting Li Ming's permission, Eden hurriedly stood up and left the room. Li Ming continued to sit there motionless. At this moment, Li Ming was in control of the situation and was not worried about what the other party would do. Eden walked out of the conference room and quickly entered another room. At the same time, he came to an operating table and operated it with his right hand. An urgent message was successfully sent under Eden's operation. It was sent to the headquarters base. After confirming that the message was received by the base, Eden was relieved. He looked in the direction of the conference room. He was afraid that Li Ming and others would be anxious. After looking at a staff member behind him, he said, "Notify me immediately after receiving the message." After saying this, Eden quickly left and went straight to the conference room. At this moment, the distant headquarters base had already received Eden's message for help. A 5th level operator hurriedly stood up and came to the operating table in the middle of the hall and said, "Grand Mage Hesher, the Zero Source Zone reports that there has been an invasion by an 8th level alien civilization, and the other party has asked for a spaceship with teleportation capabilities." Hesher's face changed when she heard this. She looked at the map on the operating table with her eyes and frowned slightly. Although the Tabitha people have retreated, there are still many remnants of the Tabitha people left in the last battle, but Li Ming has also disappeared. Hesher whispered and hesitated. She couldn't judge the specific situation for a while, but looking at the operating table in front of her, Hesher suddenly thought of something. There are still remnants of the Tabitha people here at the headquarters. Grand Mage Imogene can't leave. Grand Mage Nugent is already in space waiting for teleportation. So let Grand Mage Nugent go and take a look first. Yes. Chapter 192. Determined to leave. On the second floor of the double-story military building in the Zero Source Zone, Li Ming sat quietly in the conference room waiting, while Eden stood quietly opposite him, not daring to make too many moves. Eden was a little nervous in front of Li Ming, a strange 8th level civilization. He sometimes stole a glance at Li Ming, and sometimes looked at the communication room, but he was extremely anxious. "I have received the message from Grand Mage Hesher. Once Grand Mage Nugent arrives, this 8th level alien will be in trouble. For the time being, we can only stabilize him." Eden thought secretly in his mind, but any thought in his mind could not escape Li Ming's eyes. Although Li Ming had already detected this information, he still looked calm and didn't care. At this time, a 5th level disciple in the communication room was communicating with the headquarters base about the situation here, and reported Li Ming's appearance and other specific conditions truthfully, but the reply from the headquarters base made this 5th level civilization suddenly open his eyes wide. 3 days ago, the headquarters of Insignificant was invaded by the people of Tabitha. Li Ming, who was in charge of the ancient source area, fought against 3 people of the 9th level civilization of Tabitha with his 8th level strength, and saved Insignificant from danger. The information about Li Ming is as follows. When the 5th level disciple saw such information, his expression suddenly stopped. When he thought of Li Ming's physical characteristics, and looked at the content of the information, his head slowly turned to the conference room, and opened his mouth in surprise. He stood up, and his eyes turned around. "Really? It's really him." Thinking of this, the 5th level disciple did not dare to hesitate anymore, and turned around quickly, and ran straight to the conference room. After a bang, the door was pushed open. The 5th level disciple rushed into the conference room in a hurry. Just when he was about to say something, he immediately closed his mouth when he saw Li Ming. Li Ming glanced at the other party. A piece of information had entered his brain. His originally calm face suddenly paused, but he did not say a word. Seeing this, Eden glared at the 5th level disciple with dissatisfaction and scolded, "Why are you so flustered?" The 5th level disciple bowed his head and slowly walked towards Eden. At this moment, a strange light suddenly flashed in the sky above the Zero Source Zone, and the space fluctuation spread out, and a meteorite spaceship had appeared. The meteorite spaceship just stopped above the 2-story military facility. Not long after it stopped, a blue beam of light shot out from the bottom of the spaceship and directly shone in front of the building. Eden, who was in the conference room, immediately sensed something and turned around to look outside. The blue beam of light outside the window had already come into view. "It's the Grand Mage. It's Grand Mage Nugent." Eden shouted excitedly, as if he had forgotten the existence of Li Ming. Li Ming glanced at Eden and looked out the window by the way. He looked calm and his face did not change. Eden no longer concealed his excitement at this time. At the same time, he straightened his body and looked at Li Ming confidently. "Didn't you want a spaceship? Now the spaceship is here." Eden said proudly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Li Ming glanced at him with contempt, still with an expression of indifference. With Li Ming's current strength, killing him is like crushing an ant, but Li Ming will not crush him just because an ant touched him. Seeing that Li Ming was silent, Eden came to Li Ming with his head shaking. His eyes continued to look out the window, and continued, "Our great magician is a 9th level existence. Aren't you afraid at all?" Li Ming did not respond, but closed his eyes directly, opened his mouth slightly, and said, "Then I will accept this spaceship." Such a tough answer made Eden frown, and just when he was about to say something else, the 5th level disciple next to him suddenly pulled Eden hard, as if he was about to say something. Eden rolled his eyes and glanced at the disciple, not knowing what was going on. At this time, a figure was slowly falling down the blue beam of light outside the building. However, the person was not Nugent, but Imogen. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, Imogen hurriedly entered the building and went straight to the 2nd floor. His behavior was unusually familiar, as if the purpose of this trip was very clear. When everyone in the building saw Imogen, they all bowed, and their faces were full of awe. With the sound of hurried footsteps, Imogen had entered the 2nd floor. With a glance, he immediately locked the location of the meeting room and quickly entered it. Li Ming's sitting figure had appeared in front of him. As soon as he saw Imogen, Eden's face changed, and he showed a puzzled look, but he still bowed deeply and said respectfully, "Grand Mage, this is the person who asked us for the spaceship." Imogen hardly looked at Eden, smiled at Li Ming and said, "It's you, Li Ming." When Hesha received the report from here, she suspected that it was Tabitha people, and planned to let Nugent come. Fortunately, I stopped it in time, otherwise I don't know what kind of trouble Nugent would cause. Imogen looked friendly and polite to Li Ming. This attitude made Eden look confused. As a 9th level civilization, Imogen was so polite to an 8th level, and even a little bit of awe. This made Eden confused for a while. At this time, the previous 5th level disciple hurriedly approached Eden and whispered in his ear. After listening to what the 5th level disciple said, Eden's face turned pale instantly, and he looked at Li Ming with respect. Li Ming's tightly closed eyes slightly opened, and when he saw Imogen, he quickly stood up and smiled, saying, "I just need a spaceship. I didn't expect the great magician to come and deliver it in person. It's really polite." Imogen frowned slightly and showed hesitation. Just when he was about to say something else, he suddenly paused and glanced fiercely at Eden beside him. "Li Ming and I have important things to discuss. You all get out," Imogen said sternly. Eden was shocked when he heard this, and he quickly bowed his head and retreated, not daring to say anything more. As soon as he left the meeting room, Eden's expression became more nervous, and his blurred eyes kept turning, fearing that his previous actions had angered Li Ming. Only Imogen and Li Ming were left in the room. Imogen smiled again and said, "Li Ming, you want a spaceship? Are you planning to leave in Canada?" Li Ming nodded slightly. When he was about to say something, Imogen hurriedly said again, "It's like this. In fact, I have discussed with Grand Mage Hesha before I came here. With your strength, Li Ming, although you are only at the 8th level, you can definitely be a Grand Mage in Incanaya, and you are also proficient in alchemy, so I think I want to beg you to stay. Don't worry, as long as you can stay, many resources will be given priority to you." Imogen said unusually politely. Li Ming smiled lightly, still shook his head and said, "I appreciate the good intention of the Grand Mage, but I still have to leave Nkanaya." Li Ming rejected Imogen without any hesitation, and it was obvious that he had made up his mind to leave. Imogen looked worried when he heard this, and turned his eyes to look outside the door, and then said, "Could it be that the disciple just now was not hospitable enough and offended you with his words?" Li Ming snorted lightly, shook his head gently, and said, "Grand Mage, you are worrying too much. Leaving Canada has long been in my plan, but I didn't expect to catch up with the invasion of Tabitha Star. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be conflicts between me and the Grand Mage." Although Imogen wanted to keep Li Ming very much, he couldn't help but sigh after hearing this, and his expression did not change, but he was still a little scared when he thought of Li Ming talking about the conflict with him. With Li Ming's record of fighting against 3 9th level civilizations from Tabitha without losing, Imogen could only be respectful to him. If it were the 3 9th level civilizations from Incanaya, they might not be able to fight Li Ming head on. Naturally, he did not dare to try to keep Li Ming any longer as he was determined to leave. Now he could only feel sorry and said, "Since you have made up your mind to leave, I can't try to keep you any longer. This spaceship of mine was prepared for you when you came. No matter what, you have done a great favor to us in Incanaya. If it weren't for you, our civilization would have been destroyed." Li Ming chuckled twice, waved his hand, and replied, "Grand Mage, you are too polite. Okay, it's time for me to leave, but I still have to thank you for the spaceship. Having said that, Li Ming took a step forward to leave, but just after taking 2 steps, he paused and remembered something in his mind. He turned around, looked at Imogen, and said, "Before I leave, there is one thing I don't quite understand, so." Without waiting for Li Ming to finish, Imogen said, "Just say it, I will tell you everything I know." Li Ming nodded slightly, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Although I can fight against the 9th level civilization, I'm still the 8th level after all, so I want to know, why don't you break through the 9th level and enter the 1st level civilization? There are Zingaya and Zington." Imogen was stunned when he heard this, but immediately smiled bitterly, shook his head slightly, and said, "You are not at the 9th level, so it's not surprising that you don't know these. It doesn't hurt for me to tell you about this. With your strength, it's only a matter of time for you to enter the 9th level. This level of civilization is not on the same level as ours, and it is completely different. It is very difficult to advance to a civilization, and it is even more difficult to break through thousands of dangers to reach the 9th level. As for advancing to the 1st level civilization, that is even 1 in a million." Imogen looked full of sighs, but continued, "To advance from the 9th order civilization to the 1st order civilization, only 2 things are needed. One is the power of flowing clouds, and the other is glorious moon. The function of the glorious moon is similar to that of the star glory, both of which are used to assist advancement. However, these 2 things are extremely rare. There are only 1 or 2 in the entire outer system, and even in the middle system, they are extremely rare." At this point, Imogen smiled bitterly and continued, "Although I have been in the 9th order civilization for some years, I have never heard of these 2 things in the entire Orion arm, let alone seen them, so the matter of advancement can only be thought about." Imogen sighed again after he finished speaking, but Li Ming had heard it very clearly and understood the great difficulty. It was no wonder that Moore had always disliked himself. It turned out that it was so difficult to advance to a high-level civilization in this way. After listening to what Imogen said, Li Ming did not say much, and also fell into silence, but his feet slowly moved and walked outside. Chapter 193 Spherical Cruise Bay. Under the gaze of Imogen, Li Ming entered the high-altitude meteorite spaceship. The meteorite spaceship was hundreds of meters long and wide, which was really not small, and there was no one inside, as if it was carefully prepared for Li Ming. There were many marked coordinates on the operating table in the center of the spaceship, and a lot of safe coordinate information was stored, which was conducive to Li Ming's transmission. Li Ming stood in front of the operating table and checked each coordinate, querying the existing information on it. While watching, he was operating with his hands. A series of coordinates had been marked, and Li Ming just sat quietly in front of the operating table and closed his eyes. The surface of the spaceship rippled and flashed, as if a mirror reflected a beam of light, but the next moment it disappeared in place with a buzzing sound, and it was teleported away according to the coordinates marked by Li Ming. The coordinates marked by Li Ming were directly connected to the outside of the magic source system according to the safe coordinate information. This series of coordinates formed a transmission chain, which was all completed automatically by the system of the spaceship, and Li Ming did not need to perform any operation. Li Ming closed his eyes tightly, not paying attention to the changes on the operating table. At the same time, the information in his brain kept flowing, and he began to think about other things. Every time he advanced, Li Ming's previously recorded star books would be refreshed, and his cultivation could be further advanced. The content that he could not learn before the 7th level could now be cultivated. Although the increase was not much, it was also very useful to Li Ming. However, not all star books can be cultivated. Among them, the 6-domain star and the 6-domain star books did not have any increase. They were still the same as the 7th level, and could not be studied, but the star books about alchemy and synthesis had some new knowledge. Li Ming carefully savored the newly added details of the two. Li Ming first thought about the information about synthesis. Many synthesis content emerged in his mind bit by bit, and the huge volume flashed in his mind like starlight. Although there were many items that could be synthesized, there were not many that really worked for Li Ming. However, there were two things that still caught Li Ming's attention. One is the Stardust weapon. The materials needed to synthesize high-level weapons are naturally very rare. The Starbook records in detail the synthesis methods and materials required for weapons of different levels. It is not difficult for Li Ming to master this method, but it is difficult to find the materials. The second thing is even more attractive to Li Ming, but Li Ming, who is only at level 8, can only see its basic information and required materials, and the synthesis method is still unknown. This thing is the flowing cloud power, mentioned by Imogen. According to the Starbook, the flowing cloud power is an advanced item for high-level civilizations and the biggest bottleneck for the promotion of low-level civilizations. The common point between the flowing cloud power and the nebula power is that they can be generated naturally, but the probability is very low. Most of the flowing cloud power needs to be synthesized, but there are very few civilizations that can do this. Originally, synthesis masters are rare. Even if there are synthesis masters, the synthesis formula of the flowing cloud power is also extremely rare. First, 100 nebula powers are needed as the main material, and secondly, the 100 nebula powers are fused and compressed with BGUI to converge into the flowing cloud power. 100 nebula powers are something that almost any civilization can produce, but BGUI, a master of materials and synthesis, is rare, and there is no detailed record of BGUI in the Starbook. Seeing this, Li Ming's expression jumped slightly, his eyes suddenly opened, and his face was full of worry. If I want to enter the first level civilization according to the way of advancing to the 8th level civilization, then, wouldn't it require 3 flowing cloud powers? Thinking of this, Li Ming couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Although he had some understanding of the flowing cloud power, it was unimaginable how difficult it was to get these things, and he still needed 3. Besides, Li Ming knew nothing about the brilliant moon. After a slight sigh, Li Ming's head sank slightly and looked at the starlight in the palm of his left hand. It's too early to consider the promotion now, so I should solve the problem of my own body first. Li Ming whispered to himself and stopped thinking about it. He closed his eyes again and began to read about alchemy. As soon as the information about alchemy entered his mind, Li Ming immediately found an item. Secret pill? Li Ming was surprised. The main material of this pill is beast essence, and its effect is to strengthen the body. Seeing this information, Li Ming immediately showed a look of joy, thinking to himself, sure enough, there is a pill that can strengthen the body. With a smile on his face, his consciousness has begun to carefully read the contents, but after a closer look, Li Ming's smile immediately disappeared and he frowned. Although the secret pill can strengthen the body, it is not enough to take one pill to achieve the effect. It needs to be taken continuously. Moreover, one beast essence can only be used to refine one secret pill. In addition to the beast essence, many other auxiliary materials are also needed. Beast essence, that is something that only exists in the body of alien monsters. As for other materials, Li Ming can obtain them through transactions. Thinking of this, Li Ming will inevitably feel a little frustrated. After all, alien monsters are not everywhere, and powerful monsters are not easy to kill. But at least there is hope. Li Ming's heart sank, and he began to read the refining method carefully. Li Ming was so devoted to cultivating his star identity, and the spaceship he was driving was also transmitting according to the previously preset coordinates. After a few flashes, Li Ming had arrived at the edge of the magic source system. If this continued, Li Ming would soon leave the magic source system. At the same time, in the Centaurus arm of the Milky Way galaxy 50,000 light years away from Li Ming, a detection device on a planet in a galaxy sounded a slight alarm. A middle-aged alien with an eye-shaped head slowly opened his eyes. This alien was huge, nearly 2 meters tall, with blue armor all over his body, a grey cloak behind him, and a snake-headed scepter made of strange wood in his hand. Finally appeared. After 400 years, I still detected Nito's information. The tall alien smiled with relief. An alien from the 9th level civilization not far away quickly followed suit and laughed, bowed, and said with a smile, congratulations to King Heart for obtaining such a precious treasure as Netum. Heart waved his hand, his face became serious, and said, Hawk, it's too early to say this now. The appearance of the signal of Netum can only mean that this thing has no owner yet. There are many civilizations nearby that can detect this signal. It's hard to say whether it can become something in the pocket of me, Hatfield. Hawk had a confident face and said proudly, who doesn't know the reputation of the King of Dharma in the nearby galaxies? Even if these people detect it, they will definitely not have the courage to compete with you. Hart breathed a long sigh of relief, his expression calm, and his eyes were already thinking about something. After a moment, he looked at Hawk. The signal source is 50,000 light years away from us, and there is a certain time difference between them. Hawk, you should go there in person. I will send you the signal in real time according to the trajectory of the signal. This trip is mainly to detect the specific location of Neton. I will do it myself then. Hatfield said lightly, but his sharp eyes were also fixed on the signal point on the disk device in front of him. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will definitely find this thing and bring it back for you, Hawk said firmly. Hatfield waved his hand and said nothing more. At this moment, the meteorite spacecraft that Li Ming was riding had been steadily transmitted out of the magic source system. There were still many coordinates outside the magic source system. The coordinates were like roads. Each transmission point was connected to each other, forming a line that led directly to the depths of the universe. However, this path was not infinitely extended. The spacecraft that Li Ming was riding was made by Inkinaya, and the transmission points were naturally all safe points discovered and accumulated by Inkinaya in the exploration of the universe. However, as we continued to move towards the depths of the universe, the transmission points became fewer and fewer, and even disappeared. The main reason for this was that this airspace had exceeded the scope of Inkinaya's exploration. Li Ming was not worried about this. In the airspace outside the galaxy, there is a free place called the Cruise Bay. The Cruise Bay is a neutral and independent force, and often controls the teleportation points in the nearby space. If you want to cross the distant galaxy, the Cruise Bay is indispensable. The coordinates of a Cruise Bay can already be seen on the operating table in front of Li Ming. For now, this Cruise Bay is a must-go. Thinking in his mind, Li Ming swiped his fingers on the operating table a few times and determined the destination of this trip, Spherical Cruise Bay. At the same time, a large spaceship with a triangular appearance was slowly approaching the Spherical Cruise Bay from another direction. In the main cabin of the spaceship, 4 aliens were concentrating on a piece of image information on the operating table. On the operating table, there was an image interwoven with blue light. This image was a side portrait of Li Ming, and there were also a lot of character information. An alien with a green grass head looked at it in amazement, with an expression of disbelief on his face, and said, I never thought that there is such a thing. An alien of level 8 can fight against 3 people of level 9 civilization alone, and they are Tabitha people. As he said this, the alien with a green grass head shook his head repeatedly. An alien with a semicircular head sitting opposite him also made a TSK sound and said, the most important thing is that this alien is unknown where he came from, and the background of his civilization is unknown. In the nearby galaxies, I have never seen a high-level civilization like this. The alien with the green grass head nodded slowly and said, this message was sent by the Star Raiders Alliance. It should not be false. Most likely it is a warning for us not to make the wrong target, so as not to suffer the loss. The alien with the semicircular head nodded repeatedly. However, a bull-headed alien on the side chuckled and said, with this person's help, Inkanaya will probably be even more powerful in the future. At this point, the bull-headed alien looked at the image on the console more seriously and slowly shook his head and said, this image only shows the side, and it's very blurry, so it's not easy to distinguish. The green grass-headed alien snorted and said, be content. In this interstellar war in Kanaya, Palek Star originally wanted to intervene and get some benefits, but he didn't expect this alien to appear. He only took a picture from a distance. Although it's only a side view, it's better than nothing. We just need to keep our eyes open in the future. The fat donkey-eared alien, who had been silent all this time, hummed and said, with such a master here, how can Kanaya let go easily? He will definitely find ways to keep him in Kanaya. How can we easily run into him? The grass-headed alien nodded, sighed deeply, and said, forget it, let's not talk about this. This time when we enter the Spherical Cruise Bay, we should be alert and look for the target. We haven't been open for some time. The other three nodded and didn't say anything more. Chapter 194, Unexpected Discovery. In the vast universe, in the long distance between star systems, there is endless darkness, but there are still planets and celestial bodies of various sizes in such airspace. They are all free celestial bodies, and only the larger ones are called wandering planets. A huge spherical object floats slowly in the vacuum. Although it is huge, it is not a planet, nor a meteorite, but a huge free space station, the spherical cruise bay. Although it looks spherical, its actual structure is not what the eye see. At the center of the spherical cruise bay is a core spaceship with a length and width of 20 kilometers. The core spaceship is made of special materials and can release a strong traction force. This force will cause the position at a certain distance from the core spaceship to be pulled, and it can neither approach the core spaceship nor escape from this force. To accept or get rid of this force, it is necessary to connect with the system of the core spaceship. In this way, a spherical cruise bay around the core spaceship is formed. The approaching spaceship must first send a request for parking, and only after it is received, can it arrange a fixed airspace to accept the traction of the core spaceship. Li Ming's meteorite spaceship had already sent a message when it approached the cruise bay, and the other party successfully received it. The operation of the spaceship no longer needed Li Ming's control. The core spaceship's system would directly control the meteorite spaceship to select a location for parking. Li Ming stood in front of the operating table and watched the spaceship's actions quietly. At the same time, he also noticed the spaceships that had already docked outside the cruise bay. This free spaceport was full of spaceships, large and small, and varied. Some of them were familiar to Li Ming, while others were unfamiliar. They were densely packed and countless. While watching, Li Ming suddenly frowned. A larger spaceship came into view, and the appearance of this spaceship was also particularly familiar. Isn't this the spaceship of the Tabitha people? Could it be that those Tabitha people have also arrived here? Li Ming looked puzzled, but he was not sure. After all, this type of spaceship is not a unique feature in the universe. But then again, even if it was the Tabitha starship, Li Ming had nothing to worry about. The cruise bay was an independent area where fighting was prohibited. Moreover, Li Ming came here only to obtain the nearby transmission coordinates, so he didn't need to worry too much. Thinking of this, Li Ming was relieved and let the spaceship enter the designated location. A wide airspace. Li Ming's meteorite spaceship slowly entered it. This place seemed empty, but as soon as the spaceship arrived, it was like entering a port where the spaceship could be fixed. With a muffled bang, the spaceship was completely still. This position and coordinates were exactly connected to the traction of the core spaceship. Under the action of this force, the meteorite spaceship will be firmly locked and unable to move at all, just like being tightly grasped by someone's fist. The lock was successful, and the console displayed the lock information. Then an intercommunication connection request was automatically established between the core spaceship and the meteorite spaceship. A blue beam shot out from the core spaceship and connected to the meteorite spaceship like a rope. As soon as this beam shone on the meteorite spaceship, the main cabin, where Li Ming was located, fluctuated, and an elliptical transmission gate appeared. Li Ming glanced at the portal and walked straight over. A blue light flashed, and Li Ming's figure disappeared in the portal. At the same time, a small house close to the bulkhead of the core spacecraft suddenly flashed, and a person walked out of the portal inside. It was Li Ming. As soon as Li Ming appeared, he looked around the small house. The equipment here was very similar to the previous cruise bay, but Li Ming already knew all the basic operations. After docking before entering here, he skillfully took out a star bag and placed it on a round table in the house. As the star bag was placed, the door of the house opened automatically. Li Ming smiled lightly and walked out. Walking out of this small house is a hall. A glance at it shows that many aliens are walking back and forth, some in groups of 3 or 5, and some alone, in different forms. Li Ming looked in a direction and walked quickly over. There are many passages and portals in the hall. Li Ming's figure went straight into one of the passages and quickly walked through the passage to another hall. This hall is full of round tables, which is the trading area. Li Ming came to one of the round platforms. His eyes narrowed slightly, and various transaction information quickly entered Li Ming's brain. Li Ming put a star bag on the round platform without hesitation. The round platform flashed, and the star bag disappeared. After a few seconds, the light lit up again, and a record star book had emerged. This record star book was exactly the coordinates that Li Ming bought. After buying the coordinates, the purpose of this trip has been achieved. However, after Li Ming casually sensed, he noticed some other transaction information, which also made Li Ming a little interested. Various lists of materials appeared on the round platform. Li Ming was choosing and buying them. These materials were not scarce. They were all ordinary materials, and the price was also very cheap. Li Ming naturally wanted to buy a lot. The materials that Li Ming bought were all materials for synthesizing elixirs. Of course, the most important ones were the materials for refining secret barrier pill. Li Ming also bought some materials for beast soul pill. After a few seconds, the materials in the entire trading area were sold out by Li Ming. After doing this, Li Ming turned around and prepared to leave with satisfaction. Just as Li Ming left the round platform and entered the passage, a piece of information suddenly entered Li Ming's brain. This information was discovered by Li Ming from the brain of an 8th level civilization through his wisdom eyes. This information was also the information that Li Ming was very concerned about, so his wisdom eyes passively explored it directly. The alien from the 8th level civilization passed by Li Ming. Li Ming stopped in place for a moment, turned his head, and looked at the other party, and a rough back appeared in front of him. The alien was fat and slightly short. His two pointed ears stood straight like donkey ears, and there was an extra tumor behind his head, like a braid. Li Ming looked at it, and said to himself in his heart, this alien is going to the alien planet. The alien planet is a wandering planet. At the beginning, Imogen said that he wanted to land on this planet to look for materials, but was later forced to give up because of the invasion of the Tabitha star. Now Li Ming has a great interest in this planet. After all, in addition to materials, there are also alien monsters on it. The alien monster has beast essence in its body, and beast essence is a must for refining secret pills. With a thought in his mind, Li Ming followed the fat alien. Following behind him, Li Ming began to explore the content about the alien planet in depth, and an important piece of information entered Li Ming's mind. According to the information recorded in the other party's mind, the alien planet will fly near the cruise bay, and the cruise bay will provide spacecraft transmission services during this period. Simply put, people who need to go to the alien planet can register with the cruise bay headquarters. The cruise bay headquarters will charge a fee based on the size of the spacecraft, and then transmit the registered spacecraft to the orbit of the alien planet. After getting this information, Li Ming quickened his pace and stopped following the alien. Passing through the trading area and entering another passage, 3 portals appeared at the end of the passage. Li Ming entered the middle portal without hesitation. When Li Ming came out again, he had already arrived at a hall. The hall was divided into 2 floors. Li Ming was located on the 2nd floor, and there was a circular hole in the middle of the 2nd floor, where he could see the situation on the 1st floor. There are many round tables on the 2nd floor, similar to the trading area, but they are not used for trading here, but for registration. Li Ming quickly came to one of the round tables, operating while looking around. The entire 2nd floor is not large, only 200 or 300 meters long and wide. Excluding the huge hole in the middle, the actual area is not much, and the number of people is even smaller, which can be counted on 10 fingers, and they are all 8th level civilizations. His eyes looked around, but his hands did not stop. After a series of operations, the registration was over. At the same time, some information about this alien planet also entered Li Ming's mind with the registration. This registration is divided into 2 batches, and they are transmitted to 2 teleportation points. One batch is 9th level civilization, and the other batch is 8th level civilization. 7th level civilization and below are prohibited from participating. In order to ensure their respective interests, the transmission points of 9th level civilization and 8th level civilization will be located at the 2 extreme positions of the alien planet. This arrangement is reasonable. After all, when 9th level and 8th level civilizations are in the same place, unnecessary conflicts are likely to occur, and the gap in strength will also be disadvantageous to 8th level civilizations. After finishing the registration, Li Ming was ready to leave, but his powerful consciousness suddenly sensed something. Li Ming quickly came to the hole in the middle and looked down at the first floor. Several familiar figures had appeared in front of Li Ming, which made Li Ming's face change slightly and his eyes narrowed. Chapter 195, Transmission System Startup. Standing on the second floor, looking down at the first floor, 3 figures came into Li Ming's sight. These 3 people were Tam, Tate and Teague from Tabitha, while the other 2 were nowhere to be seen. But since they appeared here, they must have come to sign up to enter the alien planet. After taking a few more glances, Li Ming left quickly. It was not good news for Li Ming that the people of Tabitha were participating in the alien planet, but fortunately, the teleportation points of the 8th and 9th levels were different, so the possibility of encountering them was extremely low. Although Li Ming had to be vigilant, he did not have to care too much. After signing up, Li Ming had no interest in other places at all. After quickly passing through 2 halls, he returned to his spaceship through the teleportation portal. Now he could only wait for the registration to end and be teleported to the alien planet. But at this moment, a message suddenly came from the console of Li Ming's spaceship. Li Ming was startled and looked over intently. He took 2 steps forward to the console and gently swiped his finger. A message had appeared. Looking at the content of the message, Li Ming frowned slightly. Video communication request. An unfamiliar spaceship and an unfamiliar request made Li Ming a little confused. How could he receive such a message when he just returned to the spaceship? Puzzled and curious, Li Ming agreed to the other party's request. The light on the operating table flashed, and a huge screen was erected on the operating table in the form of a light curtain. Then 4 figures emerged. The 4 people had different appearances and seemed to be from civilizations of different galaxies. Li Ming recognized 3 of them at a glance, namely, Lagrason, Moses and Phila. As for the last one, although Li Ming did not know which civilization it was, he was very familiar with this alien. It was the fat donkey-eared alien who led Li Ming to the registration office. As the screen was displayed, the information of 4 people also appeared at the bottom. The green grass-headed guy from the Fuller biological civilization was called Yates. The semicircular head guy from the Moses intelligent civilization was called Xavier. The Lagrason power civilization was called Wedra. And the last fat donkey-eared guy was also from the power civilization, named Walden, but his origin was not marked. Seeing this, Li Ming also sent his message, but Li Ming's message was even simpler, with only one name, Li Ming. Li Ming naturally couldn't reveal too much to this group of strangers of unknown origin. After seeing Li Ming's message, the 4 people were still calm, without any change, as if they were used to it. Among them, Yates from Fuller Star smiled slightly and spoke first. Brother Li Ming, you should have seen our message, and thank you for responding to your message. It seems that this time we have one more partner in entering the alien planet. After a chuckle from Lagrason, Vidra said, one more person means one more insurance. The alien monsters are extremely fierce. If I go up alone, I'm really a little worried. Now that I know you, if we join forces, I feel much more at ease. Yes, I was originally hesitant whether to participate. I heard that there might be a lot of star flames up there, so I decided to take the risk. Just now, I joined you at the invitation of Brother Yates. Those monsters are nothing to be afraid of, Xavier from Moses said afterwards. Hearing this, Li Ming couldn't help but ask, so, you're not together? Yates chuckled twice, shook his head slightly, and said, you should be able to see from this video that we are all in different spaceships. How can we be together? Lone wanderers like us must unite to go to such a dangerous place, so that we don't have to worry about encountering monsters or other forces. Li Ming nodded slightly. What Yates said made some sense, but another problem also emerged. If 5 people search together, if they really encounter any precious materials, it may be difficult to distribute them. This is exactly what Li Ming is worried about. But just as Li Ming was thinking about this problem, Yates spoke again. Although we are united, there is one thing I still want to make clear in advance. Our cooperation can only be carried out in secret. We should each take the sensor and search at a distance not too far apart. In case of any accident or danger, we can respond at any time. Yates said slowly, revealing Li Ming's worries in one sentence. The other three nodded again and again, but Li Ming was still calm and indifferent. Once the sensor system is connected, it will bind to each other. With powerful energy, it can release signals within a fixed range to respond to each other. It is an alien technology commonly used in joint operations. Yates looked at Li Ming slightly, chuckled, and asked, "Brother Li Ming, do you want to join us?" Li Ming looked at the faces of these people with hesitation, and began to think in his mind. Li Ming's trip was for the beast essence in the body of the alien monster. Li Ming had seen how powerful the monster was. His current physical condition could not overuse energy, so there was no harm in cooperating with it. Besides, they kept a certain distance when searching for resources, so there would not be much impact. After a brief thought, Li Ming nodded slightly and replied, "Okay, this time we will act together when we enter the alien planet." Hearing Li Ming's agreement, Yates smiled with satisfaction and said, "Since it's settled, I will send the landing location to everyone after the transmission starts. The distance transmission will start soon, so let's prepare first." The other people nodded one after another, and then turned off the communication. As soon as the communication was turned off, in a 100-meter long and wide triangular spacecraft, Yates smiled at the operating table in front of him and whispered, "Finally someone has taken the bait." As he said this, 3 figures slowly walked out of the 3 transmission doors in the main cabin. They were the 3 people who were in the video just now. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, they slowly sat down around the operating table. Yates glanced at the 3 of them and showed a serious look. He said, "I have already checked. This person was alone from the time the spacecraft docked to the time he entered the cruise bay. He must be an interstellar wanderer. Such people can reach the 8th level and often have a lot of precious items. We will definitely gain a lot this time." Xavier was also smiling, and he took a long breath and said, "That's the best. Our star sweeping group hasn't been open for some time." The other 2 also showed excitement on their faces, nodded and smiled, but Yates waved his hand, his face solemn, and said, "I will control the timing of the action. As usual, it's best not to cause trouble. After we succeed, we still have other goals." Wade nodded vigorously, and at the same time, glanced at Walden beside him, and said, "You can rest assured that we are here." "Yeah." Yates nodded with satisfaction, his eyes turning around and thinking about something. At this time, Li Ming sat quietly in front of the operating table, looking down at the star glory in his hand. The originally bright and beautiful appearance had dimmed at this time. Obviously, the energy in it was almost exhausted, which meant that Li Ming needed to replace a new star glory to maintain his body. With a long sigh, Li Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the operating table closely. His seemingly calm expression could no longer conceal his inner anxiety. The refining of the secret barrier pill was urgent. There were not many star glory left on his body. It was a pity that such a precious advanced item was consumed like this. Just as Li Ming was thinking, a blue light flashed on the operating table, and a warning prompt appeared. "The countdown for the alien planet transmission has begun. Please be prepared." At the same time, many spaceships received this message. These were the personnel who signed up to enter the alien planet. The time was counting down little by little, and each spaceship was busy. Many people knew about the alien planet. This planet from a distant space was full of unknowns and fears, and of course, its unique temptations. As time counted down, the beams of light released by the core spacecraft changed. These beams of light were originally the interconnection between the core spacecraft and the docked spacecraft, but as the transmission device was activated, the original energy in the beams of light began to change, and the portals at both ends disappeared. The blue beams of light turned into red beams in an instant, and the powerful energy of the red light enveloped some of the spacecraft. Compared with the tens of thousands of docked spacecraft, those spacecraft wrapped in red light seemed insignificant. The red beams of light continued to illuminate the spacecraft, but after a few seconds, they suddenly broke off with a muffled bang, turning into flickering starlight and disappearing directly, while those spacecraft were still wrapped in the red light curtain and trembling slightly. After a few seconds, there was another bang, and these spacecraft disappeared on the spot. Compared with the huge number of docked spacecraft in the cruise bay, the spacecraft that were teleported away were like a few black spots on a bright light bulb. Chapter 196 Landing on an Alien Planet. In the dark universe, a gray planet is flying in the universe. This planet is huge, 10 times larger than the Earth, but the planet's atmosphere is full of unknown gases, making the whole planet look like a gray particle in the universe. This kind of planet does not exist in a star system, and revolves around the center of the Milky Way in a free form. Although it moves very fast, when it approaches the other side, that speed is completely imperceptible. It's like the Earth where humans live, which revolves around the Milky Way in the solar system at a speed of 200 kilometers per second, but humans can't feel it at all. And the free planet in front of us is an alien planet. There was a space fluctuation in the airspace around this huge planet, and more than a dozen spaceships flashed out, as if they were transformed out of thin air. Li Ming's meteorite spaceship is one of them. Li Ming clearly saw the alien planet through the console in front of him. He stood up slowly, staring at it motionlessly, and whispered, "This is the alien planet." The huge size was beyond Li Ming's field of vision. The spaceship was not even a black dot in front of it. The gray and strange airflow kept flowing on the surface of the planet, like a hurricane, and under the gray was an unknown mystery. As Li Ming watched carefully, a message suddenly appeared on the console. Li Ming's eyes widened a little. After a closer look, this message was sent by Yates. After a slight sense, the content of the message had entered his mind. Yates sent a landing coordinate to Li Ming. Li Ming looked at the location of the coordinate and hesitated for a moment, but still stretched out his hand to swipe on the light screen to confirm. According to the specified coordinates, Li Ming started the spaceship's transmission system again. The space wavered and flickered. The surface of the spaceship flashed white light and disappeared on the spot. The other spaceships in the nearby airspace soon flashed and disappeared. These spaceships are all scrambling to get there, fearing that others will get there first. But for a huge planet, who can find what they want depends on luck. The light flashed, the meteorite spaceship vibrated slightly, and appeared dozens of meters above the ground. Li Ming did not rush to get off the spaceship, but first looked at the surrounding environment and geography. The powerful detection system of the spaceship instantly transmitted the air, temperature, and other information here to the operating table. Li Ming looked at the data information on the operating table with his eyes narrowed slightly. Celestial bodies like alien planets are not uncommon in the universe. These planetary-level celestial bodies do not orbit a star like other planets, but directly revolve around the center of the Milky Way. This type of planet is called a wandering planet. Ordinary people may think that the temperature of such planets must be close to absolute zero in an environment without a star. In fact, these planets that have been expelled from the star system have geothermal energy like the Earth, and the dense atmosphere has a large amount of hydrogen. Such a thick hydrogen can block a lot of infrared rays emitted and retain heat. Therefore, the temperature of the wandering planet is not as low as imagined, but it will not be as warm as other planets with stars. Even if there is life, it is not surprising. There are two ways for alien monsters to form. One is artificial gene synthesis, and the other is like a wandering planet. There may be relatively ordinary wild beasts, but after leaving the original star system, the environment suddenly changes, which also causes the wild beasts to mutate in order to cope with the survival crisis and become alien monsters. After a simple review of this information, Li Ming also had a basic understanding, and then began to operate to enter the ground. A blue beam of light shot out from the bottom of the meteorite spacecraft and came to the ground. Li Ming's figure stood quietly in the beam of light, as if he was taking an elevator, and his eyes kept checking the surroundings. The sky of the planet was gray, like a cloudy day, and the surface was gray dust and rocks. There were no plants, and all that could be seen were rocks and mountains. However, these mountains are not traditional mountains, but rings, like the meteorite craters formed after the impact of meteorites, and the protruding parts around the giant craters formed a ring mountain range. Li Ming's spacecraft is located on the outer edge of a ring mountain range. His feet landed slowly. The terrain around him was uneven, with huge rocks and rolling hills. Li Ming looked around and saw two spaceships in the sky in the distance. It seemed that someone was landing. Li Ming did not move around in a hurry, but waited in place. Just a dozen seconds later, a device on Li Ming's body suddenly sounded. He waved his hand and a sensor appeared in his palm. The sensor was only the size of the palm and was a complete light screen, just like an operating table. At this time, 4 green dots and 1 white dot appeared on it. The white dot was Li Ming's own position, and the 4 green dots were the people who had reached a cooperation with Li Ming before. After determining their respective positions, Li Ming had a direction. According to Yates, the 5 people only needed to keep a certain distance to search. The other 4 green dots were moving little by little, as if they had already started searching. Li Ming smiled slightly, and did not hesitate. After finding a direction, he walked quickly. Li Ming walked along the grey rocks carefully. He looked up, and saw that the Ring mountain range was only a few kilometers away from him. This mountain range had been hit by meteorites and there were probably precious resources. However, just as Li Ming was moving forward, the sensor on his body suddenly rang. Li Ming took it out in a hurry, and saw that a green dot was flashing rapidly, which was a response to other people. Li Ming frowned slightly, staring at the flashing green dot, and couldn't help whispering, "It just landed, and it responded and gathered? Is it in danger so soon?" He rolled his eyes and kept thinking, but since he had reached a cooperation intention, he should go and take a look. Thinking of this, Li Ming sighed slightly, and went straight to the flashing green dot. At the same time, in the space orbit of the alien planet, in the main cabin of a medium-sized spaceship, 3 9th level aliens were discussing something. The leader was the Tabitha star Tam. Tam was looking at the entire alien planet in front of the operating table, and said, "Tate, you and Teague, you go to the area of the 9th order teleportation point together. If you two are together, there will probably be no accidents. I will go to the 8th order civilization teleportation point. I will definitely bring back all the benefits." Tate nodded vigorously and replied, "That's good. No matter what, we have been eyeing this alien planet for a long time. We must not let those 8th order civilizations get away with it." Teague also nodded slightly, but sighed with some regret, and said, "In the Battle of Inkinaya, our Tabitha planet's prestige was destroyed. This news has been spread to everyone. I really don't know how to explain it to those high-level officials of Perseus in the future." Teague said so with a sad face and worried eyes. Tate seemed to have foreshadowed the negative impact of the battle. Hearing what Teague said, he also felt a little worried. Tam seemed calm. After glancing at the two of them, he said, "These worries are totally unnecessary. Don't forget our purpose of traveling tens of thousands of light years to get here. As long as we complete the tasks assigned by Queen Yvonne, no one will care about those trivial matters." Teague's expression remained unchanged, and he could only sigh, "I hope so." When this was mentioned, Tate suddenly perked up, and suddenly thought of something. He widened his eyes and said, "Speaking of Lady Yvonne, it seems that she hasn't sent us coordinates for some time." Tam also nodded slightly and said, "This place is tens of thousands of light years away from the Perseus spiral arm, and it will take time for the information to be transmitted." Teague on the side also hurriedly said, "Since we received the information last time, we have exceeded the scheduled target by a long distance. I suggest that we should not continue to rush. Wait for Lady Yvonne to send the coordinates and specific information before we set off." After listening, Tate repeatedly agreed, and his eyes also looked at Tam. Tam nodded slowly and said, "Okay, if we rush randomly, we will lose our target more easily. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. The main spaceship in the cruise bay is guarded by Talia and Tandy. They will not miss the information from Lady Yvonne. We should also set off to land on the alien planet continent." With that, Tam stood up from his seat, stretched out his right hand, and began to mark the coordinates on the operating table. Tate and Teague also stood up and focused their eyes on the operating table. After all, the three of them were acting separately this time, which required the spaceship to teleport twice. While discussing the coordinates here, in a dark cave on the alien planet, a huge monster slowly opened its eyes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. Another Star Raider. The huge body is 5 or 6 meters wide, 2 or 3 meters high, but more than 10 meters long. It looks like a pig, but it is pitch black, and has long green hair, which is very strange. The head of this monster is connected to the body, without a neck, with only one eye on the forehead, two ears like cattail leaves, wide and thick, mouth slightly open, revealing sharp teeth, two sharp claws placed on each other under the head. After the one-eyed monster scanned the front, it roared, as if saying something. The dark mass in front of it was full of various monsters. After hearing the roar of the one-eyed monster, they all responded. Some also roared, some also showed their fangs, or showed their most powerful weapons. Each one had a hideous face, and was extremely fierce. Although it looked messy, it gave people a feeling like a roar before a battle. As the beasts were roaring, a dark red strange bird flew in from the far side of the cave. The bird was dark red, like coagulated blood, with a wingspan of more than 2 meters. When the roaring beasts saw the bird, they immediately quieted down. The dark red strange bird folded its wings, and landed on the claws of the one-eyed beast, chirping and making strange noises, as if it was saying something. The one-eyed beast's eyes moved slightly, and its huge body slowly stood up. With a solemn expression, it kept looking at each of the beasts below. Then it roared again, but its expression became stern, as if it had issued an order. After hearing this slightly angry voice, the beasts below also roared, and showed excitement and bloodthirstiness, and rushed out of the cave. Seeing the beasts start to act, the one-eyed beast's eyes also showed a fierce look. At the same time, Li Ming's figure has entered a valley, with 2 rows of mountains on both sides and a rocky road more than 100 meters wide in the middle. The deep front leads to a circular mountain range, and the sand dunes and rocks are far behind. Walking alone, Li Ming took out the sensor. 4 green dots were near him, and his white light spot was even in the middle of these green dots, but he could not see the figure. He paused and stopped. While looking at the sensor in his hand, he released his powerful consciousness and carefully sensed the situation around him. Consciousness was like an invisible wave, spreading out with Li Ming as the center, and soon covered the surrounding area. The 4 figures were immediately noticed by Li Ming. He raised his head slightly, and looked into the distance. Yates and Walden walked towards Li Ming from the valley entrance in front of him, and 2 people walked over from behind Li Ming, who were Wade and Xavier. As soon as they met, an abnormal breath entered Li Ming's mind. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his wisdom ability was activated, and dangerous contents quickly appeared. Li Ming, hand over all the star bags on you, and we can consider letting you go, Wade behind him said with a faint smile. Yates in front of him also smiled coldly, but just as he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly widened a little, and he looked up and down at Li Ming again, and lowered his head slightly to think, with some doubts in his eyes. Li Ming was sensing behind him, while paying attention to the front. Although he didn't say a word, Li Ming had understood it very clearly through his wisdom eyes. He had encountered a star raider again, and even more unfortunately, he knew the news too late. Walden behind Yates glanced at Li Ming fiercely and said, "It seems that this guy is waiting for us to take action." So saying, Walden was ready to step forward to take action, but Yates raised his hand to block Walden. His eyes were focused, staring at Li Ming closely, and whispered, "Walden, this guy, does he look like Inky Naya, the guy who fought against 3 9th level Tabitha people alone?" Hearing what Yates said, Walden was stunned for a moment and re-examined Li Ming's appearance. "It's a bit like that, but the image we got at the beginning was from the side, and it was very blurry, so I'm not sure." Walden looked at Li Ming carefully and showed doubts, and whispered again, "What should we do? Should we take action?" Yates was still hesitant, and his eyes looking at Li Ming changed slightly. Just when he was about to say something, Wade behind Li Ming suddenly shouted, "Since you don't want to hand it over yourself, what else can we say? Take action." As soon as the voice fell, Wade jumped up and swung his fist directly at Li Ming, but Li Ming had already seen through the other party's intention to take action. He waved his right hand behind him, and a blue strange bat with a wingspan of 2 meters flew out of his sleeve. The blue bat was like an eagle. As soon as it left the sleeve, it made a sharp cry. The sound resounded throughout the canyon, as if an eagle really flew over his head. Wade launched an attack from behind Li Ming, thinking that he could hit him with one strike, but unexpectedly, such a huge blue bat suddenly appeared. His face changed, but he couldn't stop at this time. Thinking that his fist was attached with energy, he naturally didn't care. Could it be that he couldn't even knock down a bird? The surface of the powerful fist was full of energy, and he smashed it towards the bird. As soon as the fist touched the bird's body, the blue bird suddenly broke into pieces and turned into blue feathers. This strange scene made Wade open his eyes wide, but before he could react, he heard a boom and a loud noise. All the blue broken feathers were transformed into electromagnetic waves and scattered. The dazzling light instantly entered the brain along with the nerves. At that moment, it was as if a small sun suddenly expanded several times, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at it. After the light, Wade lay quietly on the ground, and black smoke continued to come out of his body, as if it was burnt. Ah! Yates exclaimed, his eyes already looking at Wade, who was no longer moving on the ground. The other two looked at Li Ming with horror, not daring to make any more moves. Li Ming turned his eyes and looked at the remaining three people. At the same time, he lowered his head slightly and glanced at his left hand. The light of the starlight dimmed a little. Using a large amount of energy in the body will cause burden and damage to the body. Li Ming never wanted to feel the pain of every cell in the body being torn apart again, but suppressing energy quickly will consume the energy of the starlight. Li Ming's starlight should be used as sparingly as possible. It's really him. It's really him. Yates shouted in horror, blinking his eyes. Li Ming's eyes turned slightly, and his eyes suddenly stared at Yates. This sudden look made Yates tremble, and his legs took a step back uncontrollably. Li Ming had seen through the other party's fear and many thoughts in his heart. Although Li Ming also wanted to kill these guys, in order to save the remaining few starlights, it was naturally best to avoid taking action. It seems that you are the leader. Li Ming stared at Yates and said fiercely. Yates bowed his head and said tremblingly, it is we who are blind and offended you. I hope you will show mercy and give us a way out. Humph. Li Ming snorted coldly. His face was full of anger and displeasure, but Li Ming said, I have no interest in your lives, but from now on, you must obey my orders. If you don't obey, Li Ming said this, glanced at the burned Wade, and said coldly, this is your fate. Don't dare. We are willing to obey your orders and follow your lead, Yates said respectfully, not daring to neglect it at all. The remaining two naturally bowed their heads and saluted. Although they didn't say a word, they looked respectful and nodded repeatedly. The attitude of the three people was from the bottom of their hearts. After all, the 8th level Wedra was killed after just one encounter, which showed how strong Li Ming was. Thinking of Li Ming's record of fighting 3 9th level warriors alone, he dared not have any other ideas. After seeing the inner thoughts of the three people, Li Ming nodded slowly and said, if you are willing to obey me, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. As he said so, Li Ming turned to Wedra's charred body, stretched out his hand and grabbed it. 3 star bags flew out of Wedra's body and entered Li Ming's palm. After a rough sense, Li Ming threw the 3 star bags to Yates. This person is dead. You three can divide these things. Li Ming said lightly, as if he didn't care about these things at all. In fact, Li Ming had already sensed the things inside, and they were of no use to Li Ming. Yates took the star bag with a complicated expression on his face, and it was unknown whether he was happy or worried. Okay, let's go. As soon as the voice fell, Li Ming walked straight to the end of the valley, ignoring the three people. Yates hurriedly put away the star bag, not daring to be negligent, and followed Li Ming. Chapter 198 Electromagnetic waves emerging from the ground. At the foot of the Ring Mountain range, Li Ming led Yates and 3 others to prepare to enter the mountain range. They had already walked out of the valley and it was a sandstone area. The ground was rocky, but the surface of the rock was covered with fine sand. Looking around, the undulating ground was somewhat like the uneven sea surface, and sometimes there were huge rocks standing on the ground, which was extremely strange. Looking up, the towering mountain was right in front of them. Near the foot of the mountain, 2 strange figures came into view. The 2 were Moses, and their semicircular heads were very conspicuous. Li Ming was 100 meters away from the 2. The sudden appearance of the 2 made Li Ming pause and stop. Yates and others also stopped and looked into the distance. The 2 Moses also looked over here inadvertently. When they looked at each other, both sides became tense and raised their vigilance. But at this moment, the sky behind him suddenly lit up with auroras. Stars shone everywhere, the earth trembled slightly, and rays of light flew from the ground into the sky. The scene was like someone setting off fireworks, rising from the ground into the sky one by one. Boom explosions sounded in the distance. Flames shone everywhere, Thick smoke floated, and violent explosions occurred in some places. When the stars rushed into the sky, Li Ming squinted his eyes and forgot about the past. He moved his body, gathered enough energy and slowly flew into the sky. The other people also flew into the air curiously and looked into the distance. Oh no, there is our spaceship. The spaceship has been destroyed. Yates opened his eyes wide and frantically took out a device from his body. A red dot on the device kept flashing. Yes, it's our spaceship. Our spaceship has been destroyed, he said in a panic, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Li Ming. Li Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the distance. A device on his body also beeped. Li Ming moved his palm and saw that the red dot kept flashing at the coordinates of the spacecraft. It was a problem with the communication with the spacecraft. Did someone really attack the spacecraft? Li Ming whispered to himself, with a thoughtful look on his face. At this time, Yates bowed his head slightly and continued to look at Li Ming. After hesitating for a while, he said, there should be a problem with the spacecraft. Why don't we go over and take a look? Li Ming did not respond to him immediately. He continued to look at the distance. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. At the same time, he glanced at Yates and said, if someone deliberately destroyed the spacecraft, then we would be throwing ourselves into a dead end. If we went over, think about it. Why do these people want to destroy our spacecraft? Yates paused, his eyes rolled, and after thinking for a while, he opened his eyes wide and said, that is to prevent us from leaving the alien planet. Li Ming snorted and continued, so these people's goal is us, to find us, kill us and rob us. Hearing this, Yates nodded repeatedly, and his face became even uglier. But Li Ming was not thinking about these things. Some things can be thought about, but cannot be easily told to others. However, his eyes looking into the distance revealed some worries. If the attackers of the spaceship were not other aliens, but alien monsters, then, Li Ming thought to himself, but did not express this idea. Instead, he said, let's go. Now we can only be safer if we stay together. Yes, yes, Yates said repeatedly. But just as Li Ming was about to return to the ground, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky several kilometers away. After a burst of space fluctuations, a small spaceship flashed out from the air, as if it had just been teleported here. The spaceship was not big, more than 10 meters long and wide. It was rare for such a small spaceship to have the ability to teleport. However, as soon as the spaceship appeared, the Earth suddenly trembled, and a burst of electromagnetic waves broke out from the bottom of the spaceship. This huge electromagnetic wave came out from the ground, broke free from the rocks, and rushed straight into the sky, just like the fireworks seen in the distance. But the distance was closer, and the induction was also very different. Bang! A muffled sound came from the distance in the sky, like a muffled thunder, not harsh but refreshing. Li Ming frowned slightly, with a look of surprise on his face. The electromagnetic wave that sprang out from the ground actually hit the spaceship that had just been transmitted. This small spaceship is indeed extraordinary. In addition to its transmission ability, it actually has an energy shield on its surface. However, the huge electromagnetic wave energy is too strong, and it broke through the shield of the spaceship and hit the hull of the spaceship. Along with the dull sound just now, the spaceship was emitting thick smoke and was about to fall. This was thanks to its shield that resisted some of the attacks. Otherwise the spaceship would have been reduced to pieces. Look, there is a spaceship over there. It's been hit. Yates shouted as he looked at the slowly falling spaceship. Others also looked over, but Li Ming had already noticed it, so he looked indifferent. But Li Ming didn't know that the alien in this small spaceship was Tam from the Tabitha Star. The alarm sounded continuously, and the spacecraft activated the emergency device. Tam wanted to operate it to enter the lifeboat, but the spacecraft was seriously damaged, and various key functions had failed. The sound of crackling rang everywhere, and the ripples of energy flickered inside the cabin. Seeing this situation, Tam's face changed drastically. He hurried to a bulkhead and reached out to press a button. Then a set of protective armor stretched out from the bulkhead and directly wore it on his body. Ah, not good. As soon as this operation was completed, Tam suddenly shouted loudly, and a ball of fire rushed towards him. There was a loud boom. Looking from a distance, the spacecraft that was about to fall turned into fragments after this sound, and it actually exploded completely. Li Ming and the people around him saw this scene, but they all showed confusion. Where did the powerful electromagnetic wave come from? It could actually destroy the spacecraft directly? Everyone looked puzzled, but at this moment, the ground under them suddenly trembled slightly, the hard rock ground squeaked, and the ground began to slowly rise, as if something was about to drill out from the ground. Bang, 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 the ground bulged higher and higher, and cracks spread from the bulge to the surroundings. The muffled sound was like something hitting the ground. Li Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and frowned. Through his wisdom ability, he found that a huge energy ball suddenly appeared under the bulging ground. The others were also stunned, and looked at the ground below with some panic. Not good. Li Ming roared, turned his body, and flew away quickly. Seeing this situation, the others dared not stay for a moment, and flew away with all their energy. However, just a few seconds after they flew away, the ground suddenly shook more violently. Bang! The entire bulging ground exploded in an instant, and rocks and sand rushed straight into the sky. A strong airflow gushed out from the ground. It was the power of this airflow that forcibly blew the ground open, as if a volcano erupted, and gravel and sand continued to fly from the broken ground to the sky. This airflow was like a hairdryer, continuously spraying out. Although it had already flown far away, Li Ming could still sense the strength of this wind. The rock and sand dust at the cave entrance, and the surrounding ground continued to enter the sky under the drive of this force. After more than 10 seconds, the wind suddenly stopped, leaving only a circular hole on the ground. The length and width of this hole were more than 10 meters, and it was only pitch black from a distance. Just as Li Ming was watching carefully without knowing why, a little bit of light suddenly appeared. The deep hole that seemed to be pitch black suddenly emitted a faint light like a flashlight. Li Ming looked at the hole more cautiously and used his consciousness to sense the changes in it, but the next moment, the light suddenly intensified, and a sound of whoosh passed by, and a group of electromagnetic waves shot out from it and rushed straight into the sky. It was like a meteor rising into the sky. In this grey planet, this electromagnetic wave was particularly bright, but it soon disappeared in the foggy sky. This scene was exactly the same as those in the distance, but it happened in front of him, and Li Ming was still very surprised. Could it be that the spaceship just now was destroyed in this way? So, my spaceship should also be destroyed now. Li Ming muttered to himself, and looked at the hole in the ground in front of him. As he was looking at it, the hole suddenly shook slightly, and the broken stones fell off, and the sand floated, as if something was about to come out of the hole. Chapter 199, Level 7 Worm Beast. Everyone saw the powerful electromagnetic energy, but it was puzzling why such a powerful electromagnetic wave appeared underground. Looking around, the entire planet seemed to be releasing this energy. In the distant sky, one could see spots of light rising from the ground, like meteors. These electromagnetic waves emerging from the ground would sometimes rise in the vicinity of Li Ming, with rumbling sounds coming one after another. Just like the hole in front of Li Ming, they first ejected gas like a volcanic eruption, followed by electromagnetic waves. Just as the eyes of these people were attracted by the electromagnetic waves around them, the hole in front of them vibrated slightly, and two thin strips stretched out from it first. The top was very thin, and it became thicker as it went down, and it was segmented, but the thickest was only as thick as an ordinary person's arm. This sudden appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention, but then a black head poked out of the hole. This head was smooth and spherical, and the surface was like a mirror. It glowed slightly, and seemed unusually hard, but the mouth protruded from the head, like a trumpet, and it was always open. The two long objects that stretched out first were the tentacles of this creature. There were no eyes, nose, or ears on the head, only a mouth that was almost the same size as the hole. Although the head was hard and shiny, the body was fleshy, and it crawled out of the hole like a worm. When the beast fully appeared, Li Ming's brows furrowed even more, and the beast tribe illustration in his mind immediately displayed various information about the beast. The worm beast, an alien monster, lived under the Earth's crust. It had a strong sense of perception, but no vision, smell, or hearing. Its head was black, and had a hard shell. It also had two sensitive sensing tentacles. Its body had an exoskeleton, but no limbs, and it moved forward entirely by crawling. The one in front of him was only 4 or 5 meters long and 2 or 3 meters wide. It was at the 7th level, which was considered a mid-level existence among the alien monsters. However, even though it was at the 7th level, it was not something that an ordinary 8th level civilization could deal with. After all, it was a monster, not a wild beast. Although the 3 people in Yates's group showed fear, their eyes were mostly cautious and not too worried. With the advantage of numbers, they were not afraid of the monster, and there was also the alien Li Ming. However, the 2 Mesedians who were farther away seemed to be slightly shocked and slowly stepped back a few steps, as if they were about to leave. Li Ming noticed this, turned his head slightly, and locked his eyes on the 2 people, saying, "You two should have seen the electromagnetic waves rising around us. I believe that every place where electromagnetic waves rise will be the same as what we see in front of us. If this kind of monster appears, you two had better go with us. Otherwise you will regret it if you encounter a high-level monster in the future." The 2 Mesedians suddenly paused after hearing Li Ming's voice, showing hesitation, but the 2 of them only glanced at Li Ming fiercely after a brief exchange and left directly. Although the distance was a little far, Li Ming had already found out what the 2 were thinking. The 2 guys did intend to go together, but they gave up immediately after recognizing Yates' identity as a Star Raider. Yates watched the 2 men leave, turned around and looked at Li Ming with a smile, and said, "Let's go too." The monster was extremely ferocious. Although he could kill it with the advantage in numbers, Yates had no intention of wasting energy on it. He intended to avoid it first. After all, finding resources was the most important thing. Li Ming glanced at the other party, snorted, and said, "A 7th level magic beast scared you like this? You, a Star Raider, are too timid." Yates paused after hearing this, but immediately replied, "Of course, there is nothing to be afraid of this magic beast, but there is no benefit in killing it. Why waste energy on it?" As soon as these words came out, Li Ming was full of satisfaction. It was obvious that the other party did not know that there was a chance that beast energy existed in the body of the magic beast. Then he smiled slightly and said, "There is no benefit in killing it, but we may have to pass through this road when we return in search of resources. Wouldn't we run into it then? Look at the sky around us. The entire planet is full of such magic beasts. If we kill one, this area will be safe. We won't have to worry about passing by here again. Otherwise, we will be nervous wherever we go." Yates seemed to think that there was some truth in this. He nodded slightly, turned his gaze to the 7th level magic beast, and then looked at Xavier and Walden. "Brothers, go ahead and kill this magic beast," Yates said sternly with his eyes narrowed. After this order, Walden and Xavier looked at each other in surprise, but after looking at Li Ming, they did not hesitate anymore, and moved their bodies to start the attack. Walden's body fell rapidly, and his heavy body fell to the ground like a rock. Bang! The rock under his feet cracked with several cracks. He frowned, gnashed his teeth, and a grey breath was released from his body. This breath was very strange, and it looked like smoke flowing slowly on the surface of his body, but after a careful sense, he immediately found something abnormal. This thing that looked like smoke was like a part of Walden's body, but it was highlighted at this moment. Even Li Ming couldn't help showing a strange color in his eyes. Walden was a power civilization, but the grey breath on his body was neither as irritable as Ragrazan nor as tough as Tabitha, but gave people a sense of solidity. Li Ming had never seen such a type of power civilization before, and he looked at Walden with some interest. The tentacles of the worm beast in the distance twisted around like antennas, and at the same time, the trumpet-like mouth was aimed at Walden as its head turned. Obviously, the tentacles had sensed the abnormality of Walden's body energy. Energy began to gather in the hollow mouth. It was not visible from the outside, but Li Ming's eyes could see clearly that the energy from the deep inside of the worm beast's mouth was gathering here through the body. Seeing this scene, Li Ming's brows slightly frowned. If the previous electromagnetic wave was ejected by this beast, then the power was somewhat shocking. Li Ming was watching the beast while concentrating on the changes in the energy in its body, but at this moment, Walden below suddenly flew up and pounced on the demon beast. Although Walden rushed straight in and pounced on the worm beast head on, the grey light on its body was separated from its body. The grey light swept into the air like a shadow, just like Walden's clone. The worm beast's head swung. Its mouth was like a cannon. Its 2 tentacles were used for sensing and positioning, and the huge energy that had already been condensed in its mouth was like a cannonball, aiming at Walden and spraying it. First, there was a buzzing sound in his ears, followed by a loud bang, and a group of vacuum ripples sprayed out of the worm beast's mouth. This vacuum wave was visible to the naked eye, like water ripples. The sound of friction and vibration between the air kept hitting people's nerves, and the sound seemed to crack the brain. The sand and dust around trembled with it. Wherever the ripples passed, rocks cracked and mountains collapsed, which was beyond the resistance of the flesh. Li Ming's expression tightened, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his figure flew a few points higher again to avoid being hit by the ripples, but Walden's figure was completely covered by the ripples. He only felt a gust of wind blowing, and the debris and the rocks flew across, and all the items disappeared. Walden on the ground also disappeared. Li Ming looked calm, and turned his eyes to the grey shadow in the sky. Yates and the other 2 also looked at the shadow, as if they knew what was going to happen. Sure enough, although Walden disappeared in the vacuum wave, the grey shadow that had approached the worm beast's head suddenly flashed. With a muffled bang, the grey shadow turned into Walden himself. He clenched his fist and smashed it hard at the worm beast's head. This sudden attack was beyond the worm beast's perception. As the punch was swung down fiercely, a crisp clang sounded, and the head hit the target. Everyone turned their eyes, but the worm beast's dark head flashed, reflecting a faint light like a mirror, and was completely unharmed. Walden frowned and looked at his fist hitting the black head, revealing an unbelievable look, but before Walden could do anything else, one of the tentacles on the worm beast's head suddenly flashed and rolled up Walden's body like a rope. The tentacles were so fast that Walden had no time to react. He felt his body tightened, and his fat waist was wrapped by the tentacles. His body immediately lost control, and was thrown into the air like a stone. The long tentacles suddenly swung, and Walden was thrown into the air. This action was done in one go. As soon as Walden was thrown up, the worm beast raised its head, and pointed its mouth at the sky. A faint light suddenly flashed in its empty mouth. As soon as he saw the light, Li Ming frowned and shouted, "Not good." As soon as Li Ming shouted, a fire snake suddenly flew from a distance. This fire snake was more than 10 meters long, and surrounded by flames, like a long and flexible ribbon. It circled in the air for a while, and then flew down quickly. After a few shakes, it wrapped the worm beast. The sound of kai kai kept entering his ears. The fire snake wrapped around the grey body of the worm beast several times. Waves of green smoke kept rising from the place where the fire snake was wrapped. The sound and the green smoke made the worm beast's flesh seem to be scorched. The severe pain in the body made the worm beast's black head shake all over. The big mouth that was originally aimed at Walden now had no direction, but the light in the mouth did not diminish at all. It was like an unstable launcher. The bullet was loaded, but it was not certain where to shoot. Even Li Ming, who was far away, couldn't help but tense his nerves and activate the ability of the wisdom eye. After all, the attack speed of electromagnetic waves was extremely fast, and it was almost impossible to dodge. If he was hit, it would be dangerous. The wisdom eye could predict the attack, and would provide Li Ming with a possible opportunity to escape. Yates, Walden and others naturally noticed the abnormality of the worm beast's mouth, and became more vigilant. No one dared to approach this beast easily. Even if they wanted to take action, they had to wait for the electromagnetic waves of this beast to be released. Just when everyone was being cautious and anxious, the worm beast's mouth suddenly emitted a bright light, and a huge electromagnetic wave shot out. However, this electromagnetic wave was not aimed at anyone, but flew towards an open place. Chapter 200, In the Head. Thick smoke continued to rise from the wreckage of the spacecraft, sometimes accompanied by flames, and a piece of broken rock made a creaking sound. Bang! An arm stretched out from the rubble. The armor on the arm was already in tatters, revealing dark brown skin. Clang! La la, the rock slid down, and an alien with an eye-shaped head stretched out from the rubble. It was a Tabitha alien, Tam. At this time, Tam's armor was only a broken shirt and armor, and his skin and flesh were basically exposed. There were also several scars on his face. The exploded spacecraft did cause a lot of trauma to his body. With a slight glance, he saw the completely destroyed spacecraft not far away, and his ugly face was full of anger. He pulled his feet out of the rubble and was about to walk towards the spacecraft. At this moment, a dazzling light flashed in the distance. Before he could see clearly what it was, the light was close. Electromagnetic waves. No. Tam, who had just emerged from the ruins, shouted desperately. Boom! The electromagnetic wave turned into a ball of light that enveloped the nearby area. The powerful energy shattered the surrounding rocks. From a distance, it looked like a glowing bowl on the ground. Li Ming looked at the light in the distance, and his eyes returned to the worm beast in front of him. He whispered, the 7th level monster actually released such a huge amount of energy. Yates' eyes widened a little, looking at Li Ming, and then at the monster, and couldn't help saying, this. If it had been hit just now, I'm afraid it would have died. Li Ming nodded slightly and said coldly, we can't give this monster a second chance to attack. Let's attack together and kill this beast first. As he said this, his stern eyes were already looking at Yates. As soon as he felt Li Ming's eyes, Yates nodded vigorously and flew up. The worm beast was still entangled by the fire snake, and the burns on its flesh were getting worse and worse. This fire snake was transformed from Xavier's 5th level weapon. As a member of the Moses civilization, Xavier showed his powerful elemental talent. Yates waved his right hand and joined the battle. A round ball of light floated out from his palm. Li Ming glanced and saw that Yates was the ability of the Light Medicine clan. The ball of light floated slowly and went straight to the worm beast. Walden, who was thrown into the air by the monster before, returned to the ground again. With his eyes wide open, he gritted his teeth and flew towards the monster again. Li Ming did not rush to act, but his slightly narrowed eyes had already seen through the battle situation. Xavier mainly attacked from a distance, using his own fire element to cause harassing damage to the monster. Walden was responsible for frontal attack, and Yates was responsible for finding the weaknesses and key points of the monster. The cooperation between the three was very tacit, but they all lacked fatal damage. But when he thought about it, Li Ming understood that Wade, who had been killed by him before, should be the one with the most one-hit kill among the few. After all, Lagrange's multiple damage attack was indeed extraordinary. Seeing through all this, Li Ming slowly raised his right hand, and powerful energy began to gather in his palm. Since Wedra was dead, it would be better for him to complete the fatal blow himself. As the energy in his right palm gathered, Li Ming's left hand also clenched Zingayao. The more energy he used, the more Zingayao's ability would be consumed. But for the sake of the beast essence, Li Ming had to make some choices. Fortunately, there were 3 guys to cooperate with him, otherwise it would take some trouble. As the energy gathered, a huge electromagnetic wave had formed in Li Ming's palm, with blue light flashing inside, and white arcs on the outside. His eyes were fixed on the worm beast in front of him. When Yates saw Li Ming take action, he immediately pushed the light ball harder. The light ball spun around the worm beast's body and flew down. The light flashed, and the light ball turned into a halo, and was wrapped around the worm beast's neck. The neck is actually the place where the black head connects to the flesh, and that place is the worm beast's weakness. Li Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and saw this clearly. He threw out his right hand, and the electromagnetic wave flew out with a whizzing sound. After a while of spinning in the air, it landed directly on the neck of the worm beast. Boom. A huge sound was accompanied by a flash of strong light. The round black head splashed out and fell to the ground in the distance like an iron ball. There was no movement, and the grey body instantly fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. This operation was completed instantly, cleanly, and neatly. Xavier raised his hand in the sky and took back the fire snake. Walden also jumped back to a distance. The two turned their eyes to Li Ming at the same time, and they admired Li Ming's powerful attack. Yates showed a look of joy, and also looked at Li Ming, and said, "It is worthy of being a civilization of advanced life species. It is also an 8th level civilization, but it possesses such powerful explosive power. It really makes low level life forms like me feel ashamed." Li Ming smiled lightly, flew to the sky above the corpse of the worm beast, glanced at Yates, and said, "Go, you take them too, and continue on the road first. I will catch up soon." Yates didn't understand, and didn't know Li Ming's intention, but he didn't dare to ask more. After looking at Xavier and Walden, he said, let's go to the front, and take a look." Under the leadership of Yates, the three walked into the mountains. Li Ming looked at their receding figures, his eyes sank, and looked at the corpse of the warcraft under him. His eyes narrowed slightly, the ability of the wisdom eye had been activated, and his consciousness quickly entered the corpse. After carefully sensing it, Li Ming frowned slightly, his face darkened instantly, and he couldn't help whispering, "No beast essence?" Although it was not too difficult for the 4 people to kill a 7th level magic beast, it also consumed a lot of energy. Li Ming couldn't accept the result of no beast essence, and his mood was instantly a little frustrated. It is indeed a probability that the magic beast contains beast essence, which Li Ming knows, but generally high level magic beasts basically have beast essence, because this thing is a basis for wild beasts to mutate into magic beasts. The existence of beast essence more often explains the fundamental changes in the magic beast's body. Thinking of this in his mind, Li Ming sighed for a long time, shook his head slightly, turned around and prepared to leave, but just as he turned around, Li Ming's eyes suddenly saw the iron bull-like magic beast head in the distance. With his eyes narrowed, his body floated over, and after a careful sensing, Li Ming's eyes suddenly widened a little and showed excitement. Beast essence? With a surprised expression, Li Ming couldn't even believe that the beast essence was actually in the head of this beast. With a chuckle in his mouth, he reached out his right hand to the air below, and a green shadow stretched out along his arm. The shadow wrapped the black head in the form of a palm. After a few seconds, a white sphere slowly slid out from the neck of the black head. When he saw this thing, the smile on Li Ming's face was fully revealed. The white sphere was the beast essence. As soon as it slipped out of the black head, it was wrapped in green light and collected back until it fell into Li Ming's palm. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. After obtaining another beast essence, Li Ming seemed to see the hope of a strong body. He clenched his palm, and the beast essence disappeared and was put into the star capsule. Then Li Ming looked into the distance, moved his body, and flew over quickly. After a moment, Li Ming's figure slowly landed and stood in front of Yates and others, but Li Ming did not say a word, but continued to move forward. The mountains stretched out like overlapping waves, with no end in sight on either side. In the distance ahead was a huge cenote, but it was too far away for the eyes to see clearly. Flying wasted too much energy, so Li Ming led Yates and the other 2 on foot. Before they knew it, they had already gone deep into the mountains, moving along the concave part in the middle of the mountains, and occasionally looking around vigilantly. Yates, who had been following behind Li Ming, kept moving his eyes, looking at the mountains and rocks around him, and then secretly looking at Li Ming. His face was full of worry, and his steps were slow, and he stopped and walked, as if he had something on his mind. Although Li Ming was walking fast, his strong consciousness had already sensed everything. His eyes slowly moved to the corners of his eyes, and glanced behind him. "Yates, are you worried about something?" Li Ming said without turning his head. Yates was stunned for a moment. He was indeed preparing to say something. After hearing Li Ming's question, he hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm not worried, but just our spaceship. Don't we need to go and take a look? After all, without the spaceship, we may not be able to leave here." Li Ming chuckled a few times and said, "Yates, didn't I tell you? The spaceship may have been deliberately damaged by someone. Those people will definitely come to us and kill and rob, but as long as we catch them, we can take their spaceship and leave. So, do you understand?" Yates nodded slightly when he heard it. What Li Ming said made some sense. After all, Li Ming was an alien existence who could fight against the 9th level civilization. Those who wanted to kill and rob were just walking into a trap. I understand, I understand, I understand, Yates said repeatedly, and bursts of laughter came out. Li Ming glanced at the other party again, and hummed in his heart, because Li Ming knew very well that the damage to the spaceship was not necessarily man-made, but it was also very likely to be caused by the monster. If it was done by a demon beast, the consequences would be even more serious. Thinking this in his mind, Li Ming did not say much. At this moment, a beast roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the mountains. The sound resounded through the valley, making people tremble with fear. Li Ming could not help but pause, narrowed his eyes, and looked into the distance cautiously. Yates and others behind him also stopped and looked at each other. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like, Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.